Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I sacrifice myriad beings to become gods right here on GMT Recap. This young man traveled to the divine realm, where everyone in his family was striving to become a deity. He initially thought he would become a one-of-a-kind genius, but the owner of this body, Han Wu, was a hopeless young man who had been unlucky since birth. While other people's children awakened the divine realm as soon as they were born, he, at 18 years old, had only just acquired this ability. Although he had awakened, he ended up with the weakest locust core essence bloodkin clan. Han Wu's divine realm was a vast, grassy plain filled with green spells. On the lush grasslands, there were a swarm of locusts called Locust, which was the core essence bloodkin clan of Han Wu. He opened his status window to take a look. At present, his divine talent was Heaven's Chosen. His divine ability was growth acceleration and life sacrifice. The number of bloodkin clans he had was countless, 800,000 adults, not to mention the 20 million unhatched eggs. Compared to the memories of the original owner, the Heaven's Chosen and life sacrifice abilities were incredibly unfamiliar. This must have been the dirty trick he gained from time traveling. Han Wu clicked to read more details. Heaven's Chosen was just as its name implied. The fortunate person selected by the heavens would receive a unique attribute ability with each level up. Meanwhile, life sacrifice allowed him to sacrifice the life force of creatures in exchange for products and value. It could be used once a day, and the product exchanged was random. It seemed Han Wu's life wasn't so hopeless after all, as he had the golden opportunity of two unique attribute abilities. As long as he tried his best, he was certain he could fulfill his grandfather's final wish. Han Wu read the detailed information about his swarm of insects, which not only functioned as breeding machines but also had an incredibly short lifespan of just 90 days. After compiling a bunch of keywords related to reproduction, growth, and sacrifices, combined with the fact that one day in the real world equaled 1 year in the divine realm, the clever mind of Han Wu finally understood the mechanism behind it. He decided that this time he would go all in. If he won, he would turn the tables and dominate them, but if he lost, he would completely degenerate into a useless wreck, just like before. The next day, Xin Shang approached Han Wu. "Have you made up your mind yet? Will you become my slave or not?" She promised that no one would dare bully him before he graduated from high school, and there was even a possibility that he would get married early. "I refuse." Han Wu bluntly rejected her in 3 words, leaving Xin Shang utterly embarrassed. "Do you know what you're saying? Without my protection, those people will drain you dry until you're nothing but a corpse." Xin Shang threatened Han Wu. He understood the situation but still chose to refuse. While he may not have power, he had his own dignity and could not live his life hiding behind a woman's skirt. Unable to persuade him further, Xin Shang turned and walked away, not forgetting to say that he would regret it later. Han Wu sighed, finally seeing the back of that annoying woman. Next, he had to deal with this arrogant Zhang Bin. "Han Wu, tell someone to prepare 100 points of divine energy." "Have you done it yet?" Seeing him remain silent, Zhang Bin placed a hand on Han Wu's shoulder, which made him uncomfortable. "Don't touch me." Zhang Bin's face darkened when he saw Han Wu daring to resist him today, threatening him that if he didn't hand over his divine power, he would destroy his core essence divine realm. "Then try it," Han Wu responded boldly, catching Zhang Bin off guard, wondering if Han Wu had found some kind of support to make him act so defiantly today. He also noticed Qin Shang turning his back and ignoring the situation. It seemed that Qin Shang was not the one backing Han Wu. Zhang Bin's subordinates cheered him on, encouraging him to fight Han Wu. They were curious to see what a person's state would be like after their core essence was shattered. "If you're tired of living, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Han Wu." Zhang Bin pulled out a penetration card worth 10 points of divine power. After locking onto the target, it would create a spatial teleportation door in the target's divine realm to allow an intrusion into their space. Han Wu was also forcibly brought into his divine realm to face the invasion. In front of him was an enormous teleportation door, opening to reveal a series of glowing red eyes. Zhang Bin's army of dwarfs stood in line, waiting their turn. Zhang Bin was currently in a ghostly state at the central stage. "I command you in the name of the dwarf god to go and destroy those weak locusts, to ruin the core essence of this piece of divine realm." The dwarfs raised their hands in unison and shouted before marching into battle. Outside, everyone watched through the small screen as Zhang Bin's army of dwarfs grew by at least another 1,000 members. With this strength, they were now capable of breaking into the top 50 of the school. His army of dwarfs was equipped with weapons, with the elite beings at the front leading the charge, distinctly different from the others. To deal with these dwarfs, Hanwoo sent his self-destructing grasshoppers into battle. People were surprised by his swarm of red, flying insects. The self-destructing grasshoppers were also elite creatures, but the core Bloodkin clan of Hanwoo only consisted of ordinary grasshoppers. How could so many elite grasshoppers come from them? However, even though they are labeled elite creatures, people did not think much of the self-destructing grasshoppers. They were still far weaker in combat compared to the dwarfs. The two armies collided, and the self-destructing grasshoppers caused explosions like grenades, much to Hanwoo's satisfaction. A day before Hanwoo decided to take a gamble, he had sacrificed 2.5 billion grasshoppers, keeping only 10 million to preserve the species. After the sacrifice of life, Hanwoo was given a choice of three things: 1. 10,000 elite goblin warriors, 2. An endless spring of life to nurture vitality and improve the environment, or 3. A level 1 holy relic, the Heart of Water and Hair, which had a certain probability of producing a core Bloodkin clan containing explosive power. 10,000 elite goblin warriors could solve the immediate problem, but they are one-time use only. What will you do if you're threatened again next time? The source of life is a long-term investment, not something that can solve immediate problems. So, Hanwoo decided to choose the third option, investing in the core of the Bloodkin clan. After a minute of waiting, Hanwoo acquired a self-detonating locust, a mindless fanatic follower who would obey only the command of the deity, with a lifespan of 180 days. Hanwoo took it and threw it like a grenade, and the locust exploded mid-air. Of course, this power was not enough to take down a dwarf, but Hanwoo had nothing but the speed of reproduction, using quantity to counter quality. The result would only be known once the thick fog cleared. After a brief clash, the dwarf corpses lay scattered on the ground. The only remaining elite goblin had to face a swarm of self-detonating locusts relentlessly hunting it down. Zhang Bin immediately ordered his dwarves to retreat before Hanwoo wiped them out. But by now, it was too late. He ordered all of the Bloodkin clan to go through the teleportation portal and invade Zhang Bin's divine realm. The self-detonating locusts pulled their entire nest down, sacrificing themselves in Zhang Bin's divine realm. He yelled at Hanwoo, "Order your Bloodkin clan to get out of my divine realm now." In a moment, the elite goblins also fell. Zhang Bin hastily surrendered to Hanwoo, allowing him to retreat. Hanwoo felt an overwhelming sense of irony. At first, he had wanted to destroy the core of Zhang Bin's divine realm, and now, Zhang Bin too had the right to destroy his core essence divine realm. Zhang Bin anxiously threatened Hanwoo, saying, "If you dare to touch me, my parents will never forgive you. My father has reached demigod status, and my mother is about to ascend as well." But no matter what, Hanwoo was determined to destroy his core essence today, so that Zhang Bin would no longer be able to cause trouble in the future. Zhang Bin begged and cried, "Please stop, I surrender. I promise I won't bully you again. Whatever condition you have, just tell me, I will definitely fulfill it." Hanwoo coldly replied, "I don't want anything from you, I only want you dead." Hanwoo showed no mercy as he dealt with the thug who had once tormented him. Just at that moment, a voice rang out. "That's enough, Hanwoo, stop now." A teacher appeared in Hanwoo's divine realm, urging him to refrain from going too far. Seeing someone come to his rescue, Zhang Bin immediately pleaded, "Teacher Lu, quickly stop this madman. My parents will definitely." Before he could finish, Hanwoo's army of locusts attacked Zhang Bin's core essence, causing him indescribable agony. Teacher Lu turned to Hanwoo and ordered him to stop. Hanwoo smirked at him, curious as to why this man had appeared at this very moment. As the homeroom teacher, Lu naturally could sense the situation of everyone in the class. Lu teacher said something that showed he was an extremely dedicated teacher. However, the truth was different when Hanwoo was being bullied and extorted by Zhang Bin. Where was this teacher? He was nowhere to be found. In his mind, Lu teacher silently thought, Hanwoo is truly naive. He doesn't even have parents, let alone a father like that demigod Zhang Bin. Then, he lowered his voice and tried to advise, you should stop this. Hanwoo responded, let me ask you one last question. If I were the one being attacked and the core of the divine realm were being destroyed today, would you show up to stop it? Hanwoo's question made Lu teacher fall silent. That was enough for him to understand the answer, though it stung a little in his heart. But this was the harsh reality of the world. A grasshopper exploded, creating a fireworks display that shattered Zhang Bin's divine realm into pieces, causing it to collapse endlessly. Hanwoo did not forget to kick Lu teacher out of his divine realm before it was tainted. After leaving Hanwoo's divine realm, Zhang Bin lay on the ground, moaning. It's over, it's really over. I've become a useless person. Lu teacher kicked the door open and shouted at Hanwoo. Get out of my class. But Hanwoo was already no longer in the classroom, which made Lu furious. He was determined to find a way to kick Hanwoo out of the school. In the divine realm of Hanwoo, he was summarizing the situation after the battle. The numbers had decreased significantly, and it seemed that he would need to nurture some more self-exploding grasshoppers in the future. This time, Hanwoo had also obtained a fragment of Zhang Bin's divine realm. He decided to take advantage of it and integrate it into his own to see what would happen. After combining them, Hanwoo's divine realm expanded by over 160 kilometers, and the core of his divine realm was upgraded to the second level. The rewards were quite decent, it seemed like he was ready to graduate from high school. However, the question remained whether Hanwoo could still stay in this school after destroying the core of Zhang Bin's divine realm. Both of his parents were semi-real, and the headmaster, Lu Tian, had already made his allegiance clear. Hanwoo had no choice but to rely on himself. He would sell the trick of the little person to see if he could exchange it for anything useful. Just 5 minutes later, Hanwoo received a response. The other party wanted to exchange for Fire Essence Lava Stone. This item could enhance the endurance of the Bloodkin clan with fire elements and increase their explosive power, which was incredibly beneficial for his self-exploding grasshoppers. Hanwoo went ahead with the trade and used it to upgrade his grasshoppers to level 2. They had now become exploding locusts, with a lifespan extended to 250 days. As usual, Hanwoo grabbed one and threw it like a grenade. The damage from the exploding locust was equivalent to that of a grenade. During the explosion, lava was also ejected, causing widespread damage. One could say Hanwoo possesses a stockpile of high-quality grenades. Meanwhile, Zhang Bin's parents had come to the school to accuse him. The teacher stated that it was Zhang Bin who had initiated the challenge first, and that he often bullied his classmates, violating the school rules. His father, arrogant and furious, shouted, "So what? Are you implying that my son should bear the consequences alone? Does the school have no responsibility in this matter?" Zhang Bin's mother, overprotective as ever, suggested that the school must force Hanwoo to be expelled. Hanwoo was talking with his younger cricket friends when the homeroom teacher, Su, called him. What was bound to happen, eventually did. Hanwoo chose to face it head-on. Teacher Su called to inform Hanwoo of the situation. Zhang Bin's parents have come to the school demanding that you be expelled. Both of them were extremely hot-headed, behaving as though they were commanding Teacher Su. But she remained firm. She had thoroughly investigated the entire situation, and it was clear that Zhang Bin was at fault for intruding into Hanwoo's divine realm. In this confrontation, Hanwoo had relied solely on his own strength, so there was no reason to expel him. Zhang Bin's mother, fearing her voice wasn't loud enough, leaned in close to Teacher Su, raising her tone. I can't believe you are covering for a student who has destroyed the core of another student's divine realm. Is this the educational philosophy of your school? Miss Du, please do not distort the truth. Hanwoo was a well-behaved student who always follows the rules strictly. We have a lot of evidence that your son has bullied this student multiple times. Class teacher Su firmly defended Han Wu. Zhang Bin's mother was extremely angry when she refused to expel Han Wu and had to call her husband to intervene. He could accept the school's harsh punishment of him, as the victim, but he also needed to release his frustration. If the school couldn't meet this small request, he would no longer hold back. In the end, his parents suggested sending a team of over 1,000 people into Han Wu's divine realm, regardless of the outcome, and they wouldn't hold it against him. Class teacher Su wanted to know if Han Wu could withstand the 1,000-man team of the demigod. Han Wu was grateful to class teacher Su for her help. As for that battle, he would definitely go to school tomorrow to settle the score. It seemed Han Wu had even more reason to push for a level up before carrying out his second life sacrifice. This time, there were still 3 choices. The first was the level 1 Blood Red Demon Copper, which could increase the chances of generating Bloodkin Clan Demon Copper and enhance visual observation. The second option was the level 1 Fireball skill, which would allow the Bloodkin Clan to master the basic Fireball spell. The highest potential for comprehension was the final level of True Fireball. The third option was the Assassin's Blade Edge, an elite hero from the Sword Edge tribe, a being of life. 48 billion locusts for a single treasure. Han Wu decided to choose the third option. An elderly man with 4 arms, long white hair, and a majestic beard appeared. This was the iron-slaying Sword Edge, an elite hero being. He was now 150 years old. The first thing he said when he opened his mouth was, "O divine being, grant me the sword." Han Wu was extremely generous. Having just spent 48 billion locusts to acquire him, he was now not hesitating to choose a top-quality sword. Over the past 2 days, after some calculations, Xiaohao finally had 54 points of divine power remaining. He entered the trading shop to search for equipment. The equipment was divided into 4 tiers: ordinary equipment, which was made from materials without any energy; belief equipment, which had the added masterpieces of divine power that brought special effects; divine power equipment, which combined a large amount of mental energy, had its own soul, and could develop on its own; and divine tier equipment, which could only be used by deities, representing divine authority and power. Han Wu generously granted Iron-Slaying Sword Edge a Storm Great Sword worth 50 points of divine power. He held the great sword with both hands and swung it. Each hand wielded a sword. Since Iron-Slaying Sword Edge had 4 hands, it would require 4 swords of the same type to unleash its full power. Han Wu froze. A single Storm Great Sword already cost 50 points of divine power, and adding 3 more would amount to 150 points. Did he think Xiaohao was some kind of domineering CEO who lacked money? However, with the upcoming battle against 1,000 demigod warriors, it could not be taken lightly. The only option was to find a way to buy the equipment for him. In Qin Shang's divine realm, she was practicing her connection with her thunder phoenixes. During her training, Qin Shang remembered a past memory. When Han Wu's thunder had almost drowned her, he charged up and then performed artificial respiration, stealing Qin Shang's first kiss. Only blame Han Wu for being foolish and failing to seize the opportunity. Her grandfather is a true god. In her family, there are 23 demigods. Could they really not protect him from Zhang Bin's parents? While she was cooking wolf meat, Han Wu called, startling Qin Shang. The moment she picked up, she brought up that matter. He changed his tone, willing to be my servant now? Of course not. Han Wu only wants to borrow her divine power. You want to borrow my divine power? With that trash bloodline of yours? Don't think that just because you defeated Zhang Bin, you're somehow outstanding. Your self-detonating locust is nothing more than food for my thunderfinch. Hearing Qin Shang say that, Han Wu hung up immediately. He only wanted to borrow a bit of divine power. Was it necessary to insult him so harshly? Qin Shang held her head in confusion. What am I doing? Why did I blurt that out just now? I didn't mean it like that. He must have misunderstood. She then called Han Wu back to ask for his account number. However much you want to borrow, I'll give you exactly that. And so, Assassin's Blade Edge now had 4 greatswords in hand. Han Wu hoped the Swordblade Godfather would give it his all, so that his own financial ruin wouldn't be in vain. The next day, Hanwoo went to class amidst the whispers of his classmates. He still dared to show up here? Was he truly unafraid that the celestial being Legion would flatten the divine realm? Let's see if he'll still act so calm when the core of the divine realm is shattered. Hanwoo had already anticipated this. It seemed they were only waiting here to see what kind of fool he would make of himself. Qin Shang arrived and advised him to back down, warning him not to compete with a demigod, as even a small celestial being squad of the demigod could easily handle his entire army of locusts. But Hanwoo had no other choice. At that point, Qin Shang seized the opportunity to try to convince him to become her slave. She would pressure the Zhang family through her own clan to see if they dared to oppose her. Hanwoo knew Qin Shang meant well, but he couldn't accept her good intentions. He simply replied, "You should go back so I can prepare for the demigod." "Please, you too." Lulu Tian eagerly opened the door, his tone obsequious as he led the way for Zhang Bin's parents. After that, he pointed directly at Hanwoo to let them know who he was. Zhang Bin's mother, enraged, slammed the table and cursed Hanwoo, causing her husband to intervene and stop her foul-mouthed tirade. Now that Lulu Tian had the Zhang family backing him, he made his stance clear. "Hanwoo, don't waste time. Come over here and don't delay Mr. Zhang's time." However, Hanwoo didn't move because he was waiting for Director Sumai to arrive as a witness. He didn't trust Lulu Tian, the Zhang family's dog. "Do you really think such a small matter of yours is worth Director Su coming to witness it? I'm already giving you enough face by dealing with you, kid. Now hurry up and start, or don't blame me for being rude." Lulu Tian tried to assert his dominance in front of them. At that moment, Head Su walked in, and Lu, the teacher, did not want to be polite to anyone. Lulu Tian immediately switched to a more flattering tone, trying to justify himself to her. "Head Su, this small matter doesn't need to trouble you. I was just teaching my student a few lessons." Zhang Bin's father saw that Head Su had arrived, signaling the start of the confrontation. Hanwoo was also prepared. Head Su decided to start the battle. Zhang Bin's father activated the starting card, leading a pack of werewolves into Hanwoo's divine realm. The werewolf cavalry, composed of elite creatures, had their leader, an extraordinary being who had mastered immense power. Combined with the green brain and the wolf pelt, they were equipped with intricate, complete gear. It was clear that this time, Hanwoo was beyond saving. He appeared in the form of a spirit, still speaking in a tone that threatened Hanwoo. "Kid, yesterday you crushed the core of my son's divine realm. Today, I'm here to make you pay the blood debt." The werewolf cavalry could clearly be divided into two fighting units. It was said that 1,000 soldiers had been sent here, so there were currently 2,000 fighting units in total. Indeed, the Zhang family was cunning, second to none in that regard. The werewolf cavalry charged to face Hanwoo's explosive locust swarm. Hanwoo's elite locust army had grown to nearly 7 million, whereas just yesterday, there were only 20,000. The rapid growth in power was truly terrifying. Even the lowest-ranked elites, with this sheer number, represented an extraordinary force. Unfortunately, Hanwoo did not have the time to develop, and his prospects might be ruined by Zhang Gang today. The countless grasshoppers that sacrificed themselves in self-detonation were all in vain, leaving only a few scars on the bodies of the wolf cavalry. The gap in power was immense. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky as if a storm were coming. It was indeed a storm, but it was a storm of molten rock locusts. They descended rapidly from the sky, attacking the wolf cavalry. The molten rock locusts exploded, trailing hot lava fresh out of the forge. Everyone was taken aback by the situation. The power of the explosion was even greater than the self-detonation of the locusts. What kind of creature were these? Supervisor Su spoke up and asked, "Is there any student capable of detecting abilities to provide information about these locusts for everyone?" A young man, after investigating, announced the results. "They are molten rock locusts, a type of elite creature." Supervisor Su and Qin Shang had to reassess their view of Hanwoo's abilities, as another elite creature had emerged in just one day. Zhang Gang remained unshaken. How could a swarm of insects compare to his wolf cavalry? he immediately used his extraordinary strength on the wolves. They opened their mouths and emitted some kind of smoke, which gathered into a frosty light, forming a barrier that blocked the firepower from the locust swarm. Indeed, as expected of a demigod, Zhang Gang's body possessed an extraordinary strength so powerful that it could unleash such a wide-range skill. One move had reduced Han Wu's swarm of locusts to only 500,000 in children. This time, he definitely couldn't turn the tide. Boy, I will show them what true despair looks like. Wait until the core of your being is shattered, the divine realm collapses, and you are kicked out of the school. By then, your fate will be in my hands. Zhang Gang commanded his 1,000-man squad to charge and break the core of Han Wu. Instructor Su sighed, unable to watch the scene. It seemed like this was the end. Look over there, what is that in front of Han Wu's divine realm core? Everyone pointed at the figure of the assassin's blade edge. The godfather had been waiting for his children here since the afternoon. They only knew that the great sword of violent wind in the godfather's hands cost 50 divine power, and with 4 swords, that made 200 divine power. How could Han Wu, who was poor as a beggar, possibly afford so much? Instructor Su recognized the Sword Edge clan, a race with inherently extraordinary physiques. But even a demigod like Zhang Gang had his own wolf cavalry captain with a superb physique. As long as the wolf cavalry captain could hold back the assassin's blade edge, the other cavalrymen could destroy Han Wu's core essence. However, Instructor Su had a feeling that the assassin's blade edge wasn't just an extraordinary body but a genuine hero. Zhang Gang had spent decades cultivating a single hero, but Han Wu, who was still in high school, already possessed the elite Bloodkin clan. He must steal the body of the assassin's blade edge. Once he destroyed the core of Han Wu's divine realm, the body of the Swordblade Godfather would be his. The assassin's blade edge remained cold and silent. With the old man here, let's see who dares to touch the core of Han Wu. He used the level 3 basic skill Storm Slash along with the level 1 basic skill Dead Wind Slash, freely attacking the wolf cavalry. A green eagle exhaled a fresh breath like a close-up. This move had no real effect, it was just used to summon his comrades to charge forward. Hearing its command, the wolves wildly rushed ahead like rabid dogs. Assassin's blade edge raised all 4 of his hands, but not to surrender, rather to use the super skill Iron Slaying style. He soared upwards, then threw a strength orb downwards, creating a powerful shockwave that sent 3 feet of earth flying into the air. My God, how terrifying, how monstrous! The onlookers gaped in awe. Assassin's blade edge had defeated the wolf cavalry and their captain. Zhang Gang gritted his teeth, furious that one of his prized warriors had fallen. He immediately called for a higher-level wolf cavalry to flatten Han Wu's divine realm. Demigod, do you intend to break your agreement? A voice, both unfamiliar and familiar, rang out, startling Zhang Gang. He turned around to see the principal, who had appeared out of nowhere. He quickly ordered his wolf cavalry to retreat before the principal became angry. The principal glanced down at Han Wu and muttered a phrase that was neither a compliment nor a threat. Not bad. After the battle, Director Su would have to give Han Wu a lesson on civic education, reminding him not to become arrogant just because he had the strength of a hero, especially since he hadn't even made it into the top 3 of his class. Therefore, Han Wu decided to change classes. He could no longer endure this toxic environment. Lulu Tian was startled, his attitude towards him flipping 180 degrees. The teacher admits that he did not pay attention to you before, but from now on, I promise to guide you well. Please give me a chance to correct my mistake. Only the readers knew that, deep down, he was trying to cling to Han Wu's talent so that he could benefit later when Han Wu passed the entrance exams for top universities. But Han Wu was someone of his word, and he was determined to change classes. Class leader Su could not agree right away because changing classes had school regulations. It wasn't something that could be done instantly. If Han Wu truly wanted to change, he would have to pass a test arranged by the school. As long as he met the standards, he could immediately switch to another class. Needless to say, Han Wu wanted to take the test right away. To his surprise, even Qin Shang, who had no involvement in this matter, wanted to take the test to change classes as well. Wherever Han Wu went, she followed. Lulu Tian's face grew dark as he saw his talent gradually slip away.
Xin Shang, if you're dissatisfied with me, you can speak up.
I will definitely improve, there's no need to cause a scene and change classes.
I'm not dissatisfied with anything, I just don't want to study in this class. Xin Shang's response was something he could not handle. Not only that, another young man also raised his hand, asking to take the test.
Lulu Tian could no longer keep his composure and shouted, "Zhang Xiaolong, you're the class president, why are you following the others like this?"
Lu teacher, thank you for your guidance and care over the past time, but I can no longer stay in this class.
Zhang Xiaolong politely replied, maintaining the teacher's dignity, but he couldn't let Qin Shang fall into the hands of anyone else. Class supervisor Su tried to hold back a laugh at this situation and decided to arrange a test for them tomorrow, while Lulu Tian would go to her office to drink water and chat. That afternoon, after school, Qin Shang chased after Han Wu to ask about the heroic spirit, assassin's blade edge.
This has nothing to do with you, Han Wu answered coldly.
Qin Shang made up an excuse that Han Wu had borrowed 150 points of divine power from her, so she had to repay the debt by becoming her servant. Therefore, she had the right to know where the heroic spirit came from.
Han Wu looked at her with a judgmental gaze.
If she wanted to collect the debt, he would give her 5 points of divine power as interest, but if she thought she could learn about his heroic spirit, she could dream on. After saying this, Han Wu went back to his divine realm, leaving Qin Shang unable to follow him anymore. Inside the divine realm, Han Wu carefully calculated the forces after the recent battle.
With such a small number, they would not be able to pass tomorrow's test. At that moment, Assassin's Blade Edge appeared to report after patrolling the divine realm.
He mentioned that some wolf cavalry were fleeing and hiding in the mountains.
The man asked if he should eliminate them.
A few dozen wolf cavalry managed to escape, and being abandoned here by Zhang Gang definitely had malicious intent. They must be dealt with quickly, as that is the safest course of action. However, for someone as poor as Han Wu, this method seemed a bit wasteful in terms of resources. So, he ordered Assassin's Blade Edge to capture the remaining wolf cavalry, but they must be captured alive for future use.
2 hours later, the wolf cavalry had been tied up in front of Han Wu. He decided to sacrifice an entire billion normal locusts and 24 wolf cavalry. If something is given for free, why waste it?
After completing the sacrifice, Han Wu had 3 choices: an alpha robot, a blueprint for a metal forging furnace that could build a large furnace to enhance the creation of faith-based equipment, or 3 signal towers to aid in long-range vision to predict enemy invasions.
The robot was indeed both cool and useful, but Han Wu's locusts had no brains and wouldn't know how to operate it.
As for the furnace, they certainly wouldn't know how to use it to forge any equipment, and the signal towers were useless on the flat plains where Han Wu lived. None of the items seemed suitable, and Han Wu felt disappointed. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the few hundred dwarfs he had obtained from Zhang Bin. He wondered how they were surviving now.
Han Wu used his eagle-eye vision to observe.
They were diligently plowing the land. Though it was forced labor, they thanked the gods every day for granting them such a good life. Han Wu felt puzzled. After taking them as prisoners, he had only ordered them to mine minerals to pass the time. It seemed the dwarfs were very dedicated to mining and crafting equipment, but Zhang Bin had sent them to the battlefield to fight. In terms of equipment manufacturing, the dwarves were very skilled and could be assigned to logistics. It seemed that the furnace had found its purpose. Han Wu immediately granted them a large furnace so that they could produce better equipment. The dwarves, overjoyed, bowed and thanked him. It is a gift from the gods. That day, Lulu Tian called for a meeting with the class heads.
Dear everyone, I believe you are all aware of the matter regarding the 3 students of Han Wu. Qin Shang and Zhang Xiaolong wish to take an exam to transfer classes.
The school has delegated the responsibility of preparing the exam to us.
I wonder what your thoughts are on this. One teacher spoke up. What other choice do we have? Of course, we must thank Lu teacher for this gift. These 3 outstanding students want to transfer. Is this an opportunity you're giving to your fellow colleagues?
Although Lulu Tian was angry, he still wanted to find a way to keep things under control. He wasn't concerned about the exams for Qin Shang and Zhang Xiaolong. The one he was focused on was Han Wu, and he was determined to raise the difficulty of his exam to the highest level as punishment for his disrespect. I have never asked anything from you all before, but this time, I kindly ask that, for the sake of our colleague relationship, you help me maintain my dignity. Lulu Tian's feigned politeness touched the hearts of his colleagues. The teachers all raised their hands in agreement, thinking Han Wu had been ungrateful to him. But little did they know, Lulu Tian was simply seeking a way to retaliate against him after being lectured by class head Su for half the day yesterday. The next day, Lulu Tian brought the exam requirements for the 3 students. The ones for Zhang Xiaolong and Qin Shang were level 1, involving the task of blocking 1,000 foreign invaders from entering the divine realm. Truly, as easy as pie. It was Han Wu's turn, and his face clearly showed his displeasure. His test was level 10, which required preventing 10,000 foreign creatures from invading. Wasn't Lulu Tian's intention already too obvious? Instructor Su also felt that Han Wu's test should be reviewed, but Lulu Tian claimed that it was a decision made by all the class supervisors. Han Wu accepted the topic but didn't forget to mock Lulu Tian. It's not related to Instructor Su. Lu teacher is just hoping I can show my abilities to the new supervisor. Needless to say, Lulu Tian blushed but couldn't do anything to Han Wu. Every day, Qin Shang would whisper in Han Wu's ear about the offer to become her servant. Today was no exception. She spoke so much that Han Wu had memorized Qin Shang's sample essay. As always, Han Wu refused. I still have the test to focus on, we'll talk about it once I'm done. Such ungratefulness, Qin Shang sighed again in exasperation. Zhang Xiaolong, standing behind, secretly hoped Han Wu would embarrass himself in front of Qin Shang, so he could have a chance to show off. The test began, and 10,000 fiery red goblins charged into Han Wu's divine realm. Those watching from the outside also heard that his difficulty level was the highest. Who told him to provoke Lu teacher like that? Let's wait and see the drama unfold. At this moment, Han Wu had to curse under his breath. That Lulu Tian is really a treacherous bastard, sending a whole bunch of fire-resistant goblins into here. Lulu Tian, feeling very pleased with himself, was confident that his army of 10,000 goblins would be enough to destroy Han Wu's divine realm. A student standing nearby congratulated him, saying he had successfully gotten his revenge. Lulu Tian remained deeply immersed in his role as a dedicated teacher. What could there possibly be between teacher and student to hold a grudge over? After this test, surely, Han Wu will come to understand the hardships we teachers face. Han Wu sent his Grasshopper Legion into action first. The Red Goblin units, armed with fireballs, launched fireballs towards the grasshoppers, causing them to explode. Normally, these insects wouldn't be capable of dealing much damage. Han Wu, however, resorted to using self-destructive grasshoppers. These self-destructing grasshoppers could only eliminate 400 red goblins. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong and Qin Shang had already finished their tests. It seemed that Han Wu was truly in trouble this time. After all, grasshoppers were low-level creatures. Han Wu then deployed his violent grasshopper army, which managed to take down another 3,000 red goblins. However, the remaining goblins had already breached the core of his divine realm. People began to worry for Han Wu, even though he still had the assassin's blade edge, which could at most eliminate half of the remaining goblins. Teacher Su was sending a message to Han Wu from outside, telling him that he can surrender. It's okay to fail once, surely, he will bounce back quickly in the future. But Han Wu was a man of his word. He was determined to switch classes, so he would persevere until the very end. Even if there's only one left, I won't hesitate. Besides, I haven't lost yet. The assassin's blade edge took the field, and with a storm slash, it cut down several dozen more goblins. The remaining goblins, working together, unleashed a barrage of fire, causing an explosion around the assassin's blade edge. The old man seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. At 150 years old, being dragged onto the battlefield to fight, who could withstand that? Lulu Tian couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Han Wu, this is the final lesson your teacher is giving you. You better learn it well.
But before he could even smile for 5 seconds, everyone shouted again, "Look, what's that?" A legion of goblins appeared right in Hanwoo's divine realm grasshopper. Not only that, but this was the legion that Zhang Bin had abandoned. The filthy green goblins were holding newly forged weapons from the furnace Hanwoo had provided, protecting the gods. The red goblins stood stunned before their own kind, now turned enemies. Everyone was even more surprised when they saw that those towering beings were Bloodkin clan members, the core of Zhang Bin's forces, further proving that Hanwoo was a rare talent. In just a few minutes, the red goblins were defeated by the green goblins. Hanwoo joyfully praised them, "Well done. You almost made me disappear." Everyone was delighted for Hanwoo, except for one person, Lulu Tian, who was furious. No matter how many tricks and schemes he used, he couldn't bring Hanwoo down. Then came the competition among the teachers for talent, as everyone wanted to have one of these three prodigies in their class. Zhang Xiaolong was determined to follow Qin Shang, while Qin Shang was just waiting for Hanwoo's decision to join him. Hanwoo asked Headmaster Su why the level of his test was so high, several times more difficult than the usual ones. In fact, this decision was made collectively by all the teachers in the department, so even Teacher Su couldn't specify the exact reason. Hanwoo hoped to see the results of the vote from that day. At this point, the other teachers began to gossip about Lulu Tian, regretting that they had listened to him and voted in favor. Among them, only 2 teachers voted against it. Hanwoo was deeply grateful, but he still had to choose between 2 people. One teacher, after observing his test results today, believed that he had great potential to nurture the dwarves. If Hanwoo joined his team, he would give him an army of dwarves no less than 10,000 to compete for a spot in the department's top 10. The other teacher thought that cultivating the core of the Bloodkin clan was more important. He had several useful resources for the Bloodkin clan's insects, so he could help Hanwoo perfect the evolutionary process of the Bloodkin clan's grasshoppers. "Teacher Tian, I want to join your class." Once Hanwoo made his decision, Qin Shang and Zhang Xiaolong immediately followed suit. In no time, 3 talents had decided to join his class, which made Teacher Tianwen feel as if he had won the lottery. This year, there was hope for him to receive the Outstanding Teacher Award. To welcome his new students, Teacher Tianwen had prepared a small gift. It was a level 2 insect colony architecture card with a 1 km area, capable of breeding tens of millions of insects every year. It could be embedded into a sacred artifact in the insect colony to maximize its effect. This gift was clearly specially prepared for Hanwoo. Building an insect colony behind the divine realm could use 2 sacred artifacts. One was the heart of the violent explosion, and the other was fire crystal lava to provide additional support. Thus, the insect swarm was able to make use of the 2 items during the process of the insect's gestation. As a result, each year, he would have 10 million magma locusts. After completing the calculations, Hanwoo expressed his deepest gratitude, bowing 90 degrees to thank Master Tianwen. "Tianwen doesn't need you to thank me in such a lengthy manner, just improving your achievements to help me earn some rewards will be enough." Headmaster Su clapped his hands and announced. Today's test was just a small practice. The more important test is the school-wide exam in 7 days. This will determine how resources will be allocated to the classes, and the accompanying reward money is something I don't need to explain in detail. In the Divine Realm, as usual, Hanwoo reviewed the troops after the battle. The numbers were increasingly dwindling, with only about 2 million locusts of all types left. Hanwoo felt quite miserable. With such strength, he would certainly rank at the bottom in the upcoming exam in 7 days. At that point, Master Tianwen would undoubtedly be very disappointed. At this moment, Hanwoo noticed that the dwarfs had changed their name to Red Hearth Dwarves. He quickly flew over to confirm with his own eyes. Sure enough, after the desperate battle, they had evolved into the elite beings known as Red Hearth Dwarves. If they were the core of the Bloodkin clan under Hanwoo's control, then things would be completely hopeless. Now, all he could do was accelerate the development speed and restore the Bloodkin clan locusts to their previous scale. For days later, Hanwoo's efforts and self-assessment were not in vain. The locusts had grown to a total of over 7 billion.
He prayed to the Buddha, hoping that this sacrifice would grant him some decent equipment.
In the end, he had a choice.
One was a second-tier holy artifact that granted the core essence race the ability to devour anything for evolution, though it only applied to ordinary life forms. The second option was the hero template, which would grant Han Wu an extraordinary life form that could evolve into a hero life form, and finally, there was a point of divinity. Han Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement in front of these three excellent choices. Each of them was tempting, and he wished he could choose all three at once. The law of gluttony could transform an ordinary locust into an elite life form, but there was no guarantee he would have enough food to keep them full. The hero template would take time to nurture an extraordinary life form into a hero life form. As for the point of divinity, it was equivalent to 100 million divine power, like winning the lottery. In the end, Han Wu still chose the first option, the law of gluttony. If he couldn't nurture 100 million elite locusts, he could always use them on his insect swarm. He decided to start by raising 1 million of them in the first year.
3 days later, upon entering the divine realm, Han Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that a locust or a dinosaur? When did your locust turn into a helicopter?" Han Wu named it Ferocious Golden Insect, the Premium Locust Edition. The next day, during the assessment exam, Qin Shang, as usual, muttered her mantra, "Have you thought carefully about becoming my servant? Without a backing, without resources, your current strength won't stand out more than any other demigod."
She also mentioned that while his locust had been nurtured, it was still just a tiny insect. Even though Han Wu had the ability to tame dwarfs, they weren't his bloodkin clan core. As usual, Han Wu rejected Qin Shang's good intentions, making her frustrated, and she just wanted to capture him and bring him home. Seeing Jing Han Wu ignore Qin Shang while she herself wasn't even acknowledged by her, Zhang Xiaolong was furious.
Teacher Tianwen entered the classroom to announce the details of the upcoming comprehensive exam.
Students who performed exceptionally well would receive valuable rewards, such as sacred artifacts, divine realm territories, core essence fragments, and the Bloodkin clan legions.
Next came the rules for the exam.
The assessment was divided into 2 stages.
The first stage was elimination. All students would receive the same level of difficulty for their tests.
Those who passed would gain an accumulation point, while those who failed would be expelled from the school. The second stage was the ranking. The remaining students could choose to withdraw, in which case they wouldn't appear on the rankings.
Those who decided to continue would have to face an endless battle exam. Any intruders would be teleported out.
With each wave they overcame, their individual rank would rise.
Failing the elimination stage meant immediate expulsion. It sounded brutal, but Han Wu was eagerly anticipating the rewards this time.
His wait would not be in vain. Students who were ranked would randomly receive a basic resource card.
Furthermore, those in the top 100 would receive special rewards. As for the top 1, they would be awarded a divine point. Han Wu was ready to dive headfirst into the rewards.
The countdown for the first round had begun.
Han Wu had already prepared his army of locusts and goblins for battle.
A group of blood-flesh demon generals was slowly advancing into his divine realm. Han Wu hadn't expected the qualifying round to be so intense. While blood-flesh demon generals were normal creatures, their combat power resembled that of elite beings. Their thick, 3-inch skin made them extremely hard to defeat. However, they were very slow in movement. Han Wu sent 50,000 of his ferocious golden insect army to attack, beginning the eruption of molten lava. The new blood-flesh demon generals had barely taken 3 steps before they exploded into pieces. Han Wu, standing from a distance, could even smell the delicious scent of roasted meat. Could this be the effect of the gluttonous law, turning them into food for his locusts? Han Wu immediately ordered the short red hearth to charge forward and collect all the bodies of the blood-flesh demon generals. 15 minutes later, all their bodies had been thoroughly devoured, not a single piece of flesh left under the hands of his locusts. Clearly, this was meant to be food for his brothers, not some random gift. In the observation room, the teachers were lamenting the difficulty of this round. A third of teacher Tianwen's class had already been eliminated. This time, the principal had led 3 vice principals to the front lines, along with the demonic civilization forces, to contest the battleground. Finding the blood-flesh demon generals interesting, they included them in the current assessment test. As demigods, they shouldn't overthink things. Tianwen watched as Jing Hanwu used the blood-flesh demon generals as food for his locusts, feeling exhilarated. To others, they were a nightmare, but to Hanwu, they were nothing more than walking chunks of meat. Furthermore, his bloodkin clan could resist the toxins in the flesh of the blood-flesh demon generals, which was truly rare. The other teachers also began to view Hanwu's locusts in a new light. This could very well be a novel discovery worth studying in the future. Just yawning, forget it. When it comes to strength, locusts are just a bunch of flying insects, Lulu Tian mumbled bitterly from the side. Teacher Tianwen responded, luck is also a type of talent, and the strength of the locusts is far from weak. Now, they have reached the level of extraordinary life forms. Although they are considered low-tier beings, even extraordinary life forms have surpassed superhumans. Isn't an extraordinary grasshopper just a grasshopper? The comprehensive strategy doesn't even compare to a fraction of a goblin's abilities. Tianwen once again found this Mr. Lu to be so arrogantly narrow-minded. You're comparing the flaws of the grasshopper to the strengths of other species. If we're talking about reproductive speed, is there any species that can surpass this breeding machine? Lulu Tian didn't want to argue much. His class had a student named Lu Mo, who belonged to the Bloodkin clan of goblins. Lulu Tian bets that Lu Mo's score will be higher than Hanwu's. Tianwen wasn't afraid and placed his bet on Hanwu. The two of them wagered 5 points of divine power, with the witness of everyone present. Lu Mo, sharing the same surname as Lulu Tian, turned out to be his biological grandson. Lulu Tian spared no resources for his grandson, just to see him surpass Hanwu, dreaming of the day when he could finally trample over him. The preliminary competition had ended with 430 contestants passing, 300 of whom chose to participate in the ranking assessment. Yet, 130 others abandoned the competition, truly a bunch of spineless cowards without any guts. Seeing Lulu Tian's statement, the other teachers immediately refuted him. This year's exam was exceptionally difficult, and those students who managed to pass are already worthy of being nurtured. The ranking assessment now began. A team of skeletal soldiers went into battle. The teachers were all surprised. Isn't this just handing out points? Hanwu sighed, your grasshopper only eats meat, but I wonder if it can even gnaw through bones like these. Seeing is believing, he said, sending a billion locusts charging forward to gnaw on bones. 2 hours later, Hanwu sat and waited until he felt drowsy. Indeed, a group of mindless bones had charged in, turning into food for his locusts. The second wave of skeleton soldiers exploded as soon as they stepped through the door. Hanwu noticed that they didn't know how to swim and couldn't get past the molten lava into his divine realm. So, he ordered the red hearth dwarves to pour all the molten lava from the furnace onto the ground. The lava was so abundant that it formed a wide river across the entrance to his divine realm. Now, these skeleton soldiers would step in and ascend straight to the heavens. Even the observing professors had to admire Hanwu's military prowess. His level of strategic thinking made Tianwen proud of him. Lulu Tian rested his hands on his hips, boasting. What's so impressive about this? Isn't this only the 7th wave? Lu Mo from my class has already reached the 7th wave. Back then, in Divine Realm, apart from the Green Dwarves, Lu Mo had 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 lightning towers, a level 1 fireball tower, and many other things. Lulu Tian was smug. He had invested countless resources into Lu Mo for this top ranking. At this moment, everyone suddenly started shouting, look at Qin Shang's Divine Realm. There were no fewer than 100 lightning towers, and the other life forms amounted to tens of thousands. That Lu Mo was just a newly rich upstart, while Qin Shang was the daughter of the long-established and wealthy Tian family. Even demigods like the professors had a hard time having as many trump cards as she did. Lulu Tian was extremely angry for being humiliated, but he couldn't do anything to Qin Shang, so he shifted the blame onto Hanwu. The 10th round had ended, leaving 18 contestants remaining. The next invasion wave brought a higher level of difficulty. In front of their divine realm entrance stood a bone binder, a hero creature with the innate ability to manipulate and fuse bones. The skeleton soldier's bones, which had been lying on the ground earlier, suddenly began to move. Following the bone binder's command, they gathered together and formed into an enormous bone structure. The bone binder fused the bones into a massive skeleton soldier with terrifying strength, and a single stomp caused a tower to collapse. Within less than 3 minutes, 8 students had withdrawn. The difficulty level was truly overwhelming. Lulu Tian's eyes were fixed on Han Wu, wondering why the bone giant in his divine realm had only one color. The weak bone giant was clinging to the cliff, trembling, with a river of molten lava flowing beneath it. All the bones had melted away, leaving no bones for the bone binder to summon the gigantic bone giant anymore. The Swordblade Godfather stepped forward and used the iron slaying style to cut down the bone binder. In the 11th round, Han Wu easily passed with a yawn. This is obviously a setup. Han Wu must have stolen the test questions. Lulu Tian was furious, unwilling to accept this truth. Teacher Tianwen asked him to provide proof, but Lulu Tian threatened to report Tianwen to the higher authorities. Everyone could see Han Wu's unusual actions with the skeleton soldiers. Who, after defeating the skeleton soldiers, would actively clean up? The shattered bones on the battlefield alone could be used to strengthen the bone binder. Teacher Tianwen was at a loss for words in response to the convoluted reasoning of this person. Lulu Tian continued to corner him, saying that Han Wu must have known the exam questions in advance, which is why he knew how to handle them. In the end, it was Headmaster Su who had to speak up. The content of this exam was personally set by the principal, and even she didn't know the specifics. If Han Wu knew the questions beforehand, it could only have been because the principal told him. If Lulu Tian wanted to question it, he could go meet the principal himself. Lulu Tian immediately backed down, no longer daring to argue. I must have overthought it. Han Wu, as a classmate, was just lucky to defeat Bonebinder. Even if he didn't cheat, this achievement isn't fair compared to the other students. Headmaster Su was truly helpless with Lulu Tian's stubbornness. The Divine Realm School cultivates talent, and there's no such thing as fairness here. The one who is better wins. Whatever Han Wu did to achieve good results is fine, as long as he didn't cheat. If we're talking about fairness, Lulu Tian, you should take a good look at yourself. He used his position of authority to give his nephew, Lu Mo, more resources. Qin Shang, the young lady from the Qin family, was supported by her family with immense resources. Where's the fairness in that? Tianwen hadn't expected that Lu Mo was actually Lulu Tian's nephew. No wonder he was so confident in making such a bold bet. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Lumo hadn't put in the work but still expected to win, and that was not going to happen. Sure enough, by the 11th round, Lumo could no longer hold on and proactively withdrew. The result of the bet was clear. Han Wu had passed round 11, but Lumo had not. Tianwen patted Lulu Tian on the shoulder, reminding him of the bet. Lulu Tian reluctantly handed over the 5-point divine token to Tianwen, not forgetting to tell him to take good care of it. One day, I'll win this 5 points back. After an hour, only 3 people remained in the 13th round: Han Wu, Qin Shang, and Huang Fei. In the 14th round, Huang Fei withdrew. In the 16th round, Qin Shang also left. Only Han Wu remained, continuing to hold out until the 20th round. His exploding Locust Emperor became stronger with each attack, causing the skeleton soldiers to cry out in anguish as they sacrificed themselves to feed the grasshoppers. After 50 minutes, the Divine Realm briefly restored peace, waiting for the 21st round to increase the difficulty. The door slowly opened, and Han Wu looked up, sighing. Why is it so big? The ancient scaled spirit lord appeared, making even the teachers marvel at the principal's audacity. It was a challenge right up to the final round, and by the time it reached the level of Spirit Master, Han Wu had already grown tired. He voluntarily raised his hand to withdraw. The ancient scaled spirit lord had just stepped onto the stage and was immediately sent back, protesting. His body was sucked out of Han Wu's divine realm while still trying to cling to the door. Suddenly, something flew from the ancient scaled spirit lord's direction, soaring past Han Wu's face, causing an explosion behind him. Before Han Wu could figure out what had happened, he was forcibly removed from the divine realm. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his name flashing in the top spot at the school, which surprised him. At the class summary, teacher Tianwen took first place, while Lulu Tian's class dropped to 8th, making him furious and swear. "Damn it, our class should have been first." Han Wu proudly accepted the congratulations of everyone. From a bullied youth, he had now risen to the top of the school. An hour later, the rewards were delivered, including numerous rare ranking exchange cards that made other students envious. Each ranking exchange card had its benefits, and now Han Wu had to choose the most suitable one, which was quite a headache. Fortunately, Professor Tianwen had given Han Wu a suggestion, truly a respected professor. First, he was to exchange the Divine Realm Territory token for an additional 20 km of secret forest land. The Level 1 Sacred Artifact token could be traded for a continent, along with a Sacred Realm Core Essence and the completed Level 1 Divine Temple creation. As for the weapons, only one can be exchanged. There aren't enough for the Swordblade Godfather to unleash a full assault. Well then, I'll look for a weapon for the Red Hearth Dwarf. Han Wu came across a hell-forged battle axe, which required a hero with a fire-type life force to wield. If that's the case, Han Wu's current Red Hearth Dwarf wouldn't be able to use it right away. He would have to wait until the Red Hearth Dwarf found a fire-type hero for it to be useful. An hour later, Professor Tianwen concluded the class's general survey and established the boundary between the high school and the other class. Those with enough strength would soon become elites. Professor Tianwen invited the top 3 students to come forward and receive their rewards. Han Wu, excelling in the competition and standing out among the rest, took first place and was awarded 100 fan points in the resource vault, allowing him to choose any item he desired. Curious about what treasures might be inside, Han Wu saw a selection of options: Chief of the Giants, Fountain of Life, Core Mystic Iron Ore, and a few second-tier supportive skills. Han Wu immediately chose the Fountain of Life, which would strengthen life force like a flowing river, using reproduction to nurture life and alter the surrounding environment. During the break, a young man approached Han Wu, wanting to exchange 100 million trillion divine power for one of Han Wu's divine points. Of course, Han Wu refused. "Why would you want to exchange for my divine points all of a sudden?" "No need for a reason, just agree, and you'll have 100 million divine power to change your fate and live a comfortable life." The young man had money but no divine essence, so he thought Han Wu would take the divine power. However, Han Wu flatly refused. Though his family was poor, they weren't destitute. The young man continued pleading, rubbing his hands. He's about to level up to true God but has no divine essence. Besides the divine power, he also owes Han Wu a favor. More than 100 million divine power was no small sum. With that much, he could increase the number of locusts tenfold. At that point, gaining divine essence would be a piece of cake. Han Wu was about to agree to the exchange when his phone rang. Ting ting. Qin Shang had just transferred 150 million divine power to him in exchange for his divine essence points. Indeed, a young lady from a wealthy family was something else. With a single call, she could transfer 150 million like it was 150,000. Not only that, but Qin Shang also said to Han Wu, "Is one divine essence point really worth 100 million divine power?" This was common knowledge here, but since Han Wu wasn't from this world, he didn't know that 100 million divine power could condense one divine essence point. However, it had to be condensed from the power of faith generated by one's own family, which was then used to form their own divine essence. If mixed with the power of faith from another deity, the chances of condensing divine essence would drop significantly. The current market price for a divine body was 145 million divine power, but no one was selling it. After reading this, Han Wu realized that he had almost been tricked and immediately kicked the young man out. Now, he was about to swim in a sea of money. 150 million divine power had fallen from the sky. This was a high that made him forget his way home. At the divine realm of Hanwoo, he observed his mountain and river landscape. The first level temple was built near the forge of the Red Hearth dwarves. As for the life fountain, he planned to place it near the desert. In a while, this place would transform into a fertile land. Next, he would distribute the infernal dagger to the Red Hearth dwarves and enjoy their praises.
Great deity, thank you for granting us everything.
Not only that, but Hanwoo also gave them a transcendent seed, which he later named the Divine Dagger, hoping they would soon become heroic beings worthy of the infernal dagger in their hands.
After completing his work here, Hanwoo flew away like a true deity. Next was the poison pearl that Master Tianwen had told him about.
He was uncertain of its effects. As soon as it was mentioned, it appeared, and Hanwoo immediately called Master Tianwen. Master Tianwen had just won a bet against Lulu Tian, gaining 5 points of divine power. Part of the credit went to Hanwoo, so he wanted to share a portion with him. One item was a divine power card containing 150 million divine force, and the other was a blackened demon egg on his left hand.
This was a trophy from Master Tianwen's adventures in the Outer Realms, an egg laid by the heavenly demon insect king.
Using a special technique, he had crafted it into a stillborn fetus. Though it had died, it continued to produce 10 new insects each day.
Even the lowest-ranked insect race could consume the demonic fetus essence to become low-grade heavenly demon insects.
When Hanwoo first entered school, Master Tianwen had promised to help him complete the life essence for the core essence Bloodkin clan. Therefore, Master Tianwen would do everything he could to assist him. People in the school often looked down on Master Tianwen, considering the Locust clan to be the trash at the bottom of society, but if one held the key to changing their fate, the Locusts could become heavenly demon insects. The potential of the clan cannot be compared to the naturally refined lifeform like Thunder Breath of Qin Shang, but it can still reach the level of ordinary lifeforms such as goblins and dwarves.
Hanwoo decided to choose the demon fetus syndrome because he wasn't lacking money. The combination of heavenly demon insect and its toxicity is very high.
Master Tianwen advised him to use a level 1 poison mist pearl and insert it inside to achieve unexpected results. Hanwoo, besides thanking Master Tianwen, also had one question: whether the master could provide him with a large amount of meat. The quality didn't matter, as the meat in Wounded City was too expensive for him to afford. Master Tianwen guessed that Hanwoo intended to use the meat to feed the locusts, so he advised him not to buy from Wounded City because the price was steep and the quality was not high. Recently, the principal had seized a demonic abyss area that surely contained a large amount of demon corpses, and Hanwoo could ask the principal for help. Hanwoo thanked him and then turned off the device, wandering around in the divine realm, deep in thought. A level 2 holy relic was like a feast for the locusts.
The ones in the holy realm were now insufficient as a food source, and the supply in the divine realm alone could not satisfy their hunger.
It was best for him to find a food source as soon as possible.
Hanwoo walked to an ancient tree and placed the egg there to produce demonic fetus essence. Once the locusts could eat, they would soon evolve. 2 days later, there was demonic fetus essence for the locusts to consume. Hanwoo was eagerly awaiting the results. The egg cracked open, and a mutated black butterfly flew out.
It was a type of heavenly demon insect at the common level, with a lifespan of 200 days. Although it was just an ordinary type, its strength was 100 times stronger than the locusts, and the information on its nurturing was extremely rare.
The heavenly demon insect must use the demonic fetus essence to evolve.
A single drop of the demonic fetus can assimilate a locust. There are 20 drops in 1 milliliter, and 10 liters equals 200,000 drops. If everything goes smoothly, Hanwoo will lay 200,000 heavenly demon insects every day. Just a few minutes, and the heavenly demon insect already doubled in size after absorbing the demonic fetus essence. If the violent feeding law also affects it, it won't be long before it evolves into an elite creature. Next, the first level sacred object, the poison mist pearl, was placed into the core essence divine realm to see what happens. The heavenly demon insect immediately evolved into the poisonous mist elite lifeform, the heavenly demon insect.
Its terrifying appearance was a nightmare for anyone who feared insects.
Meanwhile, the principal was struggling with the pile of rotten skeletons in front of him, wondering how to dispose of such a large amount. Aside from the bones, there were also the bodies of the blood and flesh demons. If he sealed them into a token, it would drain his spirit, and the corpses would explode, continuing to pollute the air. At that moment, teacher Tianwen called the principal, and even video called him, which surprised him. Teacher Tianwen awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing for suddenly disturbing the principal. However, because of Hanwu, he shamelessly asked the principal for the bodies of the blood and flesh demons to use as food for Hanwu's core essence bloodkin clan. By the way, Hanwu's core essence bloodkin clan is locust, and they had previously consumed all the blood and flesh demon corpses in the assessment test, with no adverse reactions. The principal remembered that Hanwu was the student who had fought demigod Zhang Gang a few days ago. He hadn't expected the tiny locust to have such an effect. But unfortunately, the survival conditions in the demonic abyss were not suitable for locusts. Otherwise, he could have led a large number of them to clean up the blood and flesh demon corpses. Therefore, the principal had to seal the corpses of the blood and flesh demons into a card and hand it over to teacher Tianwen, who would then pass it to Hanwu. A day later, teacher Tianwen called the principal again and said, "The 1 million corpses of these blood and flesh demons are not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of your grasshoppers. I hope the principal can provide a long-term supply." "Oh my! You've already consumed them all in one day, and now you want a long-term supply?" The principal was taken aback and shouted, but then realized that he had to maintain the cold expression of a school leader, so he quickly calmed himself. "Cough cough, the corpses of the blood and flesh demons are sufficient, but a long-term supply cannot be given for free. The principal would like to make a trade with Hanwu, 1 divine power in exchange for 100 corpses of blood and flesh demons, with transactions starting from 10,000 divine power or more." A few minutes later, Hanwu confirmed the deal, swiped the card, and used up 100 million divine power, leaving the principal stunned. In the following days, the timing was ripe, and many heavenly demon insects had been born in Hanwu's divine realm. After fattening them up, they now had to repay their debts by sacrificing their lives. In return, Hanwu had 3 choices. The first was 5 colossal warriors with extraordinary life forms. The second was the crystal skill of the 3 venoms explosive technique, which would allow the Bloodkin clan to master the basic venom explosion technique and could be taught to heroic lifeforms to comprehend the highest level of the venom explosion technique. The final option was the dissolution core, which could be used to break down matter and increase pure energy. It was no waste of effort for Hanwu to birth 12 billion elite locust lifeforms to exchange for these. The giant warriors were all extraordinary lifeforms with terrifying destructive power that were widely renowned. Even if sold, each warrior could fetch at least 10 million divine power. Hanwu reminded himself to stay calm and not let money cloud his judgment. The second option was also incredibly tempting. The third-level venom explosion technique combined with the heavenly demon insect and the first-level poison mist pearl was indeed a killer combo. However, his divine realm core essence was only at level 3, and after acquiring the law of gluttony and the poison mist pearl, there was no room left for the venom explosion technique. Hanwu decided to choose the third option. The resolution machine, which could decompose matter and extract energy crystals, provided food for the Bloodkin clan's magic extremely high quality and expensive. With this machine, Hanwu could earn money even without lifting a finger. A large machine fell in front of Hanwu. He tossed a few iron ore chunks in to test it out. 5 hours later, he had obtained 3 precious energy crystals. These could be used as food for certain special races or as materials for forging. Each crystal was worth 5 points of divine power. This was Hanwu's long-term entrepreneurial path. "Great God, when we were mining ores, we were attacked by the undead, and 3 of our companions were injured. The clan leader is fighting the undead. We beg the great God to grant us divine grace to save the Red Hearth Dwarf clan." The voice of the Red Hearth Dwarves echoed from the temple to Hanwu's ears. He didn't know why his divine realm was home to undead, but anyone who dared harm his descendants would never be granted the chance to reincarnate. Upon arriving, Hanwu saw the Red Hearth Dwarf clan leader battling a skeleton soldier. It seemed that the skeleton soldier was a leader. Unlike the ordinary bone creatures, it wasn't as foolish. Hanwoo didn't rush in to rescue his followers right away. Instead, he found the skeleton soldier more intriguing and decided to look up information about it. But the investigation failed because Little Skull was not a follower of Hanwoo, and since he lacked the ability to investigate, nothing could be done. In a fit of rage, Hanwoo summoned the Swordblade Godfather to the battlefield. If information couldn't be obtained through investigation, then force would suffice to extract it. The Swordblade Godfather struck once, causing its bones to break and fall to the ground, but they immediately flew back up and reformed into its original body. Hanwoo ordered it to submit to him, promising to grant it a new life, one with flesh and skin. Little Skull swung its arms to attack him. Hanwoo, however, remained unharmed, his body like that of a soul, not a physical body. Only by destroying his divine realm could it defeat his true avatar. Hanwoo commanded the dwarf clan leader, Red Hearth, and the Swordblade Godfather to relentlessly assault Little Skull, not stopping until it submitted to him. After 3 days and nights of fighting, the skeletons finally knelt before Hanwoo. Hanwoo patted their skulls, praising them. "Wouldn't it have been better to listen sooner, so you wouldn't have had to suffer like this?" This skeleton turned out to be the Bloodkin clan's lost leader, the weakened and sealed. However, its belief power was incredibly strong. It wasn't entirely useless. Every day, apart from the occasional break, it threw itself into the exams. The next exam was the real key to creating distance among the students and could even affect their future prospects. This important exam, which was connected to university admission, made Hanwoo take it even more seriously. His grandfather's dying wish had been for him to go to the Imperial Capital Academy in the chaotic Starsea to search for his parents. That academy was one of the top universities in this Divine Realm civilization. His grandfather sure knew how to make things difficult for him. Next, the students will be teleported to the Devil's Domain at coordinate 793,826. Specific details will be sent via email after their arrival, and each person will have 1 hour to prepare beforehand. The students whispered among themselves about the Devil's Domain, a place rumored to be constantly shrouded in dense, ghostly miasma. When other creatures step in, they risk being contaminated by the miasma and transformed into mindless, ghostly beings. Only demonic creatures and zombies can exist normally in that place. Zhang Xiaolong was feeling quite pleased. Wasn't this test meant for Bloodkin clan demonic creatures like him? Finally, his time had come. At that moment, a strange number called Xiaolong. To his surprise, it was Lulu Tian. He wanted Xiaolong to take care of someone, and without needing to mention the name, Xiaolong knew it was Hanwoo. Xiaolong only needed to help Lulu Tian this time, and the man promised not to be ungrateful. Before the test, he even sponsored Xiaolong with a sub-dragon demon. The sub-dragon demon was an extraordinary lifeform, a powerful race comparable to heroic beings. Lulu Tian was determined to go all out this time. The competition began, and the students were required to embody the Bloodkin clan. Each day, they had one opportunity to summon the Bloodkin clan, with a maximum of 100 creatures per summoning. The system evaluated them based on accumulated points from tasks. The task list was as long as a religious scroll, so I'll skip over it. First came the selection of Bloodkin clan transformations. If a transformation was killed, the student would revert to their original form. However, if their true body perished, the student would die as well. Hanwoo had 4 transformation options: Locust, Dwarf, the Swordblade Godfather, and the Skeleton Lord, who was both debilitated and crippled, and also sealed. This place was the demonic abyss, thick with demonic energy, and Hanwoo chose to transform into the Skeleton Lord, a member of the undead race, to avoid any disturbance. The sensation of this transformation was something Hanwoo had never experienced before, as if he were on a roller coaster. His flesh was completely stripped away, leaving only a skeleton and his clothing. The demonic abyss was indeed the paradise for the undead and demonic creatures, as it was said. After the transformation, Hanwoo actually felt better than he had as a human. He ordered 100 voracious locusts to be released and scour the area. However, before they could fly a kilometer, Hanwoo's locusts were overwhelmed by the demonic energy, and all 100 perished. Just as the rumors Han Wu had overheard had claimed, the natural nemesis of the Bloodkin clan was the demonic energy. Left with no other choice, Han Wu could only rely on the 3 heavenly demon insects, which had been newly cultivated. The first task was to fill the empty stomach. Han Wu sent the 3 heavenly demon insects to pick fruits to see what the fruits in the devil's domain were like compared to ordinary ones. As soon as they stepped into the area, a group of zombies rose from the foul, stagnant mud and advanced toward Han Wu. Han Wu also wanted to test the offensive and defensive power of Little Skull, so he took it on by himself. 10 minutes later, Han Wu had cleared all the zombies, giving them the opportunity to line up and be reincarnated. After some effort, the 3 heavenly demon insects had gathered numerous bone demon fruits. This task earned only 20 points for the exam. Killing a boss would grant 100 points, but the boss was a demigod. Han Wu wasn't confident in his ability to defeat it. If that's the case, he would focus on the quantity and quality, gathering bone demon fruits. After a day, Han Wu had stripped all the trees in the devil's domain, leaving not a single bone demon fruit behind. However, since the test points could only be exchanged once, he came up with an idea. Han Wu sent a message in the class chat, asking if anyone wanted to trade 100 bone demon fruits for task number 49. A few people opposed, but some agreed. In the end, Teacher Tianwen clarified that only resources gathered during the exam could be used for trading. The first violation would result in a warning, but 3 violations would disqualify the participant from the exam. Han Wu stroked his chin with satisfaction, proud of his business acumen. Now, he had all the resources to play with. Meanwhile, someone, whose identity everyone knew, read Han Wu's message in the chat and immediately pinpointed his location. He gathered a cavalry of wolf riders to ambush Han Wu. A few hours later, Han Wu's ranking plummeted as the Bloodkin clan was too weak to compete. If he didn't take the highest level task, he would be at the bottom. What could he do now? Suddenly, a group of bones was strolling towards Han Wu. He flickered in and out of visibility, plotting his next move, wondering if he could suppress this pile of skeletons after transforming into a lord. "Do you recognize me?" Han Wu stepped forward, and the drybone soldiers immediately knelt and bowed their heads before him. Han Wu opened his mouth in disbelief. This was almost impossible to believe. With just one sentence, he had recruited 10 loyal subordinates. Han Wu ordered the skeletons to rise and lead him to the lair of the drybone soldiers to see how many remained. An hour later, the drybone soldiers had gathered their kin and emerged from the caves in front of Han Wu, accompanied by an extraordinarily powerful drybone knight riding a fearsome wolf mount. This time, Han Wu had struck gold luck as a kind of talent, after all. The drybone knight introduced its background. It had once been a member of the First Legion during the confrontation with the Bloodflesh Fiend. The unit it commanded had been separated from the main army, leaving them no choice but to station themselves here. Due to the daily assaults from Rotu, zombies, and flesh demons, their numbers had steadily dwindled. Thus, the soldiers had been dispatched to seek out bone spirit fruit to enhance their strength. Now that they were under Han Wu's command, he would make them even stronger. A new idea sparked in Han Wu's mind. The next day, his rank plummeted to nearly 180. It was the perfect opportunity to act. Han Wu bestowed the drybone knight with a bone spirit stone. As for the equipment, the soldiers knew how to divide it among themselves. 10 minutes later, Han Wu's drybone soldiers were more aggressive than ever. "Bring the lair of the Bloodflesh Fiend here. Let's settle this now." The Bloodflesh Fiend's stronghold held between 8,000 and 10,000 demons. Han Wu would take on 1,000 of them alone. Since a frontal assault would be nearly impossible to win, he devised a plan. First, send a drybone soldier to the entrance of the cave to shake its hips and cause a commotion. Sure enough, the demons inside rushed out like mad. But when they reached the entrance, no one was there, only a swarm of drybone soldiers lying in ambush, ready to strike. The first step went smoothly, which pleased Han Wu. The Bloodflesh Fiends, after being defeated, could still transform into an army. The way the drybone soldier tribe recruited new members was truly unique. An hour later, the number of skeletons had risen to 7,000.
Why were there only 3,000 left at the Bloodflesh Fiend's lair? Now, this was worth fighting for. Han Wu ordered the Dribone soldiers, "Where are you, brothers? Charge forward." 3 hours later, the Dribone Knight presented the boss's heart to him. Mission complete, and Han Wu gained 60 points of accumulation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong was still tirelessly searching for Han Wu's whereabouts, wanting to see his face just once but to no avail. On the leaderboard, Han Wu had jumped from 180th to 108th with those 60 points. He guessed that Han Wu must have wiped out the Bloodflesh Fiend's lair. Although it was beyond his expectations, he was certain it was just a stroke of luck. Zhang Xiaolong arrived at the Bloodflesh Fiend's lair to find Han Wu. Upon learning that Han Wu was hiding in the shadows, training a pack of Dribone soldiers to boost his score, he sent out his hellhounds to tear apart Han Wu's skeletons. The skeleton soldiers rushed forward to defend Han Wu. The bones were so tough that even Xiaolong's hellhounds struggled to bite through them. On the second day of the demonic abyss's descent, Han Wu had already amassed such a large army. If a few more days passed, no one might be able to stop him. Xiaolong was determined that today, he would settle this once and for all. Xiaolong summoned the powerful sub-dragon demon to charge and bite through the body of the Dribone Knight. Han Wu didn't know when these two had developed such a grudge, but now Xiaolong was suddenly attacking him with his forces. Xiaolong responded with a mocking tone, "Because you make me sick to my stomach. Go die already." The sub-dragon demon struck a direct blow at Han Wu, sending him flying far away. The Dribone soldier immediately rushed to attack the sub-dragon demon in revenge. Xiaolong, seeing them as mere mindless bone fragments not worth his effort, decided to help his army move on. In a bush, Han Wu sat up, clutching his chest. Fortunately, the skeleton lord's incarnation could regenerate. Seeing the Dribone soldiers standing idly, Han Wu ordered them to gather all their forces and leave the area. A wise person knows when to advance and when to retreat. Today, Han Wu had been defeated by Xiaolong, but the next time they met, he would make sure Xiaolong met his end. Xiaolong thought Han Wu would withdraw from the competition, but his name was still not on the list of those who had retreated. Not only that, his name still appeared on the ranking board. Xiaolong, enraged by Han Wu's feigned death, immediately flew off to find him. This time, even if it meant wasting time, he would hunt him down and ensure Han Wu didn't survive. But when he arrived, the place was deserted. Han Wu had already moved his forces elsewhere. Xiaolong ordered his vicious hounds to sniff out Han Wu's whereabouts. Search every corner within a 100-mile radius. After being ambushed by Zhang Xiaolong, Han Wu was left with only about 5,000 Dribone soldiers. He gave them bone essence crystals to accelerate their reproduction speed. Even after absorbing the bone essence crystals, their strength was still insufficient. To gain recognition from the Imperial Capital Academy, they needed a breakthrough achievement. Han Wu skimmed through the mission list. Mission 64 was to eliminate the Abyssal Demon Tribe, earning 80 points and a second-level skill crystal, Rapid Fire Fireballs. Abyssal demons were a kind of native creature, sneaky, malicious, but with average strength. If such a trivial thing was worth 80 points, it must be a large-scale force, definitely over 1 million creatures. Han Wu could turn them into his skeleton soldiers, which wouldn't be a bad idea. So, Han Wu set off, heading towards the Abyssal Demon Mountain tribe by their territory. 2 months later, in the meeting room, the teachers once again competed to show off their students. One person, whether intentionally or not, sarcastically asked teacher Tianwen, "Isn't there a student named Han Wu who ranked first in the assessment exam in your class? Why haven't we seen him this time?" Lulu Tian took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying, "Han Wu was just a lucky fluke. He managed to get to the top only by being crafty. His true nature is weak, and yet teacher Tianwen treats him like a precious gem, allowing him to grow more and more unruly." Teacher Tianwen warned Lulu Tian to mind his words, as they should be fitting for someone in his position as an educator. But Lulu Tian kept on talking. "Did I say something wrong? That kid Han Wu is utterly useless. No matter how many resources you give him, he'll only waste them like mud on a wall." Unable to hold back his anger,
teacher Tianwen decided to make a bet with Lulu Tian that Hanwoo would win the championship this time, wagering 10 divine points. Lulu Tian didn't have 10 divine points but had divine power, so he joined in on the bet. This time, he had set up an intricate web of traps, hoping that Hanwoo would never make it back, not wanting to pass up such an easy chance to win 10 divine points. "I'll wager a level 3 decree of divine office with you," he said. And so the bet was made. As long as Hanwoo earned more than 80 points in the mission task from the very start, it would be considered a success. Because 80 points are extremely difficult for high school students, but once successful, they will attract the attention of top-tier schools. Even if they do not rank first, they will still secure a certain position. At Abyssal Demon, Huang Tan's business district, millions of Abyssal Demons initially inhabited the area, but now there are fewer than 100,000 left. The remaining ones have all joined Hanwoo's side, increasing his Dribone soldier count to 900,000. The next 100,000 will also have to surrender to his skeleton army. 20 minutes later, the Dribone soldiers triumphed under Hanwoo's command. 3 Dribone soldiers used the mystical magic of Canada to transform the remaining Abyssal Demons into resurrected skeletons of the super punishment undead type. Hanwoo was again taken by surprise as he discovered that there were skeletons even stronger than skeleton knights. Furthermore, the resurrected skeletons could cast magic on other Dribone soldiers, making them stronger. With this, Hanwoo's army would be invulnerable to harm. The skeleton knights swept through the battlefield, offering Hanwoo the spoils of war, a first-level fireball staff relic. After adding it to the core essence divine realm, it could increase the power of the first-level fireball spell for the Bloodkin clan, potentially becoming a divine weapon. Additionally, the source of the deep abyss could trigger life force growth, a true treasure for Hanwoo's swarm of locusts. With such an army of millions, Hanwoo no longer feared Zhang Xiaolong. He then proceeded to accept a mission, gaining 80 points, and immediately took on a 70-point task to head to the demonic abyss's native territory to stir up chaos. 3 days after Hanwoo took skeleton everywhere, he had climbed from the bottom of the rankings to the 4th position. With this, how could teacher Tianwen not treat him as a treasure? So what if he's 4th? It's not like he's 1st. Lulu Tian still looked down on Hanwoo. At that moment, notifications came from other universities, inviting Hanwoo for interviews after the assessment. Even a second-tier university directly offered Hanwoo admission. Lulu Tian, feeling awkward, shouted, "Headmaster Su, why did you only send the invitation to Hanwoo and not the invitations for the other students? There are still 3 students ahead of Hanwoo, but according to the previous rules, the assessment score must exceed 3,000 and have one task with at least 80 points in order to meet the requirements. And so far, only Hanwoo has achieved this. Next, Qin Shang has also completed an 80-point task, and with a total score above 3,000, he also received invitations from other universities. Lulu Tian tried to reassure himself, as long as Hanwoo wasn't 1st, he'd have won the bet. Lulu Tian contacted Zhang Xiaolong, reminding him not to target Hanwoo anymore. He just needed to make sure Hanwoo didn't take any of the remaining 3 tasks. Zhang Xiaolong nodded, setting his sights on the 90-point task. Hanwoo reviewed the last 3 tasks. The 80-point task was to completely wipe out the evil tree forest. The 90-point task was to exterminate the Nyoemo tribe. The 100-point task was to eliminate the Dark Frogman demigod. He had accumulated over 3,000 points, ranking 3rd on the leaderboard. If he could complete 2 more tasks, he would surpass the leader, but it would not be easy. However, Hanwoo had more than 20 million Dribone soldiers, 2 hero-class lifeforms, and many other superhuman lifeforms. Therefore, for now, Hanwoo decided to eliminate the Nyoemo tribe. At that moment, in the Nyoemo tribe, Zhang Xiaolong, in need of food and shelter, had to team up with another person to attack Nyoemo. Nyoemo struck the 2 men with a stick on the head. After a moment, there was still no progress. Zhang Xiaolong realized that things were not going well. If he continued charging in, he would lose the Bloodkin clan as well, so he decided to retreat. This type of test-level task, even with the 2 of us working together, we can't manage it, let alone that Hanwoo going solo, Zhang Xiaolong sighed. Just then, the ground trembled. The two men turned to look and saw Han Wu's skeleton army rapidly approaching, a swarm of thousands of skeletal figures, innumerable and overwhelming. Zhang Xiaolong and the other young man saw Niu and Mo being overwhelmed and decided to join the fight. These skeleton soldiers are numerous, but their combat power is weak. Let's attack together, Zhang Xiaolong suggested. Han Wu didn't allow them to take advantage of his situation. He commanded two bone binders to step in. The bone binders summoned giant skeleton knights, striking each enemy on the head one by one. Skeleton resurrection, Biela, transforms the nearby monsters into skeleton soldiers, new recruits. All the corpses around turn into skeleton soldiers, causing their population to rise rapidly with every battle. Zhang Xiaolong and his companion hurriedly retreated, trying to save their lives, completely abandoning the Bloodkin clan at this point. A skeleton knight blocked their path. Who told you that you could run? Han Wu, standing on his brother's shoulders, said to them, Zhang Xiaolong, Duan, it's been a long time. That Han Wu isn't from your Bloodkin clan, is he a locust? Seeing Zhang Xiaolong talk too much, Han Wu swiftly delivered a wind-splitting kick to his face. No, please. Zhang Xiaolong kneeled, trying to negotiate, but it was too late. In a second, his body had already returned to the Western bliss. Duan, witnessing this, quickly pleaded, Han Wu, we don't have any major conflicts, right? It was just a misunderstanding before, I sincerely apologize. Killing me would do you no good. Letting you go wouldn't do me any good either, Han Wu replied indifferently with a sharp counter. Duan, terrified, immediately offered half of his treasures in exchange for his life. He should have said this from the beginning, shouldn't he have? Wasn't it unnecessary for Han Wu to make a move? After the negotiation, Duan, with his tail between his legs, ran off, fearing Han Wu would change his mind. 5 hours later, Niumo's corpses piled up, and the remaining ones had all kneeled in surrender, willing to follow Han Wu as his underlings. This time, the mission was a success. With an additional 90 points, Han Wu rose to the second spot, now just 40 points behind the first. There were only 2 final tasks left, and Han Wu hadn't decided which one to choose, but in the end, there was only one remaining. It could only be the Dark Frogman Demigod mission, which wasn't too surprising to Han Wu because the young lady Qin Shang had been heavily supported by her family with vast resources. Now, if he wanted to rise to the top, the only option was to undertake the mission of defeating the Dark Frogman Demigod. This was a top-tier difficult task for Han Wu. He wasn't fond of troublesome tasks, but if he wanted to get noticed by the Imperial Capital Academy, he had no choice but to proceed. He then commanded his loyal subordinates to form a battle formation, heading toward the lair of the Dark Frogman Demigod. Currently, 11 classes had completed the trial, with only 3 students left in Master Tianwen's class, Qin Shang, Han Wu, and Duan. Qin Shang ranked second, 10 points ahead of third place, Han Wu, while Duan ranked 7th. Master Tianwen was uncertain about what the 3 students planned to do next. What's so mysterious? There's only one demigod task left. Do they dare to challenge it? If they fail, there's nothing left for them. Lulu Tian, standing nearby, was filled with envy and frustration because his plan to eliminate Han Wu had ended in failure. No one in Class 11 had ever attempted this task, and in history, no one had ever succeeded. However, Master Tianwen had great confidence in his students. Both Han Wu and Qin Shang were now challenging this final task. Qin Shang arrived first, sending out her flock of thunder sparrows. These small birds, though tiny, released thunder more powerful than alternating current, and in an instant, they roasted the Dark Frogman's meat to a crisp. The Dark Frogman Demigod is a red-eyed frog capable of speech, and it casts a protective shield before the thunder sparrow of Qin Shang. You dare come to destroy my tribe, I will curse you to die in pieces. Qin Shang sensed that the situation was about to escalate, and it seemed the frogman was about to launch a powerful move. But before she could take off, she was struck. Qin Shang was sent flying through the air, thinking it was the end for her, but no. She quickly used the purification technique to restore her strength and unleashed a lightning-enhanced attack, a thunderball filled with alternating current, toward the Dark Frogman's protective shield.
The remaining thunder sparrows also launched their own lightning strikes in unison. One thunderball did nothing, but multiple thunderballs were enough to destroy the dark frogman's shield. Now, all that was left was to roast the frogs inside. But if things were that easy, it wouldn't be called the final mission. The dark frogman then summoned the mountain toad Awama into battle. A gigantic frog, spewing blood-red, foul-smelling flames from its mouth, appeared behind Qin Shang. In the eyes of the mountain toad Awama, Qin Shan was no more than a fly, so it used its tongue to snatch her. Qin Shan couldn't even flap her wings and was swallowed whole by the enormous frog. Inside the slimy, saliva-filled mouth of the mountain toad Awama, her lightning had no effect. The longer she waited, the closer she came to being digested. Just when things were getting dire, Han Wu called. Though Qin Shan was frustrated, she still pressed the button to answer the call. "Where are you right now?" The scene looks quite unusual. As soon as Han Wu answered the phone, he immediately angered Qin Shang, making her want to crawl out and slap his head a few times. Han Wu stopped teasing and got straight to the point, proposing a collaboration with Qin Shang. If not, in 10 minutes, her Thunder Breath army would be completely eaten by the frogs. Qin Shang was about to yell back at Han Wu, but thinking about her current situation, she reluctantly agreed. The condition was that the Dark Frogman's territory would belong to her, while everything else would be Han Wu's. Han Wu confirmed and told Qin Shang to send her location so he could dispatch his skeletal army to assist. Qin Shang said she was at some crack place, a clue that even my Han Wu couldn't save her. Qin Shang was just joking, she had already sent her Thunder Sparrow Legion to Han Wu's location. Just a few minutes later, Han Wu saw the Thunder Sparrow army in the sky. Indeed, they were faster than an X, turning hostile. "Here, over here, birds." Han Wu waved his dry bone hand and then jumped onto the lead Thunder Sparrow, giving the order to move out. The other skeletons also jumped onto their Thunder Sparrows, following him. Upon arrival, the Thunder Sparrows unleashed a bolt of lightning on the red-eyed frogs. The Dark Frogman's hiss caused Han Wu's skeleton soldiers to shatter into pieces, leaving only a pile of bones. At that moment, he commanded the Bone Binder to join the battle. Using magic, he turned the bone remains into a skeleton knight, complete with a cool red scarf. The Dark Frogman sat in a circle, performing a ritual to summon the swamp hell. The skeleton knight kicked 5 of these frogs away, asking, "Are you playing with bones and curses, huh?" Han Wu continued to summon the skeleton resurrection and the mage Nyo into the fray. One was entirely made of bones, the other entirely of flesh, both charging forward. Nyo used a hammer to strike the head of each frog, causing them to jump into each other's embrace. The skeleton resurrection turned the bodies of the Dark Frogmen on the ground into new bone soldiers. The Dark Frogmen, still alive, fought amongst themselves. It was unclear who would win, but with the support of the skeleton soldiers and the Thunder Sparrow, the result seemed inevitable. "I've underestimated all of you. It seems I'll have to fight seriously from now on." The Dark Frogman demigod used a dark divine spell to summon the night's shade. The sky darkened even further, and the sun turned blood red. This spell was indeed terrifying. The lifeless bones of Han Wu's soldiers, drained of all vitality, had withered away. He had brought every warrior from the Bloodkin clan here. Was he really going to lose? "Great God, I am ready to fight." A voice rang in Han Wu's ears. It was the Swordblade Godfather and the Dwarf Red Hearth. It was truly worth the effort of raising these two. With them fighting in battle, Han Wu would certainly be able to recruit more Bloodkin clan warriors to enrich his divine realm. The gates of the divine realm opened, and the Swordblade Godfather, wielding 4 mighty swords, led the Red Hearth dwarves, charging into battle with fierce determination. The whole group of locusts also flew out together, willing to sacrifice their lives for Han Wu. Although Han Wu no longer had tears, he was deeply moved. To repay the loyalty of his subjects, he immediately offered everything in one go. The choice he made this time was particularly good. Could it be that even the heavens wanted to help him? Among the choices was a special item, the Black Seal of Holy Flame, which repels darkness, eliminates toxicity in relationships,
and helps increase positive energy for the Bloodkin clan. Hanwoo did not hesitate to take the Staff of Light, purging the darkness.
The Dark Frogman looked foolishly at his purification torch. Hanwoo couldn't suppress his excitement.
After being beaten down so many times, he finally got to fight back.
The Dark Frogman still couldn't accept that a divine being like Hanwoo could dispel its dark magic.
It was simply because Hanwoo was the author's favorite character. Hanwoo flew through the sky with the Thunder Sparrow, holding the holy torch. Everywhere the light touched was purified, even the terrifying red-eyed frogs no longer had their eyes glowing red. After flying around for a while, Hanwoo remembered that he needed to rescue Qin Shang. He had been too busy holding the torch, cosplaying as the goddess of freedom.
Quickly defeat the mountain-swallowing demon toad.
Upon hearing Hanwoo's command, the Swordblade Godfather and the dwarf chieftain Red Hearth charged forward, working together to take down the giant toad. Qin Shang, inside, also exerted her strength and broke free from its stomach. She had been waiting for Hanwoo, but as she slid out of the demon frog's mouth into its belly, she almost ended up as a pile of waste. Qin Shang, in a fit of anger, struck the mountain-swallowing demon toad with an enormous lightning bomb. The toad experienced the sensation of its entire body being paralyzed, as if floating on clouds. Then, a flock of thunder sparrows, along with the dwarf Red Hearth, charged forward to clean up the remaining tadpoles. The skeleton knight also contributed, stomping on several tadpoles after walking just a few miles. The Dark Frogman demigod tried to slip away, leaving behind a classic line, "You can wait for it, but I do not like waiting." From above, Hanwoo used a holy strike to enlighten the Dark Frogman demigod. When it was Qin Shang's turn, he used lightning to shock the demigod frog in all directions. After completing the mission, Qin Shang claimed the body of the demigod as per their agreement. The Dark Frogman, still on the verge of death, spoke to Hanwoo, "Spare me, and I will offer everything I have, in exchange for my life. Once you are dead, everything of yours will belong to me." Hanwoo waved off the Dark Frogman, sending it back to the Mother Earth. Half an hour later, the Dark Frogman's treasure had been gathered. It was unbelievable such a frog had hidden so much treasure. As per the agreement, all the wealth belonged to Hanwoo. Qin Shang only needed the corpse for his research. Hanwoo placed a crown on Qin Shang's head as a way of repaying the debt he owed him. Qin Shang, pleased, couldn't help but show a slight smile, though he maintained his cold demeanor. "Then I shall reluctantly accept." The exam assessment was over. Teacher Tianwen announced that Hanwoo and Qin Shang should return to meet with the school leaders and the representatives of the university staff. All the skeletal soldiers belonged to Hanwoo. On the way, Master Tianwen instructed his two students not to speak recklessly. All the teachers inside were true gods. Master Tianwen led them inside and then left. Hanwoo was curious whether the three true gods in front of him could discern that he possessed the heavens' favored talent and the ability to sacrifice his life force. A teacher started with Qin Shang. The Qin family was a true god clan with abundant resources. In this competition, she had even obtained the corpse of a god. He guessed that she would use it to create a life form as a leader. What was important now was how much divine value she currently possessed. The teacher sitting next to him felt ashamed after hearing the vice principal speak. Qin Shang, who had not yet reached demigod status, had already begun nurturing a leader life form, while someone like him, the head of the school, had long reached godhood but had never successfully nurtured a leader life form. Qin Shang honestly said that she had 4 points of divine value. Hanwoo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but marvel again at Qin Shang's wealth. She was not only rich but also frugal, truly, an inhuman level of wealth, so rich that she took away everything from others. Teacher Zhu Sheng announced that Qin Shang met the conditions to enroll in the 3 schools. As long as she finished nurturing the leader life form, she could apply to any school to go through the process of becoming a provisional student and experience university life early. Qin Shang happily thanked him. She had anticipated this outcome for a long time. When it was Hanwoo's turn, teacher Zhu Sheng's expression suddenly darkened, and Hanwoo had a bad feeling. "Student Hanwoo, we have reviewed your information. Your core essence race is the locust, correct?" After Hanwoo confirmed, The teacher ticked a box under the core essence race category on the sheet with his name, then asked about Hanwoo's divine points. Currently, he had 1 point, which still met their criteria.
Next came the final question from teacher Zhu Shang.
Everyone is curious about how Hanwoo's swordblade godfather in the demon realm was able to detect the bone-dry incarnation of the Lord.
This question proves that no one knows Hanwoo's true abilities.
If that was the case, he didn't need to tell them anything. However, if Hanwoo didn't answer this question, there was still an aspect he hadn't met from their expectations. If Hanwoo wanted to be listed in their 3 schools, he would have to continue proving his excellence in the upcoming college entrance exam. Teacher Su felt regretful that Zhu Sheng and the others failed to recognize Hanwoo's talent.
But Hanwoo wasn't too upset.
He would put in effort for the next exam, but his goal was to get the attention of the Imperial Capital Academy, not theirs.
Teacher Tianwen patted Hanwoo on the shoulder to console him.
Manhwa was a top-tier school, and everyone has to admit that.
So, not getting in is understandable.
If you're willing, there are still several top schools that want you to be their reserve student.
But in reality, the teacher didn't know that Hanwoo only had his sights set on the Imperial Capital Academy.
As soon as they stepped out of the classroom, Qin Shang had been waiting for him. After I cultivate the Life Force Lord, I will go to be a reserve student at a top-tier school. The resources there are ideal for my development.
In the future, do you want to come to the school for my gear?
Hanwoo nodded. His only goal was to reach the chaotic star sea of Imperial Capital to search for the whereabouts of the original owner's parents. Qin Shang retracted her words. If Hanwoo had reached Imperial Capital, she would too, but with her status as a preparatory student, she would surely receive numerous resources upon entering the school and quickly level up.
At that time, they might even meet again as rivals.
Therefore, Qin Shang advised Hanwoo to take the opportunity to become her servant now while he still could.
Hanwoo couldn't understand why Qin Shang was so persistent about him serving her.
On his own, Hanwoo could earn enough money to live for 3 lifetimes. Why would he need to bend his back to be her servant? Seeing Hanwoo leave coldly, Qin Shang liked him even more. She thought to herself, he really is as stubborn as my own dry bones, but it's kind of cute. In Hanwoo's divine realm, he used his divine points. Currently, he had 2 divine points and plenty of divine power.
His core essence level had reached level 3.
Aside from the Bloodkin clan's core essence locust, there were many other subclans under the Bloodkin clan, including some newly rising faces such as the Dry Bone clan and the Ox Demon clan. Hanwoo was considering upgrading the combat equipment for these Bloodkin clans.
But more importantly, he needed to build a path of advancement for his beloved locusts first. The first path was to use the Abyss Worm, the origin, the resources of the Abyss Worm, to establish an Abyss Worm path for them. After stepping into the Abyss Worm path, the little locusts would have their resistance boosted, their lifespan extended, and their resistance to magic attacks would be enhanced.
In short, they would evolve in the direction of defensive counterattacks, and this was called the Abyss Worm.
The second path involves using the heart of the Dark Frogman to create the path of Shadow Dwelling.
After traversing this path, the locusts will gain the ability to appear and disappear while flying. Combined with inflicting several side effects on enemies, this is called the Path of Assassination, and thus this group will be known as Cursed Spellworms. Suddenly, the inner voice of the Red Hearth Dwarves echoed in his ears.
"O Divine One, please forgive our tribe.
This fool, while refining ore, has also broken down the sacred staff that the gods bestowed upon us.
Please deliver your judgment." Hanwoo cursed under his breath.
After feeding and clothing them, this is how they repay him. This was enough to drive one to ruin. Upon arrival, he saw the chieftain Divine Mace kneeling and crying as he reported his younger brother.
"O Divine One, please forgive us.
He is the foolish one who broke down the sacred artifact." Hanwoo had no words left to say. He merely told them to learn from this mistake, be more careful with their work, and not to be so dazzled next time. Then he turned his attention to what the broken sacred artifact had yielded.
Hanwoo received 2 fire star stones and 1 golden crystal core.
The materials of a sacred artifact are its original form, which can be used to upgrade and repair sacred artifacts. Han Wu was surprised his devouring law had been malfunctioning recently. He wondered if these sacred materials could help restore it.
Seeing is believing.
Since it was already broken, Han Wu had nothing to lose and decided to give it a try. After combining the materials, he managed to partially restore the devouring law. Previously, an ordinary lifeform could evolve into an elite after consuming more than 1,000 units. Now the threshold had decreased to 999. If Han Wu had enough of the sacred artifact called the Origin, he could fully repair the devouring law. But where on earth could he possibly find that many sacred artifacts to break down? Han Wu at this moment turned to the online community to see if there was anything interesting. On there, someone was sending out a distress signal. The young man has a sacred weapon, but unfortunately it got damaged, so it's no longer a sacred artifact, and his combat ability has been greatly reduced. Therefore, he's looking for someone to help repair this weapon. No one has taken on the task because they've tried before and failed.
But Han Wu is different.
He has the materials for a sacred artifact and can probably fix a sacred weapon as well. Han Wu immediately messaged the person, "If you're still in need, feel free to contact me."
Just as he sent the message, a call came in.
The speed was incredibly fast. Han Wu couldn't promise that he could completely repair the weapon for this person, but it was worth trying. Since the person had posted for a long time without finding a good solution, trying again wouldn't hurt.
First, just send me some sacred artifacts.
The person, fearing being scammed, had already downloaded the anti-fraud app, Divine Realm. If Han Wu dared to scam, they'd be ready.
What level of sacred artifact do you need?
If it's below level 4, I can provide it right away, but anything above level 4 will take more time. Han Wu didn't expect to come across a rich person who had sacred artifacts above level 4, but he only needed a level 1. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous box fell from the sky, almost hitting his head. After counting, Han Wu found that the package contained 100 sacred artifacts. But after thinking it over, the other person had downloaded the Divine Realm Anti-Fraud Center app or whatever, which sounded pretty impressive, so Han Wu decided to reconsider his thoughts. Han Wu poured all 100 sacred items into the resolution furnace. 2 hours later, he received back 109 sacred item materials. He sent only 100 of them to the other person, hoping it wouldn't be noticed. After successfully sending them, the young man immediately expressed his gratitude to the point of worship, saying, "Big brother, you are the benefactor who has given me a new life. I, Yuan Zhong, beg you, please, you must help me."
Han Wu covered his ear, which was aching from Yuan Zhong's loud voice. "You're being too polite. The greatest joy for me is helping others."
At the same time, at Master Tianwen's house, the master was testing out the third-level healing divine ability he had won from Lulu Tian. Lulu Tian, with 2 red faces like he hadn't achieved anything, could only snark at Tianwen.
"Teacher Tian, the road ahead is still long, we must take it step by step."
At that moment, Han Wu called to ask about something trivial. He wanted to know how to obtain high-level core essence resources to level up his divine realm. He had searched earlier but hadn't found anything. According to Master Tianwen's knowledge, rare resources like divine abilities, divinity, or core essence fragments could never be sold online. As soon as they were listed, major corporations would snap them up immediately, leaving no chance for ordinary poor folks like them. But, as long as Han Wu helped the master win the bet against Lulu Tian, the master promised he would give him the items he had collected. Furthermore, there is another method, though it is not commonly used.
Master Tianwen has also encountered core essence divine realms with too low a rank.
Although they are sacred objects with good attributes, there is no way to absorb them. Previously, Master Tianwen participated in a competition called Blood Crystal. The winner would receive a fragment of the core essence divine realm as a prize. If Han Wu were to fight one-on-one with citizens from other divine realms or even with clan leaders from other civilizations, it would result in significant casualties for the Bloodkin clan.
However, if victorious, the fragment of core essence would compensate for the losses to the divine realm.
Han Wu had already spent a significant amount of money to nurture the Bloodkin clan, and this was also an opportunity for him to test their strength.
Although lacking in many areas, they were not short on locusts, so he would give it a try. The next day, at the Blood Crystal Arena, Hanwoo eagerly arrived with Master Tianwen. Before entering, they had to wear masks to conceal their identities, preventing any demigods from investigating who they were. After all, this was the outer realm, filled with dangers. Then, they filled out the required information on the form. The matches here were divided into 3 categories based on the level of the competitors: divine beings, demigods, and true gods. Unless a participant specifically requested otherwise, matches between opponents of significantly different ranks would not typically occur. Additionally, there was no limit to the number of participants from the Bloodkin clan. However, in the case of surrendering during the match, the number of Bloodkin clan casualties must exceed 50% before they were allowed to give up. In the Divine Realm civilization, the speed of processing was faster than a microwave in your best friend's kitchen. No sooner had Hanwoo filled out his name than he was assigned an opponent. Suddenly, he was transported into a multidimensional space. "Kid, although you shouldn't judge others by their appearance, I bet you're a newcomer." Hanwoo's opponent is a young man who claims to be a big shot. The guy, Mr. Mouse, looked mentally deficient, but according to those in the stands, he was a ruthless person. They pitted Hanwoo for facing him right on his debut. Hanwoo overheard their comments and was surprised to encounter such a formidable opponent so early in the match. Both of them were notified that the Bloodkin clan would be freed, and the match would begin in 3 minutes. Mr. Mouse summoned a swarm of mutated, long-tailed hamster mice that squeaked loudly, giving everyone a headache. "This little brat, you've probably never seen so many Bloodkin clan members before, right? Scared now? If you're scared, then just give up." If this were a battle of numbers, Hanwoo wouldn't feel the slightest bit inferior. He summoned tens of thousands of his locusts to the battlefield. Mr. Mouse sneered when he saw that Hanwoo's Bloodkin clan was even inferior to his own swarm of mice. "Let's see if the mice will eat the locusts or if the locusts will become food for the mice." The rats took their positions, and no one knew how many of them had drawn their bows, waiting for Mr. Mouse's command to unleash a volley of arrows toward Hanwoo. Hanwoo ordered the abyss worm to defend. The arrows broke in half upon striking the abyss worm's sturdy wings. Mr. Mouse commanded his rats to flex their muscles and keep firing relentlessly. While defending, Hanwoo sent the cursed spellworm to launch a surprise attack on them. A grasshopper stealthily circled around behind, casting 3 types of spells that made the mice squeal in pain. However, at this moment, Hanwoo commanded his heavenly demon insects to launch an attack. The mice, just hit by the spell, had their eyes spinning and couldn't tell which was a mouse and which was a grasshopper. The heavenly demon insects released their venom from their abdomens, and the mice, unable to avoid it, were quickly crushed in an instant. In the end, the survival rate of Hanwoo's Bloodkin clan was 99.99%, while Mr. Mouse was left with just over 20%. Mr. Mouse raised his hand in surrender, realizing that if the battle continued, his mice would go extinct. After the victory, Hanwoo received a fragment of core essence from the Divine Realm. As soon as he touched it, he felt something akin to the power of life sacrifice. After receiving his reward, Hanwoo was teleported back to the backstage area. Teacher Tianwen patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. "You did great. Winning so easily in your first match like this has helped me gain so much divine power." It turned out that the gambling addict Tianwen had placed a bet on Hanwoo beforehand, wagering that only a few of his Bloodkin clan would perish. He didn't know if Hanwoo would continue into the second match, but if he won again, Hanwoo would get another fragment of core essence, and Teacher Tianwen would win his second bet. Upon hearing this, Hanwoo decided to continue the battle, as his Bloodkin clan needed more combat experience. On the 32nd day, Hanwoo reflected that he had lost 100 million heavenly demon insects but had won 89 consecutive matches. The core essence fragments had reached level 5. Raising it to level 8 was becoming increasingly difficult, requiring more fragments than ever before. Just thinking about it made him feel exhausted. Teacher Tianwen, seeing this, immediately suggested a match against a demigod. If a divine being challenges a demigod, the reward could increase up to 10 times the current amount. If Hanwoo wins a match against a demigod, the spoils from the 90 consecutive victories he achieves would be multiplied by 10, meaning he would receive 90 fragments of the core essence divine realm at a common level. Hanwoo thought for a moment and then submitted his application for an over-level match. The spectators in the stands buzzed with discussion when they heard about the over-level match. Some people had heard about Hanwoo's grasshopper team. He had only joined Blood Crystal a little over 30 days ago, yet he had already become a top killer in the divine being rank, unbeatable by anyone. The demigod was at an extremely high level of core essence divine realm and could carry higher level divine artifacts, plus they even had a divine position. Knowing how to use divine techniques, everyone placed their bets on the demigod, rather than on Hanwoo, believing he was too arrogant for challenging a demigod with his grasshopper team. Teacher Tianwen looked at him, sweating. This time, only he had placed his bet on Hanwoo, with odds of 1 to 100. Hanwoo instructed Teacher Tianwen, just bet 10 million divine power for me. Teacher Tianwen thought Hanwoo was going big, but he only placed 5 million divine power on him. All of Teacher Tianwen's assets were on Hanwoo. Hanwoo could not afford to lose. If Hanwoo won, Teacher Tianwen would buy a divine artifact as a gift for himself. Hanwoo hadn't quite figured it out yet. He thought the teacher was giving him the gift, but it turned out it was for the teacher himself. There was no need for him to be excited or thank him. Hanwoo entered his divine realm. After upgrading to the divine realm, he still had not added any sacred artifacts. The devouring law and poison mist pearl seemed to be different from before. Yuan Zhong only watched Hanwoo enter the divine realm to ask whether he would be refining any sacred artifact materials today. Hanwoo suddenly remembered that he had previously mentioned that sacred artifacts below level 4 could be found. It turned out that in Yuan Zhong's divine realm, sacred artifacts below level 4 were scattered around like grass. Hanwoo smirked slyly, requesting that Yuan Zhong transfer a powerful second-level sacred artifact with poison, shadow, and fire attributes to him. As soon as he finished speaking, a larger package than the last one dropped in front of him. Hanwoo couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, that's what it's like to be rich." Inside the package were 2 second-level sacred artifacts. The first was the blazing firestream sphere, with earth and fire attributes, which helped enhance the Bloodkin clan's defense and resistance, improving their recovery abilities. The second was the shadow spike with shadow attributes, allowing the Bloodkin clan to contract and learn the second-level skill, Shadow Spike, which fired a shadowy spike at the opponent, limiting their movement. Hanwoo was very pleased. These 2 sacred artifacts were perfect for the Abyss Worm with its cursed spell worm. Without hesitation, he fused the 2 sacred artifacts, creating a massive explosion. Hanwoo's swarm of insects evolved again, appearing even stronger than before. As soon as the evolution was complete, the arena was ready. This time, Hanwoo was more experienced with the teleportation. In the arena, the stands were filled with loud cheers. "Xiangzhou, crush him, show the power of a demigod." Xiangzhou, with his goatee and bulging muscles, crossed his arms in front of his chest, exuding an air of confidence. "Today must be my lucky day. I never thought I'd meet someone like you, who doesn't know what it means to respect the heavens and the earth. Have you prepared the funeral for the Bloodkin clan yet?" "You talk too much," Hanwoo replied coldly. Even so, Xiangzhou couldn't help but mutter a few more words before he could bear it. "Come forth, my mammoth legion." Xiangzhou summoned his colossal mammoths. The stands erupted in flames and cheers. "The Mammoth King is truly magnificent." Xiangzhou rode atop one of his thunderous mammoths, leading them with authority. "A newbie? It's your turn now." Hanwoo, as usual, sent his grasshopper-like creatures into the fray. The deadly heavenly demon insect, raised by a parasite nest, with its destructive force and poison-filled attacks, the cursed spellworm, nurtured by the same nest, wielding destructive magic and shadow spikes, and the abyssal worm, raised by the parasite nest, with its earth-shattering powers and volcanic fire attacks. Xiangzhou eagerly anticipated Hanwoo's strength, knowing his grasshoppers had evolved since their last encounter. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. Hanwoo led his cursed spellworms into battle first. They shot shadow spikes toward the mammoth's shadows, freezing them in place, making them immobile.
Once the mammoths were locked in place, it was time for the heavenly demon insects to strike.
There would be no escape this time. Facing this threat, Xiangzhou remained completely confident. So what if you can raise grasshoppers into extraordinary life forms?
Even if my giant mammoths stand still, you still won't be able to harm them.
Are you sure?
Hanwu smirked and asked lightly. The next second, an explosion rang out, causing the herd of mammoth elephants to retract their trunks. Xiangzhou guessed that Hanwu was trying to overwhelm them with numbers, so he couldn't let him succeed. He commanded the Mammoth Legion to deploy in order to protect the mammoth thunder elephant that was being overwhelmed. Hanwu sent out a team of ferocious golden insects to battle the mammoth elephants. The elephants, hit by the explosion and burned by hot lava, suffered more than an ex-lover ever could. Xiangzhou gritted his teeth and cast 3 types of savage magic on the mammoth elephants, buffing their armor and healing them.
With these buffs, the mammoth elephants had enough strength to withstand the ferocious golden insects.
Xiangzhou crossed his arms and smiled smugly. Being able to force me to use magic already proves your strength.
Once 50% of your tribe's members are killed, I will allow you to concede. Hanwu still didn't know what fear was.
The locusts he had summoned earlier were just a tiny fraction of his subjects.
The word surrender doesn't exist in my dictionary.
Charge.
Nyoemo tribe. Hanwu summoned a swarm of locust-headed humanoids to charge at the mammoth elephants.
In this battle, Hanwu finally used a bloodkin clan other than locusts, making it difficult to maintain control.
Nyoemo wielded a hammer, smashing the heads of each mammoth elephant, continuing until they were utterly crushed.
And that wasn't all. Hanwu also called forth his skeletal minions. Following them was the Skeleton Lord, the Boneless One, and Fu Guzha. Hanwu jumped up and sat beside the Skeleton Lord, ordering Fu Guzha to enter the battle.
Fu Guzha, holding the scepter, recited the incantation Alibaba, transforming the mammoth's body into dry bones, ready to recruit new soldiers.
Xiangzhou, powerless and cursing, despised how these dry bones could summon more soldiers in this way, but it wasn't without reason that he had been made a demigod. The colossal mammoth of war, activating its war stomp power, Xiangzhou commanded the mighty Lord of Elephants to crush the dry bones before him. When there were piles of shattered bones like this, Hanwu would order Nyoemo to retreat, allowing Bone Binder to take the field. Bone Binder gathered all the bone fragments on the ground, forming an enormous tree bone knight, several times the size of a mammoth, and it was the strongest hero-like life form. Xiangzhou stood dumbfounded at the sight of the Bloodkin clan of this level, and immediately transformed his mammoth into the thunderous giant mammoth form, so he could fight on equal footing with the Skeleton Knight.
The Skeleton Knight grabbed the mammoth's 2 long tusks, stopping it in its tracks, then let out a roar.
With his right foot planted firmly, he spun 180 degrees, throwing the mammoth to the ground. But while the mammoth was still lying flat on the ground, the Skeleton Knight leapt up and used a level 1 skill. Goku's punch turned the mammoth's thunderous giant form into boiled elephant meat. The mammoth wrapped its 300 cm trunk tightly around the Skeleton Knight's arm, stopping the punch. It then slammed the Skeleton Knight down in retaliation for the earlier fall.
The mammoth raised its 2 legs, intending to crush the dry bones on the ground.
The Skeleton Knight quickly darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the terrifying force from the mammoth's 2 feet. In response to the mammoth, the Skeleton Knight delivered a first-level skill, specifically a powerful blow that flipped the mammoth's face to the side.
Hanwu eagerly shouted, "End it now!"
The Skeleton Knight leaped onto the mammoth's head and struck it painfully on the forehead.
Then, the Skeleton Knight helped the mammoth remove one of its long, troublesome tusks.
Truly, this was a display of comradeship in the cold. Unable to take action, all he could do was command the mammoth to rise up and rebel. The Skeleton Knight snapped off the remaining tusk, earning enough money to ensure 3 generations of his descendants would live in comfort.
However, the warrior's actions were undeniably brutal.
Hanwu definitely needed to return home, lock the door, and teach it proper manners.
After losing its 2 most precious possessions, the mammoth no longer had the will to fight. As a result, it was kicked by the Skeleton Knight and sent flying towards Xiangzhou. With no more strength, he relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm the opponent.
Xiangzhou sent a swarm of colossal warhorses to encircle the Dribone Knight, the horses swarming like ants at the feet of the skeleton warrior. Any that came within a 3-meter radius were immediately kicked back to their starting points by the skeleton warrior's long legs. The brutal battle began to shift when a few of the colossal warhorses managed to approach the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was surrounded by a swarm of them, like sugar being divided by an army of ants.
Han Wu then ordered Niao Mo Wang to provide reinforcements. A herd of cattle charged into each colossal warhorse, loosening the encirclement around the giant skeleton warrior.
The giant creatures that had just been defeated were transformed into skeletons by the false monarch, fighting according to his commands.
In fact, the large number of them ended up backfiring on Xiangzhou.
By the end, only a few of Xiangzhou's giants were left, and they were too afraid to charge forward. He had to accept his defeat before Han Wu and Ka Dai. From the remains of Xiangzhou's giants came streams of light, converging into a crystal. It was a fragment of the divine realm core essence from a demigod. Indeed, it was heavier than the ordinary ones. Due to the incredible display, Han Wu was teleported by the management to meet them. They had clearly been watching him during the previous battle. Even though Han Wu used a few tricks, he still possesses the ability, and even the qualification, to be the heir to the Blood Crystal Arena, one of the managers commented. This place had originally been an experimental ground to choose an heir for the position of Arena Master.
Anyone who won an overlevel challenge could qualify.
So now, Han Wu was in complete shock as this asset suddenly fell into his hands. A blood-soaked arena with massive traffic, where various races gathered every day. Just the amount of divine power earned from them was enough to make Han Wu a newly risen tycoon. Now, he had enough qualifications to become the heir and take control of this place, which clearly meant something shady was going on. Han Wu took a deep breath. Before making any decisions, he wanted to know how many people were qualified to be the next master of this arena, what kind of treatment he would receive as the new master, and what responsibilities he would have to shoulder. Han Wu carefully considered the situation, not allowing himself to be blinded by short-term benefits, which further endeared him to the management team. Currently, there were a total of 349 heirs in this blood-soaked arena, consisting of 221 divine creatures, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and only one supreme god. After becoming the master of the blood crystal, Han Wu would gain the permanent coordinates of this place.
Teleportation could be conducted at fixed points without the need for equipment to fly into the arena.
Each time this was done, 1 million divine power points would be consumed. Han Wu would also be allowed by the Blood Crystal Arena to establish special arenas in his divine realm to train and nurture the Bloodkin clans. As for the responsibilities, once the number of heirs reached 500, the arena would initiate the succession ceremony, specifically selecting the best among the 500 through mutual extermination. Based on what Han Wu observed in the Blood Crystal Arena, he suspected that this succession ceremony would not be easy. 500 individuals fighting against each other for a position on the master's throne of this place. He was only number 350, still far from the goal of 500. By that time, Han Wu might have already become a divine king. There was still plenty of time to train, and Han Wu agreed to participate in this challenge, going all in. Suddenly, a flash of light passed through Han Wu's body. Teacher Tianwen jumped out from nowhere, gleefully saying, "Han Wu, you really are my lucky star. This time, we're going to be filthy rich." Han Wu, still in a daze, as though having been knocked off his feet, was handed a phone by Teacher Tianwen. The account balance displayed tens of zeros. Now, he had to figure out how to spend 1 billion divine realm. This was also a headache, so Master Tianwen suggested that he should buy a good divine weapon first. Han Wu didn't know what to choose, as he was only a divine being right now, not even a demigod yet.
How could he control a divine weapon?
Master Tianwen patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I just happen to know a store that sells divine weapons wholesale and retail. There will definitely be something suitable for you." Han Wu felt that this master was very suitable for a multi-level marketing job.
"Grasshopper, I finally found you."
Xiangzhou rushed toward him like a hungry wolf. Han Wu immediately hid behind Master Tianwen and signaled for help with an SOS. Master Tianwen spread his arms wide, flaunting his muscular chest to shield him, showing anyone who dared touch his student, who had just earned 1 billion divine power, would have to get through him first.
Xiang Zhou raised his hands in surrender. He didn't come to take revenge on Han Wu or anything. He just saw that Han Wu's strength was impressive and wanted to make friends. "I'm a first-year student at Xijing University, my real name is Hang Mang said. Han Wu shook hands with Hang Mang. He was a student of Xijing, no wonder he was so strong. Hang Mang saw that Han Wu looked like a young adult and guessed that he hadn't entered any university yet, probably just a preparatory student. He never expected Han Wu was still in high school, yet to graduate from secondary school. Hang Mang couldn't believe it and was sure Han Wu was exaggerating. Han Wu then introduced Master Tianwen as a witness. Teacher Tianwen took the stage, cleared his throat a few times, and said, "This grasshopper student is indeed not a student at all. Although many universities have extended invitations, he only wants to reach further, aiming to join Imperial Capital. However, Imperial Capital is not interested in him." Hang Mang understood the situation and, seeing that Han Wu had a vision, realized that the Imperial Capital Academy was one of the country's top secrets. He was quite fond of Han Wu, so Hang Mang promised to report his situation to Xijing Academy for an assessment. After returning, Han Wu would need to focus on improving his Bloodkin clan core essence as much as possible. If all went well, this could be Han Wu's chance to catch the eye of the Imperial forces. Han Wu still couldn't believe that someone he had just defeated was now extending a hand to help him. Hang Mang laughed heartily. "Ha, your potential is vast. The road to becoming a god is still long, and having more teammates to rely on will naturally make it easier than fighting alone. Moreover, if I introduce you to the academy and you pass the test, they will grant you a reward. No wonder I am so enthusiastic." Han Wu was deeply grateful for his help. Hang Mang advised him to invest more in resources, and ideally, cultivate heroic lifeforms to prepare for the Imperial test. A while later, Teacher Tianwen indeed led Han Wu to the Treasure Pavilion, a place known for selling second-hand divine artifacts. Whether the items were of good quality or not was uncertain, but the service was definitely top-notch. No wonder the wives didn't want their husbands buying things here. Master Tianwen and Han Wu followed her inside, intending to meet some master named Tony. All the professional barbers seemed to be named Tony, so Han Wu wasn't sure if Tony the salesperson could actually deliver on anything. "Please, come in." They arrived at the teleportation door. As they stepped inside, Han Wu bumped into a chubby old man with large hands, busy forging weapons. "Old Tian, is the sheep you brought this time fat enough?" Han Wu stiffened, wanting nothing more than to rush home to his mother. Master Tian had to remind the old man, Tony, to be serious because Han Wu was a student, not his little lover. Old Tony, bald and slicking his hair back, first talked about the mission and the guiding principles of his shop. First of all, we're committed to not selling fake goods. Only top-quality products, and the prices are sky-high. Han Wu cursed inwardly. How could a student like him afford to buy anything from this shop? He had barely managed to scrape together 1 billion. Master Tianwen, worried Han Wu might get a bad impression of Tony, explained that the old man had a tough exterior but was a good person at heart when it came to products. He was the best in the world. However, Tian didn't know that Tony's rough exterior hid a venomous heart. If it weren't for Tian introducing clients to him, Tony would have cut ties with the teacher a long time ago. Tony led Han Wu to see his creations. Behind a red curtain was a large, extravagant room, filled with divine artifacts. Each item had been personally stamped and crafted by Tony himself. Master Tian followed behind, asking Han Wu which of these divine artifacts he liked. "If you like something, feel free to buy it, but I don't have enough money to gift you one." Han Wu fell into deep thought. Considering the possibility that the Imperial Capital Academy might look down on him due to his poverty, a 600 million divine power antique jar would still be worth purchasing. Therefore, Han Wu decided on a second-tier divine artifact from the jar, which was designed for corpse refining. It contained a space capable of collecting up to 100,000 insect species for the purpose of performing corpse refining rituals.
Once inside, the insect species would engage in a bloody battle, with only the last one standing having the opportunity to upgrade its level. The highest level of refinement produced was that of a heroic life form. In addition, the jar also had a divine technique attached to it, which could attract insects. However, the range depended on the amount of divine power poured into it. While the second-tier jar didn't have enormous power, it was the most suitable divine artifact for Han Wu. Teacher Tianwen was extremely proud of having found someone with such an eye for quality. For divine attributes, or 580 million divine power. Will you be paying by cash or bank transfer? Tony hurriedly finalized the deal, causing Han Wu to startle. Teacher Tian had to pull him back to haggle a bit. After all, they were old acquaintances. Wasn't there a way to get a discount for the sake of Teacher Tian's reputation? Although Tony wasn't keen on it, as a high-profile customer, he had no objections. He charged Han Wu 600 million and included a bonus, a detection eye artifact. After finishing his shopping, Han Wu decided to leave. Staying even a second longer would only result in Tony pushing him to buy more. Tony immediately chased after him to advertise a special divine artifact. I just crafted this based on the ruins of a lost civilization. Teacher Tianwen narrowed his eyes to take a closer look. After the appraisal, Master Tianwen immediately became furious. Alright, Tony, I considered you a friend, but why are you treating me like an enemy? Old Tony quickly waved his hand to calm things down and buy time to explain. This artifact is called Tan Lang. It comes from a long-lost civilization that relied solely on devouring divine artifacts to grow. The civilization of Tan Lang was notorious for looting other people's belongings, especially divine artifacts. When a divine artifact takes a master, no one else can possess it until its divine beings are gone. This golden orb may seem useless, but the rulers of that civilization called upon the most skilled craftsmen in the entire country. After many eras, they created Tan Lang. It grew by devouring other divine artifacts, inheriting the skills of the artifacts it consumed. This blatant theft led to Tan Lang being ostracized, and eventually, the entire civilization was wiped out. A valuable item like this, of course, was offered by Old Tony at the low price of just 1 billion divine power. Han Wu hesitated because of Tan Lang's power. It had even destroyed a civilization, but the unexpectedly cheap price made him doubt its authenticity. However, Old Tony only had a fragment of the original power, so recreating Tan Lang might cause flaws. Still, it could still devour other divine artifacts to grow. The only problem was that its growth rate was 10 times slower than the original, and it could only inherit certain passive effects, not the accompanying divine techniques. So, isn't that just a scrap? Master Tianwen said something that made Old Tony feel insulted. Han Wu, on the other hand, wanted to have it in his hands but only wanted to pay 400 million points because he no longer had any divine power left. He really wanted to try a powerful divine weapon that others couldn't easily destroy. At this moment, if he handed the divine weapon over to Tan Lang, it would also have the additional effect of weakening the enemy's power. Seeing Teacher Tian desperately trying to stop him, Han Wu immediately launched into a typical speech. First, praised Tony for being a true master of craftsmanship, capable of restoring a part of Tan Lang from just a small fragment of its power, and then expressed sympathy that his entire fortune is reduced to only 400 million divine points. Sure enough, Old Tony loved being flattered. When he heard Han Wu praise the divine weapon he had created, he couldn't help but feel proud and immediately agreed to the 400 million divine points price. Money can't buy a true friend, so the Tan Lang divine weapon is yours now. Han Wu went home to test the 3 divine weapons he had just acquired. He dropped a single drop of his blood into each of them to bind them to himself. The Guhu showed the earliest signs of activation, so Han Wu placed a grasshopper into it for restoration. A green frog jumped out and grabbed the grasshopper, pulling it inside. As for Tan Lang, it remained motionless, which made Han Wu a little anxious. Don't tell me that Old Tony really is running some sort of multi-level marketing scheme. Just as he was bad-mouthing Tony, Tan Lang suddenly lit up, and a small, cute husky jumped out. Han Wu found it looked completely different from the image of an insatiably greedy, battle-hungry creature that had been described.
He never expected that the husky's bark meant quick, shove the divine artifact into its mouth. It had just been summoned and was already affected by the gluttonous law, but he was so poor that he was practically eating dirt, not knowing where to find any divine artifacts. Hanwoo quickly grabbed a piece of divine realm shard to feed it something. The dazed husky, with food in its mouth, sat obediently in one spot. He wondered what his Bloodkin clan was doing right now. The locusts were forecasting the weather, the red dwarves were digging for gold with their picks and shovels, and the fools were pulling weights. Every creature was putting in effort to develop itself. Thanks to the sacred artifact he had managed to trick the Grudgeborn into giving him, Hanwoo could now restore the gluttonous law to level 3. At level 3, the effect was even stronger, as just filling the stomach could evolve a being into elite lifeform. If the restoration and leveling up was done step by step, even ordinary lifeforms could evolve into superhuman forms. And Hanwoo's locusts were well fed, which meant that his entire clan's lifeforms could soon ascend to the superhuman level. Hearing this, Hanwoo's eyes lit up. Billions of superhuman beings from his clan were about to be born. A week later, it was finally time to begin the next round of offerings. Hanwoo offered 13 billion locusts to the heavens and the earth. The reward for the 13 billion locusts stretched as long as a memorial tablet. The first choice was 10,000 Dark Demon Tribes hunter lifeforms at the superhuman level. The second was a 3-star divine artifact that could be used as both a divine weapon and a sacred object, enhancing damage and with divine magic attached. Lastly, there was a second-tier sacred object, the Petrification Stone. The Petrification Stone could only be used on non-human and non-humanoid races, helping the core essence Bloodkin clan evolve into a semi-human form through petrification. Hanwoo took the fossilized point in his hand and crushed it. A swarm of locusts merged into the beam of light that burst out from the fossil. A moment later, a group of locusts, taking the form of humans, appeared. Hanwoo's eyes lit up. This was truly an evolutionary leap. His locusts had evolved into locusts, entirely composed of extraordinary lifeforms with low-level intelligence and a lifespan cycle of 10 years. Hanwoo, even more excited, reviewed the belief and reproductive abilities of the locusts. Now, let's see who dares to underestimate Chocho anymore. At that moment, teacher Tianwen called to notify him about the test at the Shijing Academy. Tomorrow, there will be an admissions officer coming to meet you. The next day, a young man from the class took the initiative to offer to sponsor resources for Hanwoo. My family's Fleck raises many demigods, and they even have rare resources that can't be found online. The opportunity that had come to Hanwoo could not be missed. He was currently in need of fragments of Core Essence Divine Realm from level 7 to level 10. The young man nodded eagerly. Although the price was a bit high, based on their relationship, it would still cost about 400 million points of divine power. Hanwoo nodded. Once again, poverty is limiting my growth. The young man, being quite calculating, replied, as long as Hanwoo sells me 1,000 extraordinary skeleton riders, we can offset the 4 million divine power points. Hanwoo nodded. I have an entire farm of extraordinary skeleton riders. The young man, realizing that Hanwoo had closed the deal so quickly and dangerously, regretted not asking for Bone Binder, the hero-level lifeform, earlier. At this moment, teacher Tianwen came to lead Hanwoo to meet the survey instructor. The bald teacher from half a head of hair was surprised when he saw Hanwoo again. As expected, the teacher didn't have a favorable impression of Hanwoo because the last time he had failed the preparatory student test, and the Shijing test was much harder than the senior high school exam. Moreover, to prevent cheating, only the Core Essence Bloodkin clan could participate. Hanwoo's Core Essence Bloodkin clan, however, was the lowest tier locust. In this test, Hanwoo would need to infiltrate the border of a small town of giants called Multi-Dragon City. The giant civilization had a solid hierarchical system and professional job structure that could affect both Hanwoo and his Bloodkin clan. After being determined to have a harmful demonic creature system, the professional adventurers of Multi-Dragon City would actively hunt down Hanwoo, pursuing him to the death. His mission was singular, and he even had to chase and eliminate a hero protector of that city. Hanwoo wanted to inquire about the total military strength of Multi-Dragon City and the number of heroes in it.
According to the teacher, although it was the border of a small town, Multi-Dragon City had a population of tens of thousands, with professional adventurers accounting for more than 10% of the population, and a total of 5 heroes. For other information, he would have to investigate on his own. The remaining time to prepare before the test was 1 hour.
Hanwoo then asked teacher Tian when to exchange his accumulated points for 3 level 1 holy items.
Within the core essence divine realm, Hanwoo used the fragments he obtained from his fight with Hang Mang to upgrade his divine realm. The core essence divine realm has reached level 3, and the space has expanded again. Next, he just needs to bring the 3 holy items given by Tian-1 and load them here. The first one is the poison line, which has the ability to make the core essence Bloodkin clan develop poison attributes. Next is the earth core, which helps the core essence Bloodkin clan gain earth attributes, increasing their defense power. Finally, the demon spirit bow group, which is both a holy item and a weapon of the divine realm. It has the ability to allow the core essence Bloodkin clan to summon the bow group as weapon energy, while Hanwoo can summon the actual demon spirit bow group. After successfully loading them, most of the heavenly demon insects will have poison lines, half of the abyss worms will level up their defense, and most of the locusts will be able to use short bows in combat. Hanwoo is confident he can handle this test. With preparations complete, the admissions teacher was ready to teleport Hanwoo to the outskirts of Multi-Dragon City. It was Hanwoo's first time using the teleportation ball service, so he felt a bit unfamiliar. He fell from the teleportation portal in the sky but managed to land gracefully. Just after landing, the information board sent an urgent warning: if Hanwoo does not leave the area soon, he will be classified as a hunted demon beast. Hanwoo, with his alias King of the Demon Emperor, level 80, had all his personal information exposed. He immediately took advantage of it to check the level information of the 2 locust hero creatures he had just acquired. The information board displayed that they were level 60. Hanwoo couldn't understand how strong level 60 would be, as he had never taken them into battle. Locust warned Hanwoo that creatures were attempting to attack them. Hanwoo immediately mounted them to investigate the situation. At this moment, the sky suddenly filled with many demon creatures, to the point that even a second-tier professional explorer was worried. On the other hand, Nu Quan-shur, a first-tier professional explorer, was extremely excited because the more demon creatures there were, the more money they could earn. Shui Shen, a pseudo-first-tier professional explorer, was also delighted as he killed locusts and collected core essence fragments. Even the fire mage was busy roasting locusts, filling the air with a delicious aroma. A team of 4 people coordinated to deal with Hanwoo's locusts, while he was flying above them, using a human glow firebug to scout. Thrawn and Even, both at level 3, were second-tier Dragonblood warriors. All 4 of them wore the same style of medal, except Thrawn, who wore a silver medal. A high-quality one, reserved only for him. It seemed that Thrawn was the leader of the group. Thrawn decided to retreat when he saw the locusts darkening the sky. But it was already too late. Hanwoo sent a locust down to the ground to play with them. The danger grew closer, and what seemed like an ordinary group of locusts, which appeared harmless, turned out to be third-tier demon creatures. Thrawn ordered everyone to scatter, while he would try to hold the demon creature back. Thrawn swung his heavy sword in a mighty strike, but the damage was negligible. On the demon creature's body, there was only a slight scratch. It was too powerful, leaving no chance for them at all. While Thrawn was completely unaware, Locust suddenly lunged forward and attacked. It used all its strength to kick Thrawn, sending him flying over 100 meters away. After dealing with Thrawn, it began chasing the remaining members. The group was scrambling to find somewhere to hide, but before they could do anything, they were caught. Locust was excitedly pursuing them. In a very short time, the remaining F4 members were captured by Locust and quickly and easily bound and thrown into a corner. Hanwoo appeared in front of them, looking extremely displeased. The words from Nu Quan-shur echoed toward Hanwoo, filled with insults. "Don't come over here, you ugly demon creature." Hanwoo was irritated by the taunt, as he had always been incredibly beautiful, and now a mere explorer was calling him ugly. He told them that if they wanted to survive and leave this godforsaken place, they would just need to answer a few questions. Thrawn and Nu Quan sure gritted their teeth, their expressions showing they were desperate to rip Hanwoo apart. Hanwoo asked them what kind of person they saw him as. Nu Quan sure calmly replied, "It will be a long time before I answer any questions from a monster like Hanwoo." Before anyone could respond, Locust, which had been standing beside Hanwoo, suddenly attacked Nu Quan sure by stabbing its pincer through his body, shocking Hanwoo, who was standing there as well. He yelled at the Locust, "I said from the beginning, we're only supposed to scare them, not actually attack." The grasshopper, scolded, had its mouth wide open and beads of sweat were dripping from its face. Witnessing this scene, Shui Shen, pretending to be a professional, and the fire mage, pale-faced, screamed loudly. Out of fear, Hanwoo found it very annoying and immediately ordered the grasshoppers to cast curses and poison the remaining people. Thrawn, losing patience, asked, "What exactly does Hanwoo want?" He repeated the question again. The question sounded a bit meaningless, making Thrawn feel awkward. He described it very honestly, but not Hanwoo, rather the giant grasshopper. Its eyes were large, and its antennae were long. Hanwoo started overthinking, fearing that Thrawn was describing the ugly grasshopper, which seemed like an attempt to create an unpleasant image to engrave in the minds of the invaders. It turned out that was exactly what he wanted. He was very pleased with Thrawn's answers and instructed him to continue. For the next 3 hours, Hanwoo just sat there asking questions, forcing Thrawn to answer. Once he had obtained what he needed, Hanwoo moved forward to untie Thrawn as promised. As soon as he was freed, Thrawn rushed forward like he had encountered a ghost. He had to quickly report the news of the demon army to the Adventurers Guild. Though he had let Thrawn go, Hanwoo continued to silently observe from above, following him. When he saw that Thrawn had reached the intended location, he ordered the grasshoppers to knock him out, considering the current situation. His information could not be leaked yet. Hanwoo continued with his work. From what he had gathered, there were hundreds of thousands of adventurers here. If he were to attack directly with just 3 people, it would not be enough. While he was busy thinking of ways to increase his fighting power, a group of goblins appeared in front of him, eagerly awaiting his orders. Hanwoo felt a brief moment of disappointment, but at least they were there, better than nothing. Although most of the goblins were of a low level, the goblin leader was level 62 and had reached the 3rd class advancement. But the question was, how could they have professions? It turned out that the leader had eaten a number of adventurers who carried profession shards, which were then collected. After receiving this information, Hanwoo immediately thought about class-changing his grasshoppers. He decided quickly. Hanwoo ordered all of them to search for the whereabouts of the adventurers and gather profession shards. 3 days later, the profession shards were gathered in one place. It was time to proceed with the class merging for the grasshoppers. Hanwoo threw all the shards into the air. The information board displayed the profession choices. There were 4 options: lawyer, martial artist, warrior, and archer. Hanwoo selected archer, as he lacked long-range attack methods. It also suited his grasshoppers, giving them the heroic vitality of his own. He envisioned a future where he would continue to level up, and at that point, capturing any hero would be as easy as turning his hand. Another grasshopper came to report that they couldn't get close to a cave over there. Hanwoo instructed them to lead him to it. Upon arrival, he noticed that the air here was very dense, mixed with a trace of divine power. Looking down, Hanwoo saw an orange dragon sleeping in a chained state. He recalled his teacher's words about certain civilizations from beyond the world that often sealed enemies they couldn't easily kill. Perhaps the black dragon sleeping before him was the unfortunate one who had been sealed by a powerful being. This black dragon's name was Elphus, currently at level 103, originally 149, but its strength had been significantly reduced due to the seal. Elphus belonged to the class of a trader, a profession of a special race, and the remaining information about it, such as its equipment, divinity, or innate abilities, were all mysteries. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its eyes, causing the locusts to begin contemplating an escape. But before they could take 2 steps, Hanwoo called them back, making them freeze in fear. The Black Dragon traitor Elphus has risen and wants to fight the Hanwoo faction. At this point, Hanwoo had already taken off, running, and instructed the locusts to scatter and hide. Elphus kept attacking, with black smoke rising in a thick cloud around them. 5 minutes later, Hanwoo peeked out and asked, "Has the Black Dragon used all its moves yet?" This only made Elphus angrier, and it resumed its attack. Elphus opened its mouth wide, summoning a ball of energy that grew bigger and bigger. Hanwoo ran to hide again, while the Black Dragon's movements seemed like mere show-off. Despite continuously launching attacks, it failed to hit anyone. After 10 minutes of wasted effort, the Black Dragon began to tire. Hanwoo reappeared once more and said that he wasn't here to fight, but only intended to help it. However, it was clear that Elphus would not believe that. It thought it had seen through Hanwoo's tricks. "If you're not angry yet, leave now, or I'll make sure to strike your clan." Seeing that it was impossible to talk to the Black Dragon, Hanwoo took out his bow and shot the first arrow. As soon as the arrow touched Elphus, it bounced right off. The Black Dragon looked down on Hanwoo and said, "You are nothing but a bug. Its defense is invincible, Hanwoo will never be able to hurt it." Realizing the bow wasn't working, he switched to a sword. Hanwoo rushed forward and slashed hard at the Black Dragon, but it didn't even flinch, not even a scratch. He then changed his approach, using a powerful surge of divine energy to strike near the Black Dragon's head. "If I can't hurt it, there's no point in talking." Hanwoo used his defensive slashing technique, successfully causing a shockwave that injured the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon, furious that Hanwoo dared harm such a mighty being, attempted to intimidate him, only to be interrupted as Hanwoo threatened back. "I still have many weapons, you might even be forced to log out." At this, the Black Dragon relented and began speaking with Hanwoo. It asked him what he wanted from it. Hanwoo went straight to the point. He wanted to eliminate a hero in Dragon City, but he wasn't powerful enough to deal with it on his own, so he needed the Black Dragon's help. However, Elphus had been sealed here for hundreds of years and could not leave. The chains that bound it were a special creation designed specifically for it. Even its dark power couldn't corrode half of them, let alone Hanwoo's weapons. Hanwoo looked at the chain lock around the Black Dragon's neck. Is this lock really a divine artifact? That's right. The rebellious Black Dragon, with its magnificent and enormous waist, didn't bother to lie. Hanwoo conjured a fireball with his hand. He had a way to break the lock on the Black Dragon's neck, but he wasn't sure if it would work. Hanwoo's plan was to cut the chain in the middle. He brought the fireball close to the chain and sliced it in two, to the astonished gaze of the Black Dragon. Seeing the chain successfully severed, the Black Dragon loudly demanded Hanwoo cut the remaining pieces as well, even arrogantly adding, "The rebellious Black Dragon, the great Elphi, orders you to do so." Hanwoo was displeased by the Black Dragon's words and asked, "What did you just say?" The mindless Black Dragon repeated the command. Just now, when Hanwoo helped cut one of the chain links, it was a gesture of sincerity because he needed the Black Dragon's help. He never expected this creature to dare give him orders. The Black Dragon was ready to comply with Hanwoo's request. After all, it was just a matter of physically dealing with a hero and making him log off. To the dragon, it was as easy as flipping its hand. It kept urging Hanwoo to help it remove the chains. But Hanwoo had changed his mind. He wanted the Black Dragon to serve him for 100 years, as a repayment for saving it. The Black Dragon roared, insulting Hanwoo as a despicable fool, claiming that he was delusional. It was a grand rebellious Black Dragon, wasn't it? Why would it follow and become a servant to a brat like Hanwoo? Hanwoo's expression turned serious as he said, "I can save you, but I can also find a way to make you disappear forever. If you're unwilling to fulfill my request, then you'll just become a stepping stone for me to increase my power." The giant dragon's body was full of treasures. If it disappeared, its bones would make excellent material for crafting fine weapons. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon immediately shuddered, hastily bowed down and agreed to serve Hanwoo for 100 years, hoping that he would release it as soon as possible. Having been in chains for so long, it could no longer endure. Having achieved his goal, Hanwoo's face brightened as he handed the Black Dragon a contract and asked it to sign.
After reading the contract, the Black Dragon lost its composure.
According to what was written, it was essentially being forced into slavery.
"Don't even think about it, our dragon clan will never be slaves."
It was still shouting when Hanwoo brought forth a piece of shattered essence before it.
The Black Dragon immediately fell silent. Hanwoo knew that the Black Dragon was currently very weak and needed replenishment.
That was why he had presented this fragment to tempt the creature.
As expected, the Black Dragon was completely captivated.
Just a moment ago, it was proclaiming that it would never do such things, yet now it extended its claws and signed without hesitation.
Hanwoo kept his promise.
After the Black Dragon signed, he released the little wolf to chew through the chains, returning the Black Dragon's freedom. Finally, after years of imprisonment, the rebellious Black Dragon Elfie was free, no longer bound by chains. Meanwhile, at the Multi-Dragon City Guild building, 5 heroes were gathered upon hearing the news that the Black Dragon had broken free from its seal. They also deduced that the Black Dragon was currently very weak. This was the golden opportunity for them to unite and destroy it. The heroic Saintess was certain that the Black Dragon would seek out a secret refuge to recover its strength, and since the area outside the city was vast, finding it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. They would need assistance from the adventurers in Multi-Dragon City. Another person, the Icefire Swordmaster hero, dressed in a white outfit that exuded an air of elegance, said that they had to act first and gain the upper hand before the monsters started to riot. The dark power emanating from the Black Dragon would cause a large number of monsters to become stronger. The hero Feng Xingzhe, calm as ever, responded, "Those people are overthinking it. After all, it's just a Black Dragon that has recently broken free from its seal. There's no need to worry about it so much." Then he turned to Dulongzhe, who seemed to have a trustworthy demeanor, and asked, "Don't you agree, big brother Dulongzhe?" Hero Dulongzhe, with a stern expression and eyes sharp as blades, replied, "It's just a giant dragon, what's there to discuss? I've once killed a wind elemental 6-headed dragon on my own, and it didn't disrupt the formation of the entire group of adventurers in Multi-Dragon City." Hero Infinity Saint quickly reminded, "This Black Dragon is not like the others out there. According to what was recorded by Van Ko, it is a traitor of the Dragon Clan. We must never underestimate it." Hero Dulongzhe snapped, his face darkening, "Are you doubting my strength? After all, I am a Dulongzhe of the 4th rank, bestowed by the celestial mandate. My very purpose is to kill dragons." Just hearing those words, Hero Infinity Saint was left speechless, unable to add anything more. Hero Dulongzhe decided to take on the Black Dragon himself, only requesting the others stay behind to protect the house. The respect the others had for him was evident, his words carried great weight. Feng Xingzhe smiled and asked to follow and assist Dulongzhe. Dulongzhe remained silent, saying nothing, and continued walking, while Feng Xingzhe trailed behind him like a small tail. Hanwoo and the Black Dragon had gathered all the monsters in Multi-Dragon City to their side. They all knelt before Hanwoo and the Black Dragon. Hanwoo began to incite them to rebel, urging them to unite and form a monster alliance to fight against the Adventurer Guild with the goal of hunting down the adventurers. The monsters below were shocked to the core, mouths agape in disbelief at what they were hearing. They had never considered hunting and killing adventurers, as their own strength was limited. The words of the monsters also made Hanwoo think for a moment. In reality, the tribe's strength was not yet strong enough to ensure victory. They would need the help of these cannon fodder soldiers to be able to control the situation. He promised the monsters that he would help them enhance their strength. Once they joined the Monster Alliance, they would be rewarded with energy crystals to increase their power. A few days later, they began taking the first steps of their plan. The Black Dragon was drawing its own blood to pour down for Hanwoo to bathe in, as its dragon blood would help Hanwoo break through to the 3rd stage. It also subtly reminded Hanwoo that he needed to give it 500 black starstones, as it would soon feel dizzy from blood loss. Hanwoo knew the Black Dragon was pretending to be weak, but after all, it had to give up a lot of its own blood for him. So, despite the 500 black starstones being very expensive, he still promised to pay it back in full. After having bathed sufficiently in dragon blood, the system announced that Han Wu had been promoted to the third-tier profession of Black Dragon Warrior. His physical constitution and resistance to various elemental forces increased by 50%. His strength rose significantly, especially his skill Black Dragon Transformation Mastery. Unable to wait any longer, Han Wu immediately activated the Black Dragon Transformation skill within his body. Thick streams of purple smoke began to rise around him. In the blink of an eye, 2 obsidian horns appeared on Han Wu's head, and a pair of wings sprouted from his back. This was his new skill. His code name now was King of the Demon Emperor. His level had reached 125, along with talents such as Chosen One of the Heavens, Dark Element Sensing, Black Dragon Competes for Ancient Lake, and many other powerful gifts. Han Wu now stood on a different level. He was confident that he had gained enough strength to face off one-on-one against the heroes of Multi-Dragon City. But suddenly, the Black Dragon let out a loud roar. What's going on? 2 beams of green and red light appeared in the sky. 2 men landed. They were Hero Dulongjia and Hero Fengxingxia. They had discovered the Black Dragon's hiding place. Hero Dulongjia targeted the Black Dragon. Once I take down the Black Dragon, my Dragon Slayer profession will definitely ascend to a new height. Then he ordered Hero Fengxingxia to form a perimeter to prevent other monsters from interfering with his grand undertaking. Hero Fengxingxia raised his hand to the sky and conjured a green sphere of power called Storm Barrier. A brilliant green sky lit up above Multi-Dragon City. Han Wu and the Black Dragon were trapped in the penalty area of the Hero Fengxingxia. Upon seeing Han Wu, the King of the Demon Emperor at level 125, they never expected such a powerful monster to exist outside of Multi-Dragon City. Han Wu originally planned to master his skills before heading to Multi-Dragon City to deal with a hero, but fate had other plans, and the heroes came straight to him. The hero Fengxingxia, whose real name was Kmit, was at level 131 with expertise in head crushing, sealed divine flame, light stepping physique, and storm embodiment. In terms of level, Han Wu and the Black Dragon were clearly at a disadvantage in this battle. The fight began, with Han Wu attacking first. He flew up and threw 2 daggers toward his opponent. He easily dodged the attacks, leaping high and suddenly appearing behind Han Wu to strike. It turned out he could clone himself. Han Wu found himself facing 2 attacks from both the front and the back, leaving his head feeling numb. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon was continuously launching attacks. The Locust Bloodkin clan was breaking through the barrier. It seemed like it was trying to destroy the barrier he had created earlier. The hero of the domain was fighting against the Black Dragon. Though it seemed like the Black Dragon was at a disadvantage, at some point, the hero had appeared behind him and raised his sword high to strike. The Black Dragon took the blow, letting out a piercing scream before falling to the ground. The Black Dragon was completely defeated and was controlled by Dulongjia. Dulongjia ordered Dragon Soul to take the Black Dragon back to Multi-Dragon City, then turned to ask Han Wu if he needed any assistance. He was confident that he could handle Han Wu, so he told Dulongjia to head back first, and that he would follow shortly. The hero Dulongjia said nothing more, taking the sword book and the 2 Dragon Souls to bring the Black Dragon back to Multi-Dragon City. Han Wu, however, did not give up on breaking through the storm barrier. He had to succeed, no matter the cost. The locusts surged forward like a flood, breaking apart the storm barrier piece by piece. In a short time, the wall had collapsed under the swarm of locusts, which took him completely by surprise. But he scoffed, saying that Han Wu did not know his own limits, and continued launching attacks at him. However, before he could even get into position, he was surrounded by the swarm of locusts. It was then that he realized the danger was close at hand. If he kept going like this, his energy would be drained completely. In the 36 strategies, running was the best choice, but it was already too late. In an instant, from a level 131 hero, he was wiped out by the locusts. They wrapped around him and corroded his body, leaving nothing but a skeleton. He had logged out of the world, which meant that Han Wu's mission had been completed. A message from the teacher appeared on the screen: the teleportation passage back is now open, you can return.
However, the situation was now quite ironic. Han Wu didn't want to leave. The teacher easily guessed the reason why he wanted to stay. Han Wu wanted to charge into the enemy camp to save the Black Dragon. He had to save it because it had made a 100-year pact with him, and he could not abandon its life like this. The teacher's face at this moment was extremely serious. He warned Han Wu about the danger of this action. If you go to rescue the Black Dragon, it's not just about being a hero, you'll have to face 4 stronger heroes, along with millions of adventurers and tens of millions of ordinary civilians armed with weapons. The task of rescuing the Black Dragon is too dangerous. Even a demigod has a very high chance of failure. Let alone now, when you are just a tiny divine creature. Of course, Han Wu was fully aware of this. He suggested releasing all the tribes in the Holy Realm to fight alongside him. He was willing to deliberately increase the difficulty of the mission, turning it into the conquest of the entire multi-dragon city. The teacher was stunned by his suggestion. Challenging the entire multi-dragon city seemed like a joke, but he still agreed to this dangerous and dramatic request. Before disappearing, he sincerely reminded Han Wu. Never, under any circumstances, should you die here. Because your true body has descended, you must win and complete the mission at all costs. As the teacher vanished, a group of people appeared. The highest level among them was a Sword Edge clan warrior, a hero with a level of 140, who wielded the Blade of Life. Additionally, there was a dwarf blacksmith clan member wielding a divine mace, a hero with a level of 113, an ox demon clan warrior at level 135, a dry bone clan member at level 132, Fu Guja at level 86, and the lowest was Bone Binder at level 75. This lineup greatly pleased Han Wu. However, the number of adventurers in Multi-Dragon City was immense. Although the Bloodkin clan's combat power was strong, compared to the sheer number of humans, it was insignificant. They had no choice but to find help to manage the lower-level adventurers. Now was the time for the Monster Alliance to be put to use. Han Wu ordered the Bloodkin clan locusts to immediately deliver the message to the Alliance. The longer the delay, the greater the danger the Black Dragon would face. Han Wu called for assassins Blade Edge and Uemo-saman to join him as they made their way to the secret forest. Somewhere in the forest, a group of monsters was having a discussion. They believed that with the Black Dragon gone, the Monster Alliance no longer had a reason to exist. One of the wolves proposed a plan to gather the monsters and deal with Han Wu, then take the energy crystals from him and divide them among themselves. But before he could finish his sentence, someone attacked him from behind, knocking him to the ground, motionless. The other monsters nearby were struck with panic. It was Han Wu's warning. A bunch of lowly creatures with no honor dared to plot against him. If he didn't show force, they would rebel. Han Wu glared at them and growled, "You really want to die, don't you?" But it seemed the green-skinned goblin still hadn't learned fear. Pointing directly at Han Wu, it said, "We only wanted to serve the traitor evil dragon, not care about Han Wu, and said you're nothing." Immediately, Han Wu taught them a lesson. The goblins, unaware of their place, dared to act arrogant. The goblin who had been so loud before was now writhing on the ground in pain. This wasn't an invitation to attack a city, this was an order. The remaining goblins, witnessing the scene, quickly knelt and bowed their heads to the ground. "Lord, we are willing to obey your commands." Now, Han Wu was filled with righteous fury. He was prepared for a life-or-death battle, and he would certainly rescue the Black Dragon. Han Wu and the monsters headed towards Multi-Dragon City to rescue the Black Dragon from the hands of the heroes. Inside Multi-Dragon City, the Black Dragon was now chained by both its hands and feet, lying motionless, surrounded by a large crowd of people watching. Hero Dulongja was sitting proudly on his chair, enjoying wine and admiring the fruits of his labor for the day. Someone came to inform him that the ceremony to use the Black Dragon had been arranged in the square. Saintess Tangwei asked this person to pass a message to him. Why hasn't Hero Fengxingzhi returned with Dulongja? It had already been more than 12 hours, and even Dulongja didn't know whether Fengxingzhi had returned yet. He only said to the commoner, "Perhaps Fengxingzhi has returned late. After the dragon slaying ceremony is completed, I will personally go look for him."
Suddenly, the ground trembled, causing Du Long's wine cup to spill over, and he himself was thrown off balance. Oh, the monsters from Han Wu's side had arrived. The horn was blown, signaling to everyone in Dai Long City to prepare for battle against the large number of monsters attacking. The city began to descend into chaos. Women and children retreated into the shelters, while all the explorers and men took up arms to defend against Han Wu's forces. They had buried all the monsters mentioned in the ancient texts, yet they had all appeared together. In addition, there was a large number of flying monsters, Han Wu's locusts. They were pouring into the city in droves. The soldiers could only call upon the mages beside them to use magic to take down the enemy forces, but before they could act, a barrage of arrows rained down from somewhere, striking them down. These were the arrows of the locust people. Below, other mages were doing their best to use magic to fire powerful beams at the locusts, but they easily dodged them, unscathed. Taking advantage of this, the monsters pressed forward even more, attacking with greater ferocity. Indeed, the power of unity should never be underestimated. Han Wu stood behind, giving orders to each group. Little Dry Bone, Fu Guzha, get ready to depart. The two monsters charged ahead with great force, and in an instant, the soldiers were swiftly taken down with no way to retreat. The creature buried itself deeper into the ground, growing more ferocious with every strike, swinging its massive hammer down repeatedly, but no matter how it attacked, it couldn't hit the intricate, dense network of rose vines, leaving it confused. A hero of mystic rose and deep forest began launching his attacks. Branches resembling squid tentacles continuously emerged, surrounding and tightly entangling the creature, obscuring its entire field of vision. On the other side, the hero Duja Foam unleashed sparks to block the monsters, forcing them into a standstill where they could only remain motionless. At that moment, the hero Wu Ji Cheng commanded the army to form a defensive formation to counter the enemy, seizing the opportunity to wipe out the monsters. Other mages were also encouraged to launch magical assaults. They had created a magical alliance. The goblins, unable to resist, were thrown 2 billion meters away. The magical alliance of those from Multi-Dragon City grew stronger, and the monsters had no way to fight back. The hero Dulongja arrogantly urged the adventurers to drive back the invaders, while he himself would deal with the Black Dragon. In the face of the increasingly unfavorable situation, Han Wu finally called upon Bone Binder to strike. Bone Binder, like a deity invoking a summoning spell, shot out hundreds of bones at once. These bones then assembled into a complete skeleton, forming the shape of an old man. Dry Bone, a giant, emitted a surge of high-voltage electricity from its body as it began to move towards the spot where the flames had blocked its path. It grabbed the vine it had used earlier, easily breaking the magic seal. The monsters were once again restored to their full strength and will. They charged in like wild beasts. Han Wu's power at that moment seemed to have reached its peak. Elphus, I'm here to save you. Shouting loudly as he ran, Han Wu's voice woke Elphus from its slumber. In the blink of an eye, Han Wu appeared in front of it, which had been immobilized for several days. Today, the Black Dragon seemed to be in high spirits once again, making it wonder why Han Wu had come to its aid. Above, the heroes looked at them with disdain, unaware of their own limitations as they dared to venture into a dangerous place like this. As they spoke, the hero Infinity Saint Prison descended, intending to attack Han Wu. However, just as he was about to strike, he was immediately knocked unconscious by a blow from Ox Demon Clan, crashing to the ground, utterly unaware of his surroundings. To offend my deity, you deserve to die. Seeing this, the hero with pink hair rushed forward, unleashing thorny vine strikes. Yet before she could even land a hit on Han Wu, Divine Mace blocked her attack with a surge of 1 billion volts. The vines writhed in the sea of flames, leaving the girl stunned. At this moment, Hero Dulongja could no longer hold back. Only a few minutes remained, but the previous plan had completely fallen apart. His level up could not simply vanish like this. He began to launch an attack, releasing dragon souls, but the result was zero. The dragon souls were immediately neutralized as soon as they were released. The advantage was gradually tilting in favor of Han Wu and the monsters. Dragon Soul and the Dry Bone Clan were still locked in a fierce struggle, with neither side giving an inch. Suddenly, Fu Guja cried out,
I'm so hungry.
He then jumped straight onto the back of Dragon's soul and took a huge bite, causing the dragon to lose control and let out a painful scream.
Surely, the dragon never imagined that one day it would be bitten on the neck by a skeleton like this.
The hero Dulongje, seeing his dragon being eaten, angrily soared into the air to seek justice for his beloved creature.
How dare you eat my dragon soul? You're really courting death.
But Dry Bone Clan, being nothing but skeletons, was already dead and couldn't care less about the threat. The hero Dulongje struck decisively, causing the skeleton to fall to the ground. A series of cracking sounds echoed, but just a minute later, the limbs of Dry Bone Clan healed, and it leapt back up.
Dulongje was stunned, thinking he had finished it off, but who would have thought it would be so resilient, like a leech?
Dragon Soul, poor thing, was once again ruthlessly bitten by Fu Guja, only able to scream for help. Dulongje stood there with wide eyes, astonished by the scene.
What kind of monster are you?
Dulongje had lived this long and never encountered a monster that could bounce back so quickly for food. Even with his strength, his blow had no lasting effect on Dry Bone Clan.
But the main mission upon entering Multi-Dragon City was to rescue Elphys. Hanwoo gave the order to unlock Elphys's cage.
Elphys, nearly dead from its captivity, sighed.
Hanwoo was truly a reliable partner. It couldn't stop praising Hanwoo, calling him the great rebel.
The Black Dragon also promised to always remember Hanwoo, never forgetting him for all eternity.
Hanwoo was also very happy about that.
He told the Black Dragon to serve him for another 100 years to repay the kindness. At the same time, he threw 2 shadow crystals at the Black Dragon to help heal the injuries it had endured over the past days. It seemed like they had a special bond. Although, according to the agreement, the Black Dragon was Hanwoo's servant, Hanwoo treated it like a true friend. Suddenly, Hanwoo sensed that something was wrong.
Divine Mace was losing ground and in danger.
The vines were about to attack him.
Hanwoo immediately ordered the Grasshoppers to go help Divine Mace.
But with the situation like this, things were really bad. They had to get out of this situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, what awaited them would be defeat. It would only be a matter of time before Hanwoo's army was completely wiped out if things continued like this. The Black Dragon sensed that Hanwoo truly cared for it, and in gratitude, it decided to give him a great gift. Truly, it must have had great trust in Hanwoo.
Elphys wanted to bestow a title upon Hanwoo.
From now on, he would also be known as the Great Rebel. With that, Elphys rose up, shooting purple beams from its eyes toward Hanwoo and chanting incantations that sent energy into him.
In an instant, Hanwoo's power increased dramatically.
He now possessed 3 types of strength: the Black Dragon, Shadowing, and Ferocious Dragon Cut. Hanwoo dashed toward Hero Dulongje and landed a deadly blow that caught him off guard. The power was so overwhelming that his body couldn't withstand it and he began to spew blood. While the hero Dulongje was still weakened from the previous attack by Hanwoo, the Dry Bone Clan rushed in from behind, driving a spear straight through his heart, ending his life there. The Dry Bone Clan performed a summoning ritual, taking the soul of the hero Dulongje and transforming it into a mutated life form, the hero Blood Dried Bone. Hanwoo, however, did not stand idle. On the other side, the hero Saintess was being attacked by him. The hero Saintess refuses to yield.
Do you dare?
Hanwoo smirked, saying that she would be next and ordered Divine Mace to make Saintess repay for what she had done to him. After dealing with the hero Saintess, Hanwoo rushed over to assist, defeating the hero Sword of Ice and Fire. He attacked from behind, causing him to lose his balance. The hero Fong, a life form, unleashed his final move, finishing off Sword of Ice and Fire with a crucifixion slash. As the other heroes were gradually eliminated, the hero Infinity Saint began to panic and fled.
However, the entire Multi-Dragon City was now surrounded by monsters.
The mutated life form hero Blood Dried Bone suddenly appeared before Infinity Saint, ready to fight at any moment.
The Ox Demon Clan, wielding a staff, leapt down from above, delivering a decisive blow.
All the heroes had been wiped out.
Hanwoo stood above and announced to the monsters that they had cleared the entire city.
He also fulfilled his promise to exchange a crystal for each trophy of the fallen. Hanwoo brought a bag of crystals before long, as he had previously mentioned. My friend, I hope you return to the peak soon. The black dragon looked at Hanwoo, moved to the point of tears, thanked him profusely, and expressed his willingness to follow Hanwoo for life. The teacher's screen appeared, congratulating him on completing the mission. His recent achievements had created an unprecedented miracle at the school. The teleportation portal was ready. Hanwoo had 3 hours to sort through all the spoils from the battle. Hanwoo expressed to the teacher his desire to establish a stable teleportation gate connected to his divine realm. He was willing to give up all the spoils he had earned. The teacher pondered for a moment. He understood that Hanwoo wanted to plant roots in a new civilization, but this would also bring many hidden dangers. Setting up a stable teleportation gate was simple enough, but what if an external civilization launched a counterattack on his divine realm through that gate? If not careful, Hanwoo's core essence in the divine realm could be invaded. But Hanwoo was determined to make it happen. Hanwoo expressed his resolve to the teacher. Teacher, I've thought it through. The teacher agreed with Hanwoo's wish and decided to assist him. Within 10 days, he would help stabilize the teleportation gate and provide Hanwoo with an early warning device. If any powerful beings from an external civilization used the gate to teleport, Hanwoo would be alerted. 10 days passed, and the teleportation gate became more stable. Hanwoo handed over Multi-Dragon City to the Dry Bone clan of Lee, leaving Ox Demon Warden behind to guard against any counterattack from the Adventurers Guild. Hanwoo confided in the Dry Bone clan as a friend, telling them that Multi-Dragon City was beyond saving. He urged them to move back to Divine Realm as soon as possible and advised Dry Bone clan not to lose too much over this. The Dry Bone clan quietly said, "Understood." After everything settled, Hanwoo ordered the teleportation gate to be opened, and he would return to his daily school life. Back at school, after the battles on the other side, Hanwoo's body had undergone significant changes, especially his eyes, which were no longer normal as they used to be. They had turned completely black. As he walked through the school, Hanwoo's eyes attracted the attention of his teacher. "Hanwoo, what happened to your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Hanwoo only then became aware of the changes in his body, thinking it must be due to the special rebellious occupation he had. He opened the information panel to check and saw that his current level had reached that of a divine being, with a particular talent for rebellion. Hanwoo wanted to see more details about this rebellion talent, but the system notified him that his level wasn't high enough to view it. He needed to reach the demigod level to qualify for checking the specifics of this talent. The teacher announced that Hanwoo had excellently completed and passed the examination at Western Capital Academy. He had earned a spot in the academy's preparatory class, but in order to officially enroll in Western Capital Academy, he still had to meet certain conditions. The conditions to become a preparatory student were that one must possess special skills and meet at least 2 of the following 4 requirements. The first condition was that the Bloodkin clan core essence must become a life form with divine origin and elite qualities. The second condition was that Hanwoo must cultivate a heroic life form. The third condition was that his divinity must exceed 4 points, and finally, the fourth condition was that he must possess a divine artifact. Under the current circumstances, Hanwoo had met the second condition, but for the third, he still needed to fulfill another requirement before he could pass. But this message came to him too late, and it might cause trouble for Hanwoo. After the teacher finished speaking, he went elsewhere, only encouraging him to keep trying, saying that the doors of the academy were opening before him. Hanwoo turned to look at the teacher beside him, hoping the teacher could help him gain a divine point as soon as possible. But the teacher shook his head and sighed, saying it was too late. If Hanwoo had said this a day earlier, perhaps the teacher would have given him a divine point, but now it's all gone. The teacher suggested that Hanwoo could also participate in the evaluation at the academy 28 days from now, with a reward of 1 divine point. After hearing this, Hanwoo gave the teacher a skeptical look. It was hard to believe that it could be such a coincidence. "Hanwoo, please stop giving me that doubtful look. I swear on my honor that what I said is the truth." With no other option, Hanwoo could only strive to improve on his own. Hanwoo returned to his own divine realm.
Should he go all in and gamble everything, or should he back off?
Hanwoo touched the ground and cast the life sacrifice spell to earn divine points, but the system notification appeared, saying no points could be gained.
He had no choice but to put it off until tomorrow and try again.
The next day, Hanwoo returned to continue practicing to gain divine points, but the results were no better than before. For 7 consecutive days, Hanwoo diligently tried to earn divine points, but kept failing, never hitting the jackpot, which left him feeling both frustrated and amused. Previously, Hanwoo had possessed a divine point card but didn't appreciate it, exchanging it for 150 million divine power points. Now, even if he regretted it, it was too late. If heaven gives me another chance, I will hold on to that divine card and never sell it. The system notification indicated that there was a new message from Yuan Zhong sent to him.
Boss, where is the origin of the sacred artifact today? Hanwoo did not respond immediately.
Instead, he sent a message to borrow Yuan Zhong's divine power. Although he believed that Yuan Zhong was a true god, it was highly likely that he didn't possess divine power. On the other side, when Yuan Zhong received the message, he was somewhat suspicious.
He thought that Hanwoo might not be a true god, but perhaps a high-level demigod?
To ask for a point of divine power right off the bat, although he was a great deity in his eyes, no matter what, it was something he couldn't afford to offend.
With that, Yuan Zhong immediately sent the divine power to Hanwoo.
Hanwoo was overjoyed when he saw it arrive, but when he opened it, it turned out to be the divine river ruins, which was not what he had hoped for.
What the hell is this?
Hanwoo immediately searched the internet, and a large amount of information appeared before him. The divine river ruins were the remnants of a civilization of the divine river that had been abandoned during its development and could be considered a structure. However, due to excessive research on this project, the mineral structure of this plane had changed, and it carried a certain amount of radiation. There were many different forms of life there, and the creatures living in this area had been affected by the radiation, with more than 90% of them mutating into genetically corrupted monsters. To survive here, these monsters could only consume more radioactive ores to strengthen their mutations, using poison to counter poison. But if too much radioactive ore was consumed, the mutated creatures would begin to form crystallized substances that could absorb the mutated genes. These substances were called gene stones, and they had special and miraculous effects in nurturing the Bloodkin clan. Although it is the lowest grade gene, it can be compared to a third-tier sacred artifact and is worth hundreds of thousands of divine power. It is quite favored by demigods and even true gods. This gift is truly invaluable. This must be a divine creature. I wonder how many divine power points this ticket could sell for. There's hot news. A certain divine king bought poor quality radioactive ore, causing an artificial beast farm with an investment of hundreds of billions of divine power to go bankrupt.
Hanwoo then remembered that he had a decomposition machine.
Even low-grade radioactive ore could be used to refine radiation crystals. After being given to mutated beasts, they could transform and condense stronger gene stones. After all, he still needed to go on site to check things out.
Hanwoo got to work and went immediately.
He arrived at a small town outside the Divine River ruins, dressed in a full bodysuit and wearing a black mask. After all, he was entering unfamiliar territory, so his personal safety had to come first. A man appeared behind Hanwoo and offered to guide him around the area, making Hanwoo more vigilant.
"Give me a reason to hire you."
The man flaunted his knowledge of the Divine River, even knowing who was trustworthy and who wasn't. He sneaked around for a bit, revealing information that Hanwoo didn't need. Hanwoo stopped him and only asked,
"Do you know if anyone here sells radioactive ore?"
The man looked at Hanwoo with a very confused expression.
"So, the great deity has come here just for radioactive ore?"
The blonde man recounted the recent issues with poor quality radioactive ore. He smugly said that it was because the other man didn't ask him to buy it, which made Hanwoo start paying more attention. A bald man appeared behind them, walking toward where Hanwoo was standing and raising his hand in greeting. The blonde-haired man noticed and quickly approached to greet the guest, then introduced the bald man to Hanwoo. "He's known as He Master, the owner of the largest mine in Divine River." The bald man proudly introduced himself further.
He is the biggest radioactive ore trader in all of Divine River. Over 70% of the radioactive ore in the entire Divine River comes from him, and he guarantees that there is never any low-quality material. Hanwoo also stated his request regarding the amount of radioactive ore. I need some pure samples that can give me 10,000 divine points to bring back to the divine realm for testing. He happily accepted the deal without any issue. The trade was completed. Exchanging 40,000 divine points worth of ore for 21 radiation crystals was considered quite cost-effective. Without delay, Hanwoo immediately proceeded with testing. The first test subject was a wild wolf with a common life form, a level 1 mutant beast with gene disorder and mutation. He threw a crystal for the wolf to eat. The wolf devoured it eagerly, and soon after, the ordinary wolf had grown a horn and a strong-looking mane. Hanwoo was surprised by the ore's effect. The wolf just licked it once and already reached level 2 mutation. The wolf kept eating, and the mutation process continued, now reaching level 3 mutation. Hanwoo was already thinking about reserving this valuable material for use by the Bloodkin clan of the Divine Realm. How exciting that would be. But suddenly, the wolf in front of him exploded and turned into a red crystal. Indeed, radiation is extremely dangerous if not controlled, it will explode from its own power. The red stone, known as the Gen Stone, is used to induce genetic mutations in the Bloodkin clan, granting them fangs. However, its side effect causes the lifespan of mutated Bloodkin clan members to be reduced to just 3 years. Suddenly, a voice threatened Hanwoo from behind, demanding he hand over the stone. It was demigod Zhang Gang. Hanwoo firmly retorted, "What if I don't give it to you?" Zhang Gang replied, "Then what awaits you is death." He raised his hand and summoned a pack of wolves to attack Hanwoo, but they were no match for him. In an instant, Hanwoo activated the Black Dragon transformation, sprouting 2 wings that emanated an immense power, leaving the wolves gaping in awe. Before they could react, Hanwoo struck. Zhang Gang commanded the other wolves to attack again. A swarm of wolves charged at Hanwoo, but he was unafraid, soaring into the sky. "Fools, I can fly." Demigod Zhang Gang, irritated by Hanwoo's childish behavior, used a ceiling technique, pulling Hanwoo from the sky down to the ground. Hanwoo had no time to defend himself and fell right into the middle of the wolf pack. Zhang Gang ordered the wolves to attack Hanwoo. Due to being affected by Zhang Gang's ceiling technique, Hanwoo could only run. Seeing a barrier ahead, he hurriedly rushed towards it, thinking the wolves wouldn't follow him inside. But to his surprise, they kept chasing him. Zhang Gang continued to shout at his wolf cavalry to chase after Hanwoo. The situation grew more urgent, leaving Hanwoo with no choice but to flee. Zhang Gang followed him in, furious for not capturing Hanwoo. However, he soon noticed something strange about the atmosphere there and decided to pull back the beasts. Hanwoo was still hiding underwater, waiting for the others to leave before daring to surface. As soon as he reached the shore, he saw the mutated fish and was startled and horrified. The river he had just dived into surely contained nuclear waste, which was why the fish had turned out like that. The safest choice was to head back. Flipping through the map, Hanwoo realized that the river was not marked. This meant he was lost. At that moment, a group of mutated beasts appeared before him, intending to attack. He calmly faced them. Hanwoo threw genetic stones at the beasts. In an instant, all the large creatures exploded. He had narrowly escaped. Night had fallen, but Hanwoo was still wandering in such a dangerous wilderness. Therefore, he began searching for shelter. After scanning the area for a while, Hanwoo noticed a building on the other side. Divine River Fallen Void was the abandoned residence of the Divine River civilization, so there was a high chance that the building could be a relic of this civilization. In any case, resting in that building would be safer than staying in this wild forest. Hanwoo then transformed into his black dragon form and flew toward the building. As he got closer, he realized it resembled a long-abandoned castle. Although there seemed to be no one around, Hanwoo remained extremely cautious of his surroundings here. It was impossible to know if wild beasts were gathering nearby.
Moving further in, he noticed scraps of paper scattered on the ground, emitting light, and the beam of light drew his attention.
It seems there is some kind of fluctuating energy over there.
In front of him, a group of people cloaked in black robes, their bodies completely covered, are standing in a circle chanting before a strange source of light.
Han Wu, curious, wondered what they were doing.
He stood hidden behind a wall, listening and observing the actions of the mysterious group in black. They were discussing a failed investment and how the Divine King had allocated hundreds of millions to fund the ceremony happening today. The people in black were placing blue stones in a circle, which projected a very powerful beam of light into the sky.
It turned out that the purpose of today's ceremony was to break the seal left by the Divine River civilization. The group in black had successfully made contact with the seal.
Han Wu also recalled that he had once read about a research project related to the ruins left behind by the Divine River. The Divine River had been sealed due to its extremely high risk factor. It seemed that the Divine King, who had just been mentioned, was secretly here, conducting covert research on a ritual to unlock the seal.
Fortunately, the Divine River ruins had certain restrictions.
Only life forms with fewer than 10 life points could enter.
There was an announcement that the origin of mutation from the Divine River civilization was in the process of unlocking the seal.
The danger was now truly beginning. The system's notification began to turn red. A warning indicated that the person trying to unlock the seal was not a super soldier of the Divine River civilization.
Detecting an intruder, the process of unsealing was halted. The system activated anti-theft mode and released the mutated beasts.
The activation was hindered, and the origin of mutation was forced to separate from the seal, currently suppressing it. The group of people in black were affected by the sounds, holding their heads and screaming in pain.
Han Wu stood to the side, still unable to comprehend what was happening. A voice rang out, stirring the crowd. The voice introduced itself as the origin of mutation.
It sought to find one among the black-clad individuals who had weakened its seal, to become a bridge.
The origin of mutation invited them to play a game. The winner would be fortunate enough to become its bridge.
One of the people in black showed dissatisfaction, saying he had no interest in participating in the absurd game of the origin of mutation.
He even threatened it.
"If you don't let me go, the Bloodkin clan from the Divine Realm will flatten this place."
However, he had underestimated the power of the origin of mutation.
From the very beginning, they had lost contact with their Divine Realm.
The 6th level mutated beast appeared first.
As soon as it appeared, it threw aside the people around it, terrifying everyone. Han Wu raised his hand to speak, stating that he couldn't make contact with the Divine Realm, so he could not summon the Bloodkin clan. The group of people in black stared at him in confusion, not knowing where Han Wu had come from. The origin of mutation promised not to disappoint him, then opened a gateway allowing him to contact the Divine Realm. 3 hours later, the black-clad people sat in stunned silence, as their Bloodkin clan had either been torn apart or completely shattered. Only Han Wu sat there, grinning smugly, for in his hand was the precious decay device, capable of decomposing around 6,000 radiation crystals.
At this moment, the Locust was a level 3 mutated beast.
Han Wu continuously encouraged the grasshopper to consume as many of the green stones as possible. After 3 months of relentlessly eating the green stones, the grasshopper's mutation from level 3 to level 6 caused those around it to widen their eyes in astonishment. The origin of mutation commanded his beast, Gamora, to begin testing.
The monster started hunting, devouring everything it caught.
The origin of mutation laughed as if he had hit the jackpot, his voice filled with smug satisfaction.
"Losers don't deserve to live." Gamora continued to target the black-clad individuals over there.
They were all trapped inside Gamora's mouth, screaming in desperate pleas.
"Help! I don't want to die."
Finally, it was Han Wu's turn. The origin of mutation spoke with a challenge in his voice. "Your turn now, the grasshopper has completed its evolution."
Han Wu called it a Chang.
To obtain the power it now had, it had consumed all the genetic stones, so its mutation had gone slightly overboard. However, Han Wu regretted that a Chang's lifespan had been shortened to only 1 day. But now, it was time for a Chang to demonstrate the most important value of its life.
Hanwoo had successfully sparked the interest of the origin of mutation. He ordered Gamora to move forward and attack.
The dragon shot forward like an arrow aimed at a Chang, only to be struck immediately, driving it into a frenzy. Refusing to back down from a Chang's blows, Gamora advanced once more, breaking a Chang's claw and grinning with satisfaction.
But a Chang's claw immediately reformed, causing Gamora to lose its composure. A Chang had enraged the dinosaur to the point where even the origin of mutation had to praise the evolution. They continued to fight for hours, with no clear winner. After 18 hours, there was still no progress. Gamora kept charging at a Chang, but never managed to land a blow or cause any damage. Instead, she only pushed him closer to his doom. Origin of Mutation was thoroughly entertained by the recent battle. Truly a magnificent fight. Wouldn't you agree, my dear representative?
Hanwoo played along, pretending to whine at the green, slimy figure, sending chills down his spine.
What do you want to do with my pure body?
Origin of Mutation replied, from now on, Hanwoo's body will belong to both him and me. With that, he performed a spell to merge with Hanwoo's body. Everything was set, and the personal information screen appeared. The identity section no longer just displayed Hanwoo's name as usual, now, it also included Origin of Mutation. Hanwoo's body itself no longer knew whether it belonged to Hanwoo or to Origin of Mutation. Suddenly, green flames appeared before Hanwoo, calling his name. It was Origin of Mutation, the source of his body's super-mutated jealousy. Although Origin of Mutation was living off Hanwoo's body, it also granted him the strength to surpass the civilizations of the divine realms. They were now symbiotic, helping each other. The green figure spoke at length, but Hanwoo only cared about how to escape this place. The current situation made it easy to leave since the ceiling layer had been sealed by Origin of Mutation, and the only mutated beast guarding the area, Gamora, was now dead. So, they were free. However, there was one catch: once the seal was lifted, it would attract many demigods and true gods to the outside of the ruins, waiting for the seal to vanish completely, so they could charge in at the first opportunity. After hearing this, Hanwoo was startled. If those people rushed in, it would be hard for him to survive this life, as he was alone and had no treasures by his side. The only thing he could do now was to escape. Hanwoo cast a spell and teleported to the blood-soaked arena. A moment later, the seal disappeared. As expected, the group of true gods and demigods rushed in to search for the treasure, but there was no one left inside. All that remained was the corpse of a Chang, which raised suspicions in Zhang Gang's mind that Hanwoo had been here before. One of the people wearing a crown-like helmet was furious because his treasure had been stolen. He ordered the entire Bloodkin clan to send out signals day and night, vowing to find the treasure for him at any cost. Hanwoo was now focused on the blood-soaked arena. The recent teleportation had drained 1 million points of divine power. If this continued, returning to the academy would not be a viable option. A notification appeared on the screen: Hanwoo received a challenge from the heir of the evil dragon, a divine beast. He could either accept or decline, but if he declined the challenge 3 times, he would lose his qualification as an heir of the blood-soaked arena. It hadn't been long since he arrived, and already someone came looking to draw blood. Hanwoo immediately pressed the accept button for the challenge. The battle was about to begin. Hanwoo and his opponent faced each other, exchanging words of defiance. In this battle, Hanwoo used the Dry Bone Clan, which caught the heir of the evil dragon, the divine beast, by surprise. This person was also incredibly arrogant. "Don't think it will be easy just because you've met me this time," he said. "Consider it as if you've encountered a steel table." Hanwoo released the locusts, and the people called out to the man, telling him to talk less and finish quickly so they could go home. The half-dragons on the other side, also under his command, were ready to charge into battle. Right now, the locusts were facing off against his half-dragons, not the dry bones. Hanwoo had angered the red-haired man, who thought Hanwoo was belittling him, which made him very angry. Hanwoo sat down to watch the spectacle, telling him to defeat the locusts first before worrying about anything else.
The half-dragon spat fire at the locust army.
At this point, Hanwoo couldn't sit still any longer, constantly issuing orders like abyss worm, heavenly demon insect. But the half-dragons only increased their firepower, causing many locusts to perish. The heir to the divine creature evil dragon, who had been challenging him, reminded Hanwoo, "If you don't bring out your trump card soon, your locust army will be wiped out."
Hanwoo was deeply worried.
If this continued, the locusts would be sacrificed in vain.
He thought of summoning the divine mace ox demon.
Just as he was about to contact the divine realm, the origin of mutation intervened. The origin of mutation advised him, "You need to use the bloodkin clan of locusts to show those half-dragon humans what respect really means."
Hanwoo believed the locusts weren't a match for the half-dragon humans at this point. But the origin of mutation immediately dismissed this thought. Locusts are not that weak. The origin affirmed.
It was the locusts that gnawed and crushed the mutated level 6 Gamora. With them here, no race is weak, only those who are willing to fall. The origin of mutation instructed Hanwoo to immediately use the directional mutation ability it had granted him to destroy those arrogant dragonborn. Hanwoo complied, but not because he was following the command of the origin of mutation, but simply because he wanted to test what the directional mutation ability was like. He then began applying the directional mutation to the swarm of locusts.
Will this succeed? What will the result be?
The origin of mutation asked Hanwoo how he wanted his bloodkin clan to evolve. Hanwoo pondered for a moment and then decided he wanted to enhance the abyss worm's resistance to damage, so it could endure more attacks compared to the other members. The system displayed 3 options, each becoming progressively stronger from 1 to 3, but the cost also grew with each level.
At level 1, the abyss worm's lifespan would only decrease by 50 days.
At level 2, it would be reduced by 90 days, and at the highest level, level 3, the abyss worm would only have 24 hours of life left.
Hanwoo had no other choice.
The half-dragon humans' attacks were ruthless, and large numbers of locusts were being lost every second, so if he wanted to resist, he had to take the risk.
Hanwoo chose level 3. The abyss worm mutated into an enormous, super-sized locust, charging forward and knocking the half-dragon down.
Hanwoo's morale was lifted after the transformation of the abyss worms. They did not disappoint him, continuously launching attacks that the half-dragon could not counter.
The red-haired man, who had previously been confident in mocking Hanwoo, now stood gaping in shock at the overwhelming change on Hanwoo's side. Could it be that they used stimulants from the Wandering Nation? He was both astonished and called for the referee to step in.
Hanwoo, on the other side, continued to command the locusts to attack.
"Young dragons, you need to be careful."
With that, he raised his bow and shot at the half-dragon humans, causing them to scatter in all directions across the arena. Seizing the opportunity for victory, the mutated locusts, under Hanwoo's attack command, charged into the dragons. The red-haired man was so terrified that tears streamed down his face as he begged Hanwoo to stop, pleading for the match to end. He asked to forfeit the duel. A spectator from above, who had just infused 500,000 divine power into the half-dragon, couldn't bear the outcome and shouted angrily, blaming Hanwoo. Hanwoo thought to himself that this might be a good opportunity to shoot a video advertisement for the gambling ban.
The prize from the previous challenge was a Divine Realm Shard X1 and a Bloody Arena Seal Zone.
The special Bloody Arena building now belonged to Hanwoo's Divine Realm. Here, the Bloodkin clan could hone their skills. The winner had the chance to level up, with a very low probability of progressing through the hero simulation and allowing transcendent life forms to directly evolve into heroic life forms. This was truly a surprise. Defeating the heir, which seemed like an almost impossible opportunity, ended up being a success. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. The origin of mutation suddenly appeared behind him, reprimanding him.
The small profits in front of him had been easily swayed.
Compared to their true value, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Since the strength Hanwoo possessed was thanks to the origin of mutation, he had no intention of opposing him.
Yes, what the boss says is right. Hanwoo asked the origin of mutation. "If there's nothing else to do now, should I upgrade?" The other person ordered him to kneel. Han-woo, extremely dissatisfied, thought that once he became stronger, sooner or later, he would have to reprimand that person. They began the sacrifice of life. A whirlwind of green appeared, and the items inside gradually materialized. The fourth-level holy artifact, the Storm Battle Armor, would grant the Bloodkin clan the ability to summon the Storm Battle Armor. Additionally, there was a third-level building that would allow for clear observation of situations from a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and a book on crafting blood and flesh puppets, used to create undead creatures with powerful biological traits made of bone and flesh. The book caught Han-woo's attention. He chose it, and perhaps it was time for his rise. More than half a year later, in the Divine Realm, Han-woo successfully created the bone and flesh puppet. Though it wasn't very beautiful, its strength was equivalent to that of a hero-level being. It was named Xiao Chang. Han-woo gave it this name to commemorate little A Chang, who had sacrificed himself in the battle against Gamora. Everything was ready, and it was time to accept the next challenges. Han-woo remembered his grandfather's words, and he had one foot in the gates of the Western Capital Academy, keeping the promise to his grandfather to go to Jinghai and find his parents and return. 3 days later, he arrived at the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy, famous for its tradition of top-tier education. He was stunned by the scene before him. Here, the best of the best gathered. In fact, more than half of the people walking on the streets outside radiated the strength of a demigod. A man called Han-woo from behind, asking if he was the preparatory student at Western Capital Academy. "Yes, that's me." The man, who appeared to be quite polite, had been specially sent by Western Capital Academy to welcome him. "Please follow me to the plane, and I will assist you with your accommodation procedures." The plane took Han-woo to a new location. There, the man led him to the dormitory where he would be staying for the time being. Upon entering, Han-woo noticed there was not a single person around, and so he asked the man about the teachers and other students. "This place is reserved solely for you," the man replied. Han-woo was stunned. "This is too extravagant. It's just accommodation. Is there really a need to show off like this?" Once his task was complete, the man left immediately, reminding Han-woo to remember to attend class the next day. Han-woo wandered around for a while. He knew that there were many talented individuals here, so he took advantage of the time to absorb divine energy from the area. The next day, when he arrived in class, there was a continuous buzz about his presence. The remarks were harsh. They called him trash, claiming he had used connections to get ahead. Han-woo paid no attention to the words, perhaps those on the inside were already plotting to undermine his reputation. As he was lost in thought, the teacher unexpectedly appeared from behind and called his name, making him stumble. "Oh my, that's Miss Lena, the beautiful teacher who will be teaching the preparatory class that Han-woo will attend." She led Han-woo into the classroom to begin the lesson for the day. As soon as they entered the classroom, it was unexpected to run into an old acquaintance. Shin Shang, upon seeing Cold Marshall, excitedly stood up. "Han-woo!" Shin Shang's action drew the attention of those around her. They whispered among themselves, wondering how someone as goddess-like as Shin Shang could be acquainted with Han-woo, and it seemed they were quite close. Miss Lena introduced Han-woo to the class and mentioned that they had studied at the same school before, but suddenly, a student slammed his desk and interrupted her with a disrespectful attitude. "Miss Lena, I want to know why he was placed in the preparatory class?" This student's name was Tu Tai. His action clearly displeased Teacher Lena. With a cold expression, she reminded him. "Are you from the theory class? I don't know what the school taught you before, but in my class, you need to raise your hand before asking a question." The sharpness in her eyes made Tu Tai shiver, and he immediately sat down. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that so impulsively. Please forgive me." It was clear that the students were both afraid of and respected Miss Lena. After Tu Tai apologized, Lena smiled and returned to her cheerful demeanor, telling the students that if they wanted to know why Han-woo was here, they could ask him directly. Her sudden change of attitude also made Han-woo, who was standing nearby, break out in a cold sweat. With that, the teacher left the students to themselves. Tu Tai was determined not to let Han Wu go. He had challenged him but was immediately rejected by Han Wu. Tu Tai was provoked and, feeling extremely uncomfortable, charged forward, ready to strike. Qin Shang, standing nearby, was irritated by the actions of the students in the classroom. A girl slammed her hands on the desk, stood up abruptly, and demanded that the group stop their meaningless behavior. Han Wu looked at Qin Shang, thinking to himself that, indeed, wherever she went, there would always be a group of sycophants following her. However, it didn't take long before the group came over to harass Han Wu. 3 of them approached his desk, and before they could ask anything, Qin Shang had already stepped in front of him, questioning the group. "What do you want? If you plan to bully him, you'd better ask me first if I agree." The guy didn't back down, shouting at Qin Shang to get lost. He even mocked Han Wu, calling him the type who could only hide behind women, which made Han Wu frown in discomfort. Han Wu slammed both hands down on the desk, standing up, ready to teach these ignorant fools a lesson. He stepped forward to face the rebellious group. Though he originally just wanted to study peacefully at this school and was too lazy to argue with them, he hadn't expected them to persist in bothering him. "What do you want? Speak plainly." Tu Tai insisted that Han Wu was a transfer student who had come through backdoor connections and had no right to sit in the same class as him. He demanded that Han Wu request to move out of the preparatory class. The guy was even bolder, pointing at Han Wu's face and laughing menacingly. He was confident that if Han Wu didn't leave on his own, they would continue pressuring him until he did. Han Wu, however, looked down on these ignorant bullies and was not intimidated by their threats. Han Wu turned around and asked Qin Shang, also mocking those people, "Isn't it shameful that you have to study with these idiots?" Qin Shang stood between the two sides, feeling quite awkward. She replied, "Normally, these people never do anything too out of line, but I don't know why they're treating Han Wu differently from everyone else." This meant there was no special relationship between Tu Tai and Qin Shang, and Han Wu was there to assess the situation. If there was nothing between Qin Shang and them, then he could freely take action against them. When Qin Shang heard that Han Wu was going to fight those people, she became worried and advised him not to underestimate Tu Tai. His core essence Bloodkin clan is the iron-skinned human, a type of elite organism that's naturally very strong. Even Qin Shang's thunder breath might not be enough to compete with him. Upon hearing this, Han Wu teased Qin Shang. "If you're worried I might hurt them, just say I won't touch those troublemakers anymore." Qin Shang immediately denied. "Whatever, it's up to you, alright?" The Tu Tai group, overhearing Han Wu's comment about possibly hurting them, immediately retorted with arrogance. "My Bloodkin clan will make you question your whole existence." With that, they all headed toward the martial arts arena to prove who was superior. Han Wu smiled confidently, knowing he would defeat that guy. Qin Shang watched Han Wu's back as he walked away, not knowing when exactly he had become so stubborn. At all costs, she was determined to help Han Wu keep his pride as a man intact. The system displayed various combat methods, asking Han Wu to choose one. There were 6 options, but what caught Han Wu's eye immediately was the 1-on-10 battle method. He immediately chose this method because he wanted to test the name Xiao Chang, which had just been upgraded to the VIP Pro Max version. Tu Tai looked down on Han Wu, telling him that it was too stupid to choose the 10 versus 10 method instead of fighting in the Legion. He originally wanted to say that Han Wu probably thought his Bloodkin clan was very strong, but before he could finish, the scene that appeared before his eyes made him unable to laugh anymore. Surrounding Han Wu were 10 Xiao Chang VIP Pro Max, all with 8-pack abs, incredibly massive and powerful. Now, it was Tu Tai who began to doubt his understanding of life. He never expected a lifeform hero like this to exude such a bizarre aura. It seemed that he could no longer underestimate his opponent and would have to fight seriously, otherwise, he would be very embarrassed in front of Chen Shang. Truly, the vanity of warriors never ends. Tu Tai also began to bring out his Bloodkin clan's elite warriors. He was confident that with his lineup, even a domain lord-level powerhouse would have to strip off their head and surrender before them. Their battle was being followed by everyone through screens. Qin Shang, upon seeing Han Wu's lineup, was equally shocked. Since when did you have such a bloodkin clan that looks so ragged?
The friend standing next to Qin Shang then began to explain the two sides' battle formations. What Han Wu summoned was actually a puppet, but they were equivalent to life-form hero puppets. However, if they fought against Tu Tai's iron-skinned humans, it would be a bit of a gamble. If they got knocked out, it would be very heartbreaking.
This student firmly believes that the other person will easily win.
I have to see how the one who switched classes will cry later.
People around are also discussing about these life puppets.
They are very expensive, yet in the blink of an eye, Han Wu has brought out 10 of them. Qin Shang didn't know why, when Han Wu was alone, with no one to rely on, his financial power was still like this. But now, that doesn't matter, they must wait and see the result first.
Whatever it is, they can ask Han Wu about it after the match.
In the match, the battle had already begun. Tu Tai made the first move, commanding the iron-skinned humans to rush forward and suppress the opponent. The iron-skinned humans charged towards Xiao Chang, repeatedly punching them.
Each punch sounded like thunder.
Tu Tai happily put on a face as if he were enjoying the good results, but he snapped out of it immediately after. The Xiao Chang were being punched, yet they showed no sign of damage. They remained standing, without any indication of falling or being hurt.
Tu Tai shouted, "What's going on? What has Mei done to their bodies?" Now it was Han Wu's turn.
He ordered the Xiao Chang to counterattack, let them know what respect is. The attacks of the Xiao Chang were extremely powerful, leaving the iron-skinned humans no chance to fight back. This amazed the spectators who were watching from the sidelines. Even Qin Shang herself was surprised, not knowing when Han Wu had grown so strong. Not long ago, he was still an ordinary person, but now, when they met again, everything had changed. Han Wu taunted Tu Tai, provoking him into a fit of rage. Tu Tai said, "Han Wu, don't get too cocky, I still have my trump card.
Iron-skin human fusion."
Upon hearing this, Han Wu sneered, "Seems like you've been watching TikTok for more than 180 minutes.
However, when he saw the iron-skinned humans fuse together, his smile faded.
After the fusion, the iron-skinned human grew 10 times taller, and the battle became even more intense. Tu Tai began to boast again about the strength of his bloodkin clan. He was sure that today, he would show Han Wu the true power of the real reserve students.
Han Wu pretended to be scared, raising his hands to his chin and exclaiming, "Wow, that's so powerful."
Tu Tai thought that Han Wu was beginning to truly fear him. Feeling triumphant, he said, "If Han Wu surrenders now and begs for mercy, I will spare the Xiao Chang.
This offer is valid for 10 seconds.
Tu Tai started counting down from 10, but before he could reach 8, Han Wu interrupted, "No, you better just shut up.
No need to count, it's a waste of time."
Tu Tai froze, turning to stone at Han Wu's words. Tu Tai then tried to threaten Han Wu again, warning him not to regret it. But as he spoke, he saw the Xiao Chang, who were barely alive moments ago, now fully healed and standing in front of him, smiling brightly without a care in the world.
"So, you healed just like that?"
Han Wu called out to the Xiao Chang, instructing them to crush the iron-skinned human's shell.
The Xiao Chang rushed in.
One of them yanked the wires inside, while another spat out a sticky substance, turning the iron-skinned human into a stingray before it collapsed into a pile of scrap metal. Tu Tai's comrades, who had witnessed the entire battle, could only exclaim that the fighting style of the Xiao Chang was incredibly brutal. Tu Tai stood there, watching his precious one slowly fall. Now, all that remained were the shattered pieces of the iron-skinned human, leaving him stunned.
Tu Tai collapsed, and everything was gone.
Back in the study area, Han Wu walked confidently, drawing the attention of his classmates. Suddenly, a voice called out to him by the nickname Grasshopper. The owner of the voice rushed up and hugged him tightly as soon as they met. It was Manga, the person Han Wu had defeated in the bloody arena. Meeting him again, he looked a bit different. In the past, his face, covered in a messy beard, was unappealing, but now he looked decades younger. His appearance was shaped by the need to create an uncle image in the arena to avoid being bullied. But now, in a school setting with many female students around, he couldn't maintain that image anymore.
Other classmates surrounded them, apologizing for the misunderstanding from before. Hanwoo happily blended in with the group.
Mangka threw his arm over Hanwoo's shoulder and introduced himself, saying, "My name is Hang Mang, a first-year student at this Imperial Capital Academy.
From now on, I'll protect you. Anyone who bullies you will have to face me."
Then, Hang Mang took Hanwoo to meet his friends, Ha Tian and Yi Ling. They also greeted Hanwoo warmly. After Hang Mang's friends introduced themselves, Hanwoo introduced himself as well. He politely mentioned that his previous victory over Hang Mang was just a stroke of luck.
Yi Ling responded casually, "Luck is also a kind of ability." Then she got straight to the point.
In the upcoming school exam, the reserve students will enter a lower-level secret realm in Jintang Town, which the Imperial Capital Academy has collected to simulate survival in the outside world. They wanted Hanwoo to help them retrieve something from inside there. Hanwoo was not very pleased, and he questioned them. "All three of them are demigod-level experts, so why do they need help from a novice like me?"
Yi Ling told him not to be too modest. "I haven't teased you yet, but if you're a novice, then what would Mangka be considered?"
This made the big brother uncomfortable, and he pretended to cough, signaling Yi Ling not to mention him again. Yi Ling explained to Hanwoo that the Tomb of the Corpse King was a low-level secret realm used for field collection by the Academy. By rule, it could only be used for reserve students to simulate major research topics.
People at the demigod level like them couldn't enter.
Mangka agreed with Yi Ling and flexed his muscles proudly. "If I were to go in there, 2 or 3 hits would be enough to crush the whole thing." After hearing this, Yi Ling and Hanwoo couldn't help but laugh. Yi Ling wanted Hanwoo to retrieve the wisdom fruit, which could enhance the intelligence of non-human species. They were willing to buy it at the price of 1 divine point per fruit. When Hanwoo heard about divine points, it was like a windfall for him. His heart exploded with excitement, like fireworks going off inside, but on the outside, he still pretended to be resigned.
"Fine, I agree."
Yi Ling took out a seed and handed it to Hanwoo, saying that it would be useful for his next research topic. Consider it a mutual exchange.
As night fell, Hanwoo lay awake, still thinking about the divine points.
Originally, he had planned to prepare the demigod ascension ritual once he had gathered 6 divine points. But today, Lena had enlightened him with new knowledge. It was true that when he had 6 divine points, he could begin preparing for the demigod ascension ritual. However, a demigod with only 6 points would only be able to use the lowest level divine position, level 1. The students of the Imperial Capital Academy will not waste their potential like this. Typically, they will continue to accumulate divine power and gradually upgrade it.
The highest level achievable is 10 points.
In the future, it may be possible to harmonize the highest divine rank to level 5.
Hanwoo was excited about everything at the moment. Miss Lena really placed her hope in me.
Then I will do well in the entrusted task from Senior Divine Sword Nature. A few days later, while in class, a fellow student approached Hanwoo to tell him about the upcoming exam of the academy. It was similar to what the Mangka Association had mentioned to him. Tu Tai came to their group to invite Hanwoo to bet with him. It seemed that after that match, this guy still couldn't let go of his competitiveness with Hanwoo. He wanted Hanwoo to bet on his results with him. If his results are better, then from now on, you will not be allowed to approach Qin Shang. On the other hand, if your results are better than his, then he will no longer have any thoughts about Qin Shang. Hanwoo mocked him. "With such a low IQ, how did you even get into the Imperial Capital Academy?" No matter what, Qin Shang never paid any attention to this Tu Tai from the beginning to the end, so his bet is completely meaningless. But this guy was stubborn. He ignored Hanwoo's words. As long as Hanwoo could stay away from Qin Shang, he was willing to pay any price.
Qin Shang appeared behind them, wanting to confirm once again what Tu Tai had just said. "Tu Tai, you said that if Hanwoo's results are better than yours, you will stop pursuing me, right?" Tu Tai frowned, looking at Qin Shang, and asked, "Why, when he likes you so sincerely, do you refuse to be with him? Who would want to be with someone like that?"
Qin Shang dismissed the question, insisting that he answer her previous inquiry.
He had promised, on his honor, to fulfill that request. Qin Shang sought Han Wu's help, treating this as if he were assisting her with this task. Han Wu agreed to help her, but reminded her, the students here are all geniuses. If we fail, don't blame me. Qin Shang remained determined in her belief, fully trusting that Han Wu would outclass the clueless Tu Tai. Miss Lena announced that class was about to begin. The students entered the town of Jiangti, which had a special nature. The friendly zombies would greet guests by tearing off their heads as a welcoming gesture. Every night, they would go into a frenzy. As soon as they arrived, 2 classmates complained of hunger. However, once they were inside, items like space rings couldn't be used, as everything was blocked. Han Wu pondered. Even though they were divine beings and could go without food for 10 days or even half a month without feeling hungry, entering this place had caused their divine tools to lose their power. Could this be a survival challenge? He opened the system to check the key functions, and seeing no issues with his skills, he realized the problem wasn't difficult to resolve. Han Wu invited Qin Shang to take a walk around the town. She agreed without hesitation, happy to accompany him. Qin Shang brought out a small peacock, as the bird would wait for her to fly over the town. The girl offered to help Han Wu across, but he refused. No need, I can manage on my own. Han Wu transformed into a black dragon, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky, heading towards the other side. Qin Shang followed closely behind. The 2 of them, one in front and the other behind, set off to investigate the haunted town, curious about the mysterious secrets it might hold. After flying for a while, Han Wu and Qin Shang ventured deeper into the haunted town. While Han Wu marveled at how complete the town was, Qin Shang's stomach suddenly growled loudly, signaling her hunger. Han Wu couldn't help but laugh, then suggested they try some nearby restaurants, which made Qin Shang blush with embarrassment. You're not allowed to laugh. They arrived at a shop that looked rather old and shabby. As they entered, the shopkeeper greeted them warmly and invited them in. Han Wu awkwardly explained their current situation to the shopkeeper, saying they were travelers from another town, and that all the money he had was gone, leaving him with no coins on hand. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's demeanor immediately changed. He angrily pulled out a gun, aimed it at them, and spoke harshly, threatening them with cruel words. Get out of my shop, you poor wretches. Qin Shang was furious at the old man's actions and was about to charge at him to teach him a lesson, but Han Wu stopped her, advising her to remain calm and handle the situation wisely. At the moment, their physical condition was no different from that of ordinary people. If this were discovered, they would be sent back to the present time immediately. Han Wu suddenly remembered the seed that his senior sister Yiling had given him earlier, telling him that it would be very useful here. He took the seed out of his pocket, held it in front of the restaurant owner, and asked, "Are you interested in this?" Upon seeing the golden seed, the owner's eyes immediately lit up, shining like car headlights, as if he had just spotted a precious gem. His expression changed in an instant, his face flipping like a pancake, constantly shifting. Just moments ago, he had called Han Wu a poor wretch, but now he was addressing him as honored guest. The owner seemed eager to purchase the seed. He was willing to buy it for 10 gold coins. It seemed that, here, this seed was very valuable. Han Wu then suggested, "Please prepare food for me and Qin Shang first." The owner happily agreed to his request. Shortly after, delicious and visually appealing dishes were laid out on the table. Han Wu and Qin Shang were excited. Han Wu took the opportunity to ask the owner about the current situation here. Thanks to the seed, the owner was very enthusiastic in answering his questions. This was a truly extraordinary place. In this town, humans and zombies coexisted. Humans hunted zombies for money and other resources, while zombies, in turn, fed on human brains to gain strength. Every night, these zombies would march through the streets, hunting down any creatures they saw, even invading human homes. The weapons that humans relied on to survive included not only swords and pistols but also various mystical plants. The innkeeper firmly asserted that the seed in Han Wu's hand was undoubtedly a rare third-tier seed, which is why he wanted to buy it at any cost. Han Wu paused for a moment,
feeling that the situation was somewhat familiar. He had played this game before when he was a master in his previous world. It seemed that first-tier plants here were equivalent to the common bloodkin clan lifeforms. So, third-tier plants must at least have the strength of the superhuman bloodkin clan lifeforms. These precious seeds could be obtained either by purchasing them from the store in town, though at a higher price, or by taking them from the zombies outside. Hanwoo turned to Qin Shang, and with just one glance, they both understood each other's intentions. It was indeed too dangerous to be out at night here. They needed to find a safe place to settle down first. The innkeeper also offered a suggestion: if you want to settle in the town, you can meet with the mayor to buy a house and officially become a resident, or you could find a hotel to stay in. But I strongly advise you not to go out at night. Having gathered all the important information, Hanwoo and Qin Shang left. First, they had to buy a house. As they stepped out of the restaurant, a student entered and asked the owner for some food, only to be scolded harshly and even shot at, causing the student to scream loudly. Qin Shang, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. The innkeeper certainly meant what he said. Fortunately, Hanwoo had managed to stop her earlier, or else they wouldn't have fared any better than that student. The two of them went to the mayor's house to view the property. The lowest price for real estate in this town is 1,200 coins per house. Upon hearing the price of each house, Qin Shang was a bit confused. Currently, the money she had on her was not enough to buy even the cheapest house here. Hanwoo cheerfully offered to help her pay for the house. "I have money, let me pay for it." The mayor suggested that they could also buy a house together, which would save them a lot of expenses. "Right now, I have a house with a very good environment. This one is priced at 2,350 gold coins." As soon as Hanwoo and Qin Shang saw the house, they exclaimed in delight, clearly taken with the house the mayor had just introduced. "It's really beautiful, and it even has a large swimming pool." Their eyes lit up, and in unison, they told the mayor that they wanted to buy this house. "We want this one." The mayor was happy to accommodate, but then mentioned that the town had a rule regarding joint property purchases. For two people to buy a house together, they must be married in order to qualify for ownership. He then asked a question that took both Hanwoo and Qin Shang by surprise. "So, what do you think? Would you like to get married right now?" Mayor Geniger tilted his head and stared at them as he asked, "What's the matter? You don't want to become husband and wife? If that's the case, you can't buy the house together." With that, he explained further, "We are a small town with a tradition, and we don't allow casual relationships between men and women." Hearing that, Qin Shang brought her two fingers together, making a face that was both pitiful and coquettish. "We don't have it, we don't." Hanwoo saw this expression and understood, leaning close to her face and whispering, "Or perhaps we do." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shang quietly agreed. "All right then." After reaching an agreement, she leaned in close to him, and he wrapped his arm around her waist. Qin Wu said, "We agree." Seeing that the two had eagerly agreed, Geniger gave a thumbs up and took out a form from his pocket, speaking excitedly, "Exactly, that's how it should be. You two really make a perfect couple. Once you fill out this form, you'll officially be a married couple." With that, he brought out a tray with keys and a pouch of seeds. "Here are your keys. The gift is 130 sharpshooter pea seeds and 50 coinflower seeds. Wishing you both a blissful marriage." After filling out the form and receiving the items, the two of them left. On the way, Qin Shang said in a tone that sounded forced, "I have no choice but to accept that we have such a relationship. You can't take it seriously." He didn't pay much attention, happily resting his head on his hand and saying, "Understood, I absolutely won't take it seriously." Seeing his teasing expression, Qin Shang blushed with anger, thinking to herself, "When I told you not to take it seriously, you just won't listen, will you? Since when did you become such an obedient little worm?" On the way, a sign appeared, "Own real estate and become an official resident of Tichfun Town, plus 1,000. Ranked first, Hanwoo, Qin Shang, plus 1,000.
Upon arrival, Han Wu's eyes lit up when he saw the large and luxurious house, exclaiming, "This room is just too big." Xin Shang crossed his arms, turned his head with a look of disdain and said, "You're really someone who's never seen the world before." Entering inside, Xin Shang complained as he went upstairs, "I'm so tired, I'm going to take a shower and sleep for a while." On the other hand, Han Wu held the bag of seeds in his hand, eagerly saying, "Time to get to the main business. 130 sharpshooter pea seeds and 50 flowers. I wonder what special skills I can create with these coins." As time passed into the evening, the house gradually sank into darkness. Han Wu, with his hands in his pockets, walked along the hallway muttering, turning back and forth. Over an hour had passed. Thinking this, he hurried to Qin Shang's room to notify him. "Hey, the sharpshooter pea seeds are still making a profit." Before he could finish, the scene in front of him made his eyes bulge, and his face turned red. It turned out that Qin Shang was undressing to change clothes. Qin Shang finally regained his composure and shouted loudly, Go outside now." He quickly explained, "I didn't mean to." The embarrassing moment passed, and Han Wu looked up at the system board that displayed the notification. Plant name, coinflower, plant level, level 1, plant ability, creates coins. For each unit of energy absorbed from the air, an additional coin will be created. 10 coins equal 1 silver coin, 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin, and 1,000 gold coins equal 1 diamond. Plant lifespan, 1 year. Looking at the sharpshooter peas growing rapidly, he sighed, "They're growing so fast. I wonder how strong they'll be." Next to them was the detailed information. Plant name, sharpshooter pea, plant level, level 1, plant ability, shoot peas. Can shoot peas at a rate of 1 per second, causing damage to undead creatures. Plant lifespan, 1 year. Xin Shang walked up from behind, looked at him, and asked, "What are you mumbling to yourself about?" Han Wu shook his head. "It's nothing." He answered absent-mindedly, and when he noticed Xin Shang next to him, he was startled, blushing, and shouted, "Ah!" Xin Shang looked at him, puzzled, and asked with a side glance, "Why are you blushing? Could it be that you were thinking about?" His expression was suggestive. Remembering the scene earlier when Xin Shang was changing clothes, with only her head and tail visible, Han Wu quickly replied, No, it's not like that." Xin Shang, angry, pointed at Han Wu's face and shouted, "I warn you, don't think about it. You didn't see anything, understand?" While they were arguing, they both heard a sound and turned around. Xin Shang asked suspiciously, "What's that sound?" Then, she raised her hand high, and a beam of yellow light appeared. At that moment, she shouted, "Light arts!" From somewhere, a group of over 20 zombies charged forward, their faces full of murderous intent and sharp fangs as they howled loudly. Then, they folded their arms and laughed triumphantly, challenging. "Come on, let me see what you can do." The sharpshooter peas opened their mouths and shot countless peas at the zombies. The peas hit the zombies, but they were completely unharmed. Han Wu raised an eyebrow. "Is that all? Your combat power is truly touching." With that, he created a green energy orb in his hand and said, "Sharpshooter P, add shadow attribute. I'll transfer my power to them so they can evolve." Red lights flashed continuously, and then the sharpshooter peas evolved into dark sharpshooter peas. Their peas now fired and destroyed the zombies. System notification: destroyed normal zombie level 1 and gained 1 point. Destroyed flag zombie level 1 and a small flag dropped. Gained 1 point. Destroyed social zombie level 1 and gained 1 point. He looked at the scene before him, stroked his chin, and evaluated. Using the shadow skill consumes too much stamina. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be surrounded soon. What should we do now? Suddenly, Xin Shang seemed to remember something, and shouted urgently. Not good, Tu Tai must have also bought property. Right now, the accumulated points have reached 1,300 points. If we continue like this, we'll lose. Hearing her words, Han Wu looked at the sharpshooter peas and murmured. No, we have to think of a way to speed up the process of killing the corpse demon. He thought to himself,
thinking that special plants could be considered life forms, they might have emotions, and they could possibly mutate. Thinking that, Hanwoo immediately gathered energy in his hands, and a beam of red light shot straight towards them. He used his technique, shouting loudly, aiming to activate the mutation. The system displayed the mutation options. 1. Mutated range extends the shooting range. The price to pay is that every time the range is doubled, the lifespan decreases by 1 month. The range can be extended up to 13 times. The remaining lifespan of sharpshooter P is 12 hours. 2. Mutated firing speed increases the firing speed of sharpshooter P, but the cost is a reduction of 2 months in lifespan. Each time the firing speed is doubled, it can increase up to 7 times the original speed. The remaining lifespan of sharpshooter P is 12 hours. 3. Multiple heads mutation increases the number of firing heads for sharpshooter P's attacks. The price to pay is that each time the number of firing heads is increased, the lifespan decreases by 3 months. It can be increased up to 5 heads. The remaining lifespan of sharpshooter P is 12 hours. 4. Root mutation increases the size of the shooting pod for sharpshooter P. The cost is that every time the size doubles, the lifespan decreases by 6 months. It can be tripled. The remaining lifespan of sharpshooter P is only 12 hours. Hanwoo smirked and looked at them. It doesn't seem too bad. Let's go with all of them then. After the mutations, sharpshooter P grew 2 additional pairs of murderous eyes. Around them, there was a layer of yellowish aura. They worked together to fire beams that were 10 times larger than before, shooting like rockets towards the zombies. The zombies were knocked back repeatedly as the attacks hit. The system announced, killed a level 1 knowledge zombie, accumulated 1 point, defeated a level 1 challenge zombie. Dropping a bottle of hair dye, 1 accumulated point. Killing a normal level 2 zombie, 2 accumulated points. Suddenly, a dark gray zombie foot as large as a pillar stomped heavily on the ground. Wherever it stepped, the earth and rocks sank, and a cloud of dust rose. Another group of muscular, evolved zombies marched forward. The leader was waving a flag, and Hanwoo assessed that these zombies seemed to be of a higher level at first glance. The zombie leader charged forward, preparing to throw the flag toward them. It stepped forward with force, its body leaning forward, and it poured all its strength into throwing the flag ahead. As the flag flew toward sharpshooter P, it created a shockwave, and dust filled the air. The zombie leader was confused, wondering why no one was injured, with question marks popping up above its head. Before it could react, the sharpshooter P group fired red bean-sized pellets at it. At the same time, the flag it had thrown flew through their heads. Hanwoo caught the flag, and saw small lightning bolts running along its shaft. He smiled slightly, realizing it was made from hundreds of refined steel types, a waste of heaven's resources. At this point, he turned to the group of coin flowers and ordered, almost forgetting about them, "You all evolve too." The system panel appeared, Coinflower Evolution Option, a versatile mutation that increases coinflower production. The cost of doubling the coinflower production rate was a reduction in lifespan by 1 month, with a maximum increase of 13 times. The remaining lifespan of the coinflowers was 12 hours. 2 mutations absorbed, increasing the range of the coinflower's ability to absorb death energy. The price to pay for each time the absorption range of the coinflower's death chi doubles is a reduction of 2 months of lifespan, with the lifespan of the remaining coins only lasting 12 hours after a 7-fold increase. He did not hesitate and shouted, "I want all of them, many coins." Then, countless coins were tossed out. Qin Shang, standing beside him, saw the leaderboard and was delighted. He clenched his fists and excitedly exclaimed, "Your accumulated points have surpassed Tu Tai." Tu Tai, on the other side, looked up at the leaderboard in shock. What? Hanwoo is in first place, with 1,436 points. Tu Tai is second, with 1,313 points. In his hand, he held a level 4 plant, a fire dragon grass seed, muttering, "Hanwoo, don't even think about surpassing me, never even think about it." 2 hours later, the fire dragon grass seed transformed into a green dragon, surrounded by a layer of golden aura. It roared loudly, and the fire dragon grass opened its mouth, spewing flames at the zombies in front of it. The zombies, unable to resist, were incinerated by the fire. Tai looked up at the ranking system, where the accumulated points were rapidly changing. First place, Tai, with 1,610 points. Hanwoo is second, with 1,586 points. He smiled smugly. Hanwoo, I've thoroughly investigated your information. You're just an orphan, no parents, no background. What right do you have to compete with a true descendant of a divine god like me? I will make sure you fail miserably. Behind the mountain ranges, an enormous, bizarre fireball suddenly appeared, emitting dazzling light. Despite the zombies covering their hands, they were still scorched by the fireball. Switching the scene to Hanwoo, countless gold coins were scattered on the ground. Shin Shang looked at him and asked, "The first night is over." Luckily, the plant's attack power exploded. "How did you do it?" Next to him were dozens of gleaming gold coins. Hanwoo crossed his arms and said, "In fact, I possess a kind of directional mutation ability that can create such lifeforms." Shin Shang stood up and looked at the system board excitedly. That ability is truly freakish, but our current score is still far behind. Check the system board. Tai ranks first with 2,011,000, Hanwoo is second with 128,000, and Shin Shang is in fifth place with 23,000. Hanwoo reassured him, "Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Let's deal with these things first to exchange for better seeds." Time passed gradually, the sun setting to make way for the rising moon. Beside Hanwoo stood two massive, ferocious-looking plants, and in front of them was a group of sharpshooter peas. He felt confident with second and third tier plants, this time they were ready. On the rooftop, Shin Shang used binoculars to monitor the situation. "We might be in trouble. These zombies look a bit different this time." From afar, a group of zombies on horseback was slowly approaching. She was startled to recognize them as Tier 3 zombie knights and Tier 4 martial king zombies. One of them, dressed in a red suit with oddly styled hair, made Hanwoo exclaim in shock, "A Tier 4 martial king zombie? How are we supposed to deal with that?" Shin Shang was also at a loss and asked, "What do we do?" He thought for a moment and then said, "Turn off the lights. Zombies are drawn to electric light. Let's turn them off first and hope the Tier 4 doesn't spot us." Shin Shang accepted the order and nodded, "Understood." As soon as the lights were turned off, the surroundings became pitch black. The two of them crouched to one side and observed the situation. Shin Shang said, "What's the situation? It seems like there's no movement." Hanwoo looked at the group of undead creatures moving toward the faint yellow light ahead and sighed in relief. Luckily, they've gone to where Misa's cell is, right next door. Neither of them dared to take their eyes off the slowly moving martial king zombie. He grinned with satisfaction, using light arts to illuminate and kill the undead first, in order to collect the points. Shin Shang heard this and agreed, responding, "Yes." After speaking, she raised both hands forward and activated light arts. A yellow sphere appeared and shot directly toward the undead with a sudden burst. Upon seeing their companion fall, the group of undead knights turned around and charged toward her, shouting. Sharpshooter P, witnessing this, immediately activated a barrage of pea-sized projectiles, launching them at the creatures. The pea-sized projectiles hit the undead, sending them flying backward. One of the mounted undead charged straight at Shin Shang. Just as its attack was about to land, an unexpected punch from a level 3 plant hit its face. Hanwoo stood to one side, his arms crossed, looking at the leaderboard. Tai still held the first place with 232,000 points. Hanwoo was in second place with 140,200 points, and Sunshine Nian held third with 99,000 points. Seeing that name, he muttered to himself, "Sunshine Nian, how is his growth rate so fast?" While marveling at this, Sunshine Nian's voice suddenly came from behind, "Huh, the transfer student, huh? Are you scared by my speed?" As I turned around, I saw his hands gripping Hannah's shoulders, and Sal was laughing happily.
He wondered to himself, is Sun Ching Nian really a freeloader? At that moment, the conscious zombies used a long wooden stick to jump up high like a high jumper. Sun Ching Nian seized the opportunity and commanded, Oakwood Archery God, attack. The sharpshooters from the front nozzle shot acorns as projectiles. The acorns, like grenades, shot straight at the zombie who had just leaped up. KHNHNIN opened his mouth and laughed loudly, ha, more. First place is mine. Hanwoo frowned in discomfort when she saw the smug look on his face. She didn't expect a freeloader to jump in, and Qin Shang added fuel to the fire. She asked, so, what do you think? Are you envious? Jealous? Seeing her mock him, he turned to say something that struck her speechless. If you lose, you'll keep being stuck with that idiot. Meanwhile, the Martial King zombie clenched his fists, raised them to the sky, and used the grand summoning spell. After speaking, two zombies, one old and one young with blonde hair, appeared. The zombie dancer reached level 2. The three zombies worked together and slowly advanced toward the house. Han Wu, observing from a distance, smiled faintly. The level 4 zombie had broken through the freeloader's defense. The Martial King zombie stepped forward and suddenly stepped on something green, exclaiming in confusion, Suddenly, the green object sprung up, pushing him back. That green thing was a spring bean trap. Hanwoo widened his eyes in disbelief and gasped when he saw the Martial King ghoul knocked down flat by the spring-loaded punch, exclaiming, "What the hell?" He opened his mouth in shock, cursed, then slammed his hands down, pointing forward and commanding, "Pea shooter, focus fire on that Martial King ghoul and take it down." Upon hearing his order, the team immediately turned to target the Martial King ghoul, launching a continuous barrage of pea-sized projectiles. But the Martial King ghoul was completely unfazed. The peas only made a crack sound as they hit its body, and it smiled smugly, taunting them. Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Shang quickly proposed, "We should retreat into the house. The plants here can't stop a 4th level ghoul." But Han Wu disagreed, shaking his head. "No, retreating means we'll lose." Then, without hesitation, he transformed, and wings appeared behind him. He refused to accept defeat so easily. He spoke firmly. "Let me charge in." With that, Han Wu rushed forward towards the Martial King ghoul, his fists raised in attack. Before the Martial King ghoul could bask in its moment of triumph, it was struck square in the face by Han Wu's punch. After the thunderous blow, a wound appeared on its face, with smoke rising from it. But Han Wu wasn't satisfied, gritting his teeth. "It's not hurt at all, looks like I'll have to get serious." With that, Han Wu began to fight seriously. His arms crossed in front of his chest, he growled, "Now taste my strikes." He unleashed a series of powerful punches to the Martial King ghoul's abdomen, shouting, "Mechanical cannon fist." The Martial King zombie couldn't withstand the attack and staggered backward. Its bony neck cracked with a snap. The punch from him sent it crashing to the ground, dying instantly. System notification: killed level 4 Martial King zombie. Dropped 1 level 4 seed, a pair of crocodile leather shoes, a collection of dance materials, and 500 accumulated points. He rubbed his aching hand inside. A level 4 Martial King zombie is tough to kill. My hand is almost dislocated, and I only get 500 accumulated points for it. In the distance, someone was observing his battle through binoculars. That person smiled slightly and commented, "This kid is quite interesting." The one observing him was Yi Ling. She said regretfully, "Too bad I can't see the ranking status." Beside her was Hang Mang, who excitedly exclaimed, "Let me see, let me see." He grabbed the binoculars, focused on the battle, and remarked, "This time, his eyesight is impressive. And to think, he's working with the backup class goddess. This kid really has some skills. He has my flair." Hatian, who was standing nearby, quickly spoke up. "Don't flatter yourself too much," Yi Ling responded. "Do you think the juniors can find the wisdom fruit for us?" Yi Ling said, "Then we need to see the progress of the research on the ghost town.
If she thinks the ghost town is just a place to grow plants that kill zombies for accumulating points, then it's highly unlikely that she could get high-level resources like the wisdom fruit. She then turned around, placed her hand on her hip, and smiled brightly. But right now, I'm really curious to know if she can secure first place. Or should we let Hang Mang fight with Miss Lena for a match to exchange for the privilege to watch? Ha ha. Just after she finished speaking, Lena appeared from behind and whispered into Yiling's ear, "Why do you think Miss Lena is so violent?" Hearing that familiar voice made her hair stand on end. Lena stood with her arms crossed, her figure alluring, and said, "I'm very curious to know who you all are betting on." Yiling and Hang Mang stammered, It's Han Wu." Lena was satisfied as she turned and walked away. "Good, then let's have everyone watch with me." Everyone followed Lena into the office, and the door was immediately closed tightly behind them. Lena raised her hand, and a projection screen appeared. On the screen was Han Wu's battle. She crossed her arms and spoke to the group, "This time, you can watch to your heart's content." On the screen, Han Wu was attacking the armored zombie while giving orders, "Sharpshooter P, gather your firepower and take them down." They followed the command, continuously firing at the zombie. Seeing this, he jumped high into the air. The Ps kept hitting the armored zombie one after another. Yiling observed the intense firepower and remarked that Han Wu's sharpshooter had reached the level of a second-tier plant. "Old Hang, you really lost to her. It's not unjust." After a brief pause, she spoke, a bit confused, "What's going on here? Why is a level 3 zombie attacking her territory? Logically, the setup here shouldn't have attracted any zombies above level 3. Looking at the screen, Qing Yan was standing behind Hannah Sal. In front of them were spring-loaded P-traps, and every zombie that approached was blasted away. The group couldn't help but click their tongues in surprise. This felt somewhat shameless, clearly bullying the enemy, but who was sponsoring this reserve student? "I didn't expect him to be this strong." Lena, arms still crossed, responded, "The reserve student's name is Sun Qingyan, and he isn't being sponsored by anyone." Hang Mang heard this and immediately didn't believe it. "It's impossible, then why is he so strong?" Yiling looked at the screen and saw Qingyan and Mrs. Sal affectionately together, gritting her teeth in contempt. "Disgusting. Among the reserve students this time, there really are all sorts of people. They don't even care about their dignity for the sake of achievements." The ranking system board appeared, with the first place being Tu Tai with 314,000 points, the second place being Sun Changyan with 213,000 points, and the third place being Han Wu with 198,000 points. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "First place is Tu Tai. Who is this person? He's far ahead of second place Sun Changyan and third place Han Wu. Let me see what kind of arrangement he has made." Inside the match, Fire Dragon Grass was opening its mouth to shoot flames at the zombies. Tu Tai stood to the side, arms crossed, watching him, smiling smugly. "Ha! Han Wu, let me see what you rely on to beat me." Yiling recognized Fire Dragon Grass, and it seemed that Tu Tai was the competitor sponsored by our rival, Huang Shengjun. Hang Mang clenched his fists, angrily saying, "Huang Shengjun once wreaked havoc in Zombie Town, obtaining a lot of valuable items. He must be trying to take advantage of this opportunity to rake in some profits from the reserve students." Lena nodded coldly, "That's exactly the case." Tu Tai and Huang Shengjun secretly signed an agreement. Huang Shengjun sponsors Tu Tai, and Tu Tai will give Huang Shengjun 70% of the profits gained from Zombie Town. The group of people from Yiling, upon hearing this, each uttered a disgusting, shameless, and vulgar curse. As soon as they finished speaking, the person who had been insulted appeared from nowhere. He looked up at the sky and asked, "Who are you guys cursing at?" Hang Mang furrowed his brows and looked behind, calling out the person's name, Huang Shengjun. As soon as he arrived, he immediately wanted to make a bet with the three of them, seemingly confident in his victory. "So, you three came here to watch the students you've sponsored, huh? Interested in a little wager? Let's see whose sponsored student will rank higher." Hang Mang was not easily fooled. He furrowed his brows and refused. "Do you think we're idiots? We already know that Tu Tai, who ranked first, is your sponsored student.
Shang Jun stepped closer, grinning provocatively. So, you guys don't even have the courage to compete, huh?
Ah, indeed, a bunch of useless people attending the Imperial Capital Academy, one of the top universities in the Divine Realm, still supporting and collaborating with each other. You formed a so-called elite club just to amuse yourselves.
Being students with you guys is truly embarrassing.
Hang Mang couldn't hold back his anger and rushed forward, ready to fight, but was stopped by Yi Ling.
He shouted angrily. Today, we're either going to win or lose.
Yi Ling calmed him down. Stay calm. He's just trying to provoke you in front of Miss Lena. After stopping him, she turned to speak to their opponent. We formed the club to help students from poor backgrounds gather enough resources.
What right do you have to wave your hands around? Don't you want to make a bet?
Then let's bet. Let's see which of our sponsored students performs better.
Shang Jun shrugged and agreed enthusiastically. All right, the challenge is 10 points of divine power. Are you brave enough to accept it?
Yi Ling's face darkened, and she pressed her lips together. Why wouldn't I accept it?
With that, Shang Jun turned away, leaving behind the words, then let Miss Lena be the witness.
When you guys lose, don't even think about playing dirty.
Only then did Hang Mang calm down and turn to Yi Ling, asking, Xiaoling, is this alright? The Tu Tai he's sponsoring looks pretty strong.
Yi Ling answered fearlessly, the more they say we can't do it, the more determined I am to succeed.
But our Han Wu, the one we're sponsoring, isn't any weaker.
Lena said with certainty, if Han Wu was the first to uncover the truth behind Zombie Town, she could win. On the second day of survival, daily points were added, with an accumulation of 2,000 points. Han Wu lay sprawled on the ground, grumbling, I can't move anymore, I'm so tired, I feel like I might just pee my pants right now.
Next to her was a pile of food and gold coins.
Xin Shang saw this and spoke up, alright, you've worked hard, just stay there.
Let me clean up the battlefield.
Inside, Xin Shang silently rejoiced. Thankfully, Han Wu's abilities were preserved in the alternate world, otherwise, we would have failed last night.
Han Wu happily called out to his wife. Xin Shang, annoyed, stepped forward, kicked him, and scolded, what are you babbling about?
She kicked him repeatedly, causing him immense pain as he cried out in agony.
Yeah, isn't this supposed to be a legally binding relationship here? At least, you should put on an act for yourself.
After kicking him, she turned around and walked away, ignoring the fact that he was still sitting on the ground. She raised her voice, I can't be bothered with you, you scoundrel.
Cheng Yan's mocking voice echoed from behind, still sounding relaxed and at ease, flirtatiously teasing.
He stood there with his arms crossed, smiling triumphantly, even if you broke his arm, he'd only rank third, unlike me.
Ha ha.
Hearing him, Xin Shang opened the ranking system and saw that Sun Changnian had already climbed to second place with 356,000 points, which astonished her. Especially since Tu Tai was in the lead with 535,000 points. Third place was Han Wu with 302,000 points.
She anxiously said, what now? There's more than a 200,000 point gap compared to Tu Tai.
Han Wu, unperturbed, casually stood up, cupped his hands over his mouth, and shouted loudly as if afraid he wouldn't be heard, it's fine, I still have my secret skills up my sleeve. That master or whatever his name is, even if my arm breaks, I'll still be better than him.
That middle leg of his is about to snap, right?
Xin Shang, standing behind him, covered her mouth and laughed, reminding him, you're disgusting.
Hearing Han Wu's mocking tone, Cheng Yan furiously yelled, Han Wu, you wait and see.
Han Wu paid no attention to his words, casually replying, whatever, as long as you're happy. Suddenly, the corner of his eye flicked to the red seed on the ground, and in doubt, he exclaimed. Han Wuing VC speculated, a level 4 seed, the seed information system provided it for him. The level 4 hypnotic fungus, its effect was to launch energy projectiles with a sleep-inducing property.
Any zombie struck by the projectile would have a certain probability of being controlled by the hypnotic fungus.
Turning around to deal with fellow zombies, it also had a brainwashing effect.
Any zombie that consumed it would undergo complete brainwashing.
The level 4 corn cannon, its effect was to use corn projectiles that exploded, capable of instantly killing a level 3 zombie, while also causing area damage. Upon hearing hypnotic fungus, he sat down to grab it, delighted.
Hypnotic fungus is awesome. Isn't this exactly what I need to find a puppet beast for myself?
And the corn cannon is basically a tracking bomb, a divine weapon for earning points. Qin Shang, not wanting to listen to his nonsense, gathered up the things on the ground into a cart and urged. Let's go, we'll head to the loot shop and see if we can buy some higher level seats to make things easier for you. He raised his thumb, about to say wifey, but remembering her kick, he quickly corrected himself.
Alright, old Qin.
Qin Shang knew what he wanted to say, blushed, and snorted coldly.
Keep up. She thought to herself, the way he was about to address her would saying it kill him?
An hour later, Qin Shang and Hanwu had sold all the items on the cart. As they went down the stairs, he sighed. I thought the collection of materials on the Black Kid zombie dance from the level 4 Martial King zombie was a treasure, but it turns out the shop didn't even accept it. She held the gold bag, her eyes gleaming as she tallied the results of the evening, having exchanged her haul for 243 gold coins, which was considered a decent amount. The boss told the town chief that he was a monk specializing in cold weapons. Perhaps she could trade her flagpole for some good weapons over there. Upon hearing her, he responded, the mistress of Han Mansion has made up her mind. Qin Shang furrowed her brows, a few streaks of red on her cheeks, and asked, why not Qin Mansion?
Hanwu teased, no way, if it were Qin Mansion, wouldn't I become alive and son-in-law? Qin Shang, irritated, raised her hand to chase after him, wanting to hit him. Good, Hanwu, you're really teasing me.
Hanwu quickly ran off, shouting, domestic violence, domestic violence.
At the town chief's residence, a voice suddenly rang out, what? You want my weapons, master?
The man looked at the two with displeasure, furrowing his brow, this is indeed a rare piece of equipment.
I'm quite interested. If you want to exchange weapons, go ahead and pick one.
Hearing his words, the man fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward. Suddenly, he broke the silence when he sensed the aura of the sword calling to him.
It seems like that sword is calling out to me.
Hanwu walked over, picked up the sword, and a golden red aura radiated from it. His voice was firm, it must be resonating with the black dragon blood in my body. With that, he turned around and said, Town Chief, I want it. The man generously nodded, adding a condition, alright, but your flagpole isn't enough to trade for it.
Do you have something else to offer?
Hanwu immediately pulled out an item from his person and said, a collection of paintings on the Grekid dance and third grade seeds, these are all my valuable items. The town chief shook his head in refusal and made a request, the Grekid dance collection is useless to me.
I want 2 third grade seeds.
He felt it wasn't a bad deal, so he agreed.
Deal made.
The man smiled and, in a tone of friendly advice, reminded him, although the Grekid dance collection is useless to me, the town's former ballet queen, your neighbor, the madam of the salon, would surely be interested. Then, he tucked his sword behind his back and turned to leave, saying eagerly, let's go, let's visit Sun Cheng's magical benefactor.
What do you think?
Just as he was leaving, he bumped into Tu Tai. He saw Tu Tai and his fire dragon grass walking toward him.
Hanwu couldn't help but marvel, wow, what an aura, so grand.
Tu Tai approached with arrogance and spoke up, Hanwu, the gap between you and me is growing wider. Now you've fallen to third place, it's time to admit defeat. Perhaps I might be a little lenient and allow you and Qin Shang to share a classroom in the future. He didn't care about what Tu Tai said, hands in his pockets, walking leisurely, and then turned around, feigning ignorance as he asked Qin Shang, wife, is this fool a friend of yours? She glanced at him and then shook her head, I don't know him. When Tu Tai heard him call Qin Shang his wife, he became furious and, gritting his teeth, shouted, what did you call her?
How dare you?
I'll show you what it means to be crushed. Hanwu ignored his furious expression and calmly took Qin Shang's hand, walking away while casually saying, let him be, let's go have some fun. Seeing the two of them leaving hand in hand, Tu Tai, filled with resentment, muttered through gritted teeth, not only do I have to defeat you, but I also have to chop off your hand.
Hanwoo and Qin Shang arrived at a small house, knocked on the door, and called out loudly, "Is Mrs. Sal at home?"
It was Hannah Sal who came out, along with Salon and Cheng Yin.
With a bright smile, he asked, "Oh, isn't this Hanwoo's friend?"
Mrs. Sal immediately assumed he had come to demand compensation and quickly cut him off, saying, "You're the new neighbor who just moved in, right?
I've already heard from my dear about what happened last night. If you're here to ask me for compensation, then you can leave now.
I, Hannah Sal, will absolutely not compensate for your incompetence." Cheng Yin also took advantage of the situation, feeling smug.
"Hanwoo, don't come looking for trouble."
He shook his head.
"Mrs. Sal, you're mistaken.
I'm here to admire your grace. I heard from the town chief that you used to be the dancing queen of the town, and indeed, you have an extraordinary presence.
I happen to have a rare item, and I think only you are worthy of owning it."
Hannah Sal, blinded by her love, didn't catch a word he said and coldly replied, "Don't think that flattery will make me change the plant arrangement in my yard."
"No way."
Hearing Mrs. Sal's response, he took out a book from his pocket and asked, "Mrs. Sal, would this item change your mind?" Hannah Sal seemed curious when she saw the book, but on the contrary, Cheng Yin furrowed his brows in discomfort and let out a cold huff.
"Humph," holding a torn notebook to make peace. "Hanwoo, are you being a bit too lenient?"
As if recalling something, her eyes lit up like she had struck gold, and she exclaimed, "This is the lost dance of the martial king. Name your price, I don't care if I have to give up all my wealth." Hearing her so excited, Cheng Yin stared wide-eyed, his expression changing as he thought.
"If Hanwoo asks Mrs. Sal to kick me out of the house, wouldn't that be the end of me?"
Thinking this, his attitude shifted completely, and he smiled cheerfully as he said,
"As for you, Hanwoo, we're classmates, how about it?"
Hanwoo ignored his sycophantic face, handing the book to Hannah Sal and saying,
"Mrs. Sal, please don't be polite, keep this dance.
If I find any related materials in the future, I'll be sure to send them to you." She happily accepted, expressing her apology.
"Hanwoo, I truly thank you. Please forgive my previous rudeness. From now on, you can call me Hannah Sal."
"I'd be delighted to be a close neighbor of yours." After handing over the item, Hanwoo and Qin Shang waved and left. Hannah Sal cheerfully bid them farewell, not forgetting to remind them,
"Feel free to come by whenever you have time."
The system notification appeared, established a friendly relationship with the town's queen of dance, Hannah Sal. Friendship level 99, personal shop unlocked for Hannah Sal, plus 30,000 points. Looking at the points, he gasped in shock.
30,000 points? How many zombies did I have to kill to get this? Could this be the key to earning points after killing zombies? Qin Shang, noticing his expression, asked curiously, "What's going on?"
"What did you just do?" "I just got a notification saying I've established a closer relationship with the dance queen, Hannah Sal, opened a personal shop related to her, and got an additional 10,000 points."
Hanwoo didn't respond.
With his arms crossed over his chest, he looked at Qin Shang and smiled, thinking to himself, "It seems that since we're married in the town, Qin Shang also earned points. This is really advantageous." With that thought, he couldn't resist teasing Qin Shang again. "This is something a husband should do, no need to be polite.
This time, you won't get scolded."
Qin Shang blushed and walked away. "You're so shameless, I'm not paying attention to you anymore." Seeing her leave, he opened the system panel to check if there was anything interesting in Misa's Silence shop. The system notification read, "Misa's Silence shop offers level 3 clover seed for 10 friendship points, dancing lessons for 20 friendship points, power dance costumes for 35 friendship points, and wisdom fruit for 90 friendship points." He said happily, "The wisdom fruit seems like it could be the commission from senior, but it requires 90 friendship points.
I'll wait until the test is over to buy it."
The scene shifted back to their house. Hanwoo, arms crossed to keep warm, thought with satisfaction, both level 4 seeds have undergone directional mutation.
I can earn points strongly tonight.
At that moment, the horde of Jiangshi was swarming in to attack. He showed no fear and immediately ordered the cannoning Phing Hatn to fire a golden orb. The golden orb shot straight to the ground, creating a massive explosion that blasted the jiangshi away. Hanwoo curiously spoke up, "Hey, why aren't there any higher-level corpses today?
These little ones aren't good for racking up points, are they?"
Suddenly, his gaze caught something in the distance, and he frowned with a soft grunt. Far away, Mrs. Hannah Sal was standing at the gate, waving her hand.
"Ah, I see," Mrs. Sal cheerfully called out. "Hanwoo, I removed the bullets as a small token of appreciation for you." He closed his eyes and sighed. It seemed there would be no chance to show off his skills tonight. Might as well head into town for a look.
Then, he transformed, his wings spread wide as he soared from the ground into the sky. From above, he surveyed the situation below. Hanwoo slowly moved toward the jiangshi, beginning to feel like he had struck gold. These weren't just jiangshi, they were points waiting to be earned. Without another word, he drew his sword and charged in.
With a single swing, he slashed through the jiangshi, unleashing his fierce dragon slash.
His strike landed on the jiangshi's face, and golden coins appeared where the blade had hit. Then, Hanwoo turned and flew away. The jiangshi below gave chase, and he thought to himself, time to go hunt some level 4 beasts. These little ones aren't worth the effort. 4 hours later, Hanwoo was standing on top of the roof of a tower. He opened the ranking system board and looked at it. At the top was Sun Changnian with 831,000 points, second place was Tu Tai with 757,000 points, and in third place was Hanwoo with 723,000 points. He smiled inwardly, feeling pleased. The gap in points had narrowed, but there was still a need to keep pushing forward. On the third day of the daily survival count, his score had increased by 3,000 points. Hanwoo returned home and saw a man standing at his doorstep. He asked in confusion, "Hey, who are you?" The young man turned and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Eric Green, a resident of the town, and the captain of the town's defense team. I saw you bravely fight against the zombies last night, so today I came here to invite you to join the town's defense team." He placed his hand on his hip and asked, "I've only heard about the Milky Way Guardian Squad. What exactly does the town's defense team do?" Eric Green replied, "Of course, we protect the town. We guard the entrances and exits of the town to prevent level 5 and higher zombies from invading. Without the protection of the town's defense team, Zombie Town would have been surrounded by that powerful zombie army long ago." Hearing this, Hanwoo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Level 5 zombies and above, oh my god, that's some high-level combat. If he could just keep killing those, his score would skyrocket. Thinking this, he said, "Captain Eric, I'd like to join your team." He happily patted his shoulder and said, "The town guard squad really needs young men like you. Welcome to join the town guard squad." As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification rang out. By establishing a friendly relationship with the captain of the town guard squad, Eric Green, you have unlocked Eric Green's personal shop and received 60,000 points. Joining the town guard squad has unlocked the town guard squad's achievement store and granted you an additional 50,000 points. Then, the system's ranking board opened, showing the changes. The first place was him with 836,000 points. Second place was Sun Changnian with 834,000 points. Third place was Tu Tai with 761,000 points. He was stunned and stammered, I'm in first place now." After recruiting more members, Eric Green turned and left, waving his hand to say goodbye while reminding him, "You must come tonight." As soon as he entered, Shin Shang joyfully ran over, wanting to give him a big hug, and exclaimed, "Wow, you're first now, great job. Tell me how you did it. What big event did you go through last night?" Seeing her hug him, he replied, "I just suddenly heard a noise at the door, so I glanced over. Then, I uncomfortably opened the door and asked, 'Who's there so early?'" A blonde girl with a seductive expression raised her hand to her mouth and said, "Hanwoo, you were so strong last night." Hanwoo rummaged through his memory, realizing he didn't recognize this person, and asked, You are?" She still leaned forward, shamelessly flirting without a clear beginning or end. "Seeing your appearance last night, I was really excited." From behind, Shin Shang's probing gaze stared intently at him. "Hanwoo, what exactly did you do last night? She even came to your door." Hearing Qin Shang's words, he broke into a cold sweat. She saw Qin Shang and immediately interrupted. "Oh, this is Qin Shang," she said, patting her chest and introducing herself despite feeling a little embarrassed. "I am Hanwu's wife, and who are you?" She didn't pay attention to Qin Shang's words. Instead, she leaned closer to him and asked, "Hanwu, you're so young, yet you've already gotten married? Doesn't it feel suffocating? If you agree, I could be your mistress." After saying that, Jessica quickly left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, "Hanwu, let's meet again tonight at the town's guard team." Seeing Hanwu still waving at her, Qin Shang's face darkened, feeling a bit jealous. "Look at you, unable to let go." Seeing that he wasn't listening to her, Qin Shang angrily pinched his ear and questioned him, "You're scum, did you go out in the middle of the night causing trouble with some other girl? Is that why your points increased so quickly? Did you learn from Sun Qingnian to live off others?" Han Wu cried out in protest, "I didn't. That's so unfair to me, this girl, the older sister. Not even speaking properly. Last night, I was out on the streets fighting monsters to earn points, and then the captain of the small town guard team noticed me and invited me to join. The points increased because of the rewards when I joined the guard team." Hearing his explanation, Qin Shang immediately let go of her hand, feeling guilty. Yet, he didn't say anything, while she came all the way here, confirming his strength, and also mentioning how excited she was. When he was released, he rubbed his ear and shouted out, "Ah, so you're jealous, huh? I'm just trying to catch up with two ties accumulated points, helping you win the bet." Qin Shang quickly denied, "Who's jealous? What happens with you is none of my business." Han Wu pulled a bag of seeds from his body and handed it to her. "I'm going to the high-level Guardian Zombie team tonight, and I've left the courtyard to you. These are all high-grade seeds." Qin Shang took them and asked, "Then tonight you must be careful, take good care of yourself, don't let..." Before she could finish her sentence, he turned around, laughing happily, and interrupted, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I tested the black sword last night, it can instantly kill a level 4 zombie, nothing will happen." With that, he left. Qin Shang realized he misunderstood her meaning and shouted loudly, "What I meant is, don't let those fox spirits outside seduce you." In the evening, the town was enveloped in a quiet atmosphere. Han Wu walked leisurely, with Jessica's group ahead of him. She spoke, "Han Wu, you're here." As he approached, Jessica immediately rushed over and hugged his arm, whispering, "Han Wu, it's been a few hours, did you miss me?" The muscular young man with two large axes on his back crossed his arms and said, "Hey, Jessica, not again." Han Wu is a married man. He then introduced himself, "Han Wu, I am Johnson." David stood beside him, holding a sword, and asked, "Han Wu, what is your area of expertise in combat?" Hearing this, Han Wu didn't say much, immediately transforming and radiating his own strength. He then spun around, flew into the air, and answered while turning his head, "I can transform into 2 forms." Seeing him transform, Jessica's eyes turned into heart shapes, filled with admiration. "So amazing, just the kind of thing I like. Captain, how about I take the lead with him?" "I love working with handsome guys," Eric Grimm agreed enthusiastically. "All right, Jessica will guide Han Wu tonight." Han Wu looked up at him and said, "Fighting against the zombies is very dangerous. You must follow Jessica's arrangements." Jessica stopped her playful demeanor, took out 2 guns, 1 fire and 1 ice, along with a level 5 plant, and said loudly, "Prepare for battle." Han Wu was astonished and thought to himself, surprised by the 2 level 5 plants. Moreover, one was a fire sharpshooter, and the other was an ice sharpshooter. He too transformed into a fully muscular form, with his teammate, a level 5 giant core beast, merging beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, his arms swelled with muscles, and his back muscles bulged, until he became a giant, muscular figure with dark skin. David, holding a golden sword in one hand and a green spear in the other, stood by with 2 advanced plants, shouting, "Kim Guest, Swordvine Soldiers, Tower Guard Escort Fusion." Eric Grimm also transformed, his legs emitting a green aura, and his entire body radiated a jade-colored energy. He announced that the zombies had arrived. After speaking, he furrowed his brows and shot straight up into the sky. Jessica, holding two guns and firing incessantly, taunted, "Come here, take these bullets." Three fierce zombies were blocked by her, and the bullets struck their bodies. Johnson charged from behind, weapon in hand, saying, "Leave it to me." The hammer in his hand struck the zombie's head directly, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. The zombie's head remained unharmed. Instead, tentacles sprouted from the top of its head, wriggling wildly. The tentacles charged at him, and he froze, unable to react. Eric Green yelled from the side, "Johnson, move out of the way." Then, he launched a burst of green energy at the zombie and shouted, "Die." David, wielding a spear, lunged at the zombie, shouting, "I'll handle this side." Hanwoo remained suspended in mid-air, observing the battle, and murmured, "Is this the peak level? Impressive, I can't fall behind." After speaking, he dove down from above, punching the zombie with his fist, thinking to himself, "I am Hanwoo, the god killer." Hanwoo drew his sword and swung it, shouting, "This is how death is escaped." Suddenly, Jessica's voice came from behind, warning, "Be careful." He glanced back with suspicion, only to see her hastily running towards him. After pushing him to the ground with force, Jessica raised her gun to attack, while he was pinned down, struggling to breathe and groaning. "Ugh, I can't breathe. What's happening?" She fired a shot at the back, hitting the arm of the seeing T. Jessica kept an eye on the situation while explaining. The endurance of a level 5 zombie is many times stronger than that of a level 4. Even though you've wounded it, it won't lose its offensive power. Hanwoo finally snapped back to reality, laughed, and spoke up. "Thank you for saving me." She turned to respond. "Don't force it too much. Just support me first, stay close." With that, holding two guns in both hands, Jessica charged into the seeing T crowd, firing continuously. He also stood up to attack, and his points kept accumulating, 3,000 points added, 3,000 points added, receiving a level 4 radiant sunflower seed. 3 hours later, Hanwoo's body felt exhausted. He wiped his sweat with his hand, sighing, "I'm so tired." Over on this side, the town's guard team was still fighting. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Are they using stimulants? Noticing his fatigued expression, Jessica teased with a smile. "Handsome young man, how are you already tired when the battle has just begun? Physically speaking, you're not strong enough to be my boyfriend." Hearing her words, he thought to himself, if he could still maintain the physique of a divine being, how could he possibly be this tired? Even if he were to fight until morning, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Suddenly, a voice appeared beside Hanwoo's ear, "Representative, guess who I am?" He was transported into a white space, with a green dot beside him. He said, "Origin of mutation, it seems you've finally found time to visit me." It replied, "I seem to smell the stench of that spiteful woman. I just heard someone say that your health isn't doing too well." It spoke with a tone of mockery. "You, as the representative of my origin of mutation, how could you let a woman say such things? I've decided to grant you a privilege, so you can stand before that woman with large breasts and a small butt." As soon as he finished speaking, chains and a lock appeared out of nowhere. Origin of mutation explained, "This privilege is called the jealousy lock." "All right, sit down, let's go to battle," it said. As soon as the words left its mouth, the chain snapped, the lock opened, and Hanwoo felt a surge of power entering his body, golden light surrounding him. His eyes shot out beams of golden light, and he excitedly said, "This feels incredible, like endless vitality." It further explained, when the jealousy lock is unlocked, you can temporarily transform your body by harnessing any strong biological cells. He held a sunflower seed in his hand, thinking, the combination of these implants is powerful and resilient. If possible, I'll give it a try. Without any hesitation, Hanwoo swallowed the sunflower seed. The seed was absorbed by his body, and golden light spread everywhere. He soared upwards, carrying with him the power of the sunflower. Then, Hanwoo spread his arms wide, creating a golden orb that surrounded his body. The sunflower light shone directly onto the zombies, burning them, causing them to scream in agony. Jessica, standing below, covered her eyes from the blinding light and shouted, "The light is shooting out in all directions from that man's body."
The people around her, unable to see clearly, exclaimed in awe, "Is it an angel appearing?"
The guards of the town took advantage of the situation to charge forward and attack. Eric Green leaped up, shouting, "Attack harder!" He swiftly moved forward, smashing the zombies into pieces. Suddenly, a zombie, in a desperate attempt, lunged at him, using its hand to crush Han-woo. Eric Green, seeing Han-woo in danger, yelled, "Protect Han-woo, stop it!" As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson rushed forward but was struck by the zombie's powerful arm, sending him flying, and he shouted, "Hey!" Eric Green saw the dangerous situation and shouted, "This is bad, the defense of this level 6 zombie is too strong. Han-woo, get out of there!" Han-woo remained standing firm, looking at the approaching zombie's fist. His eyes shone like the sun, and he smiled provocatively, "Bring it on." The zombie's fist struck him, and a wave of light burst forth. The light scorched a large part of the zombie's body, causing it to scream in pain. After burning it, the golden light from his body slowly faded away. Johnson's eyes widened, mouth agape in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You did it, Han-woo, you're absolutely amazing." Han-woo was hailed by the crowd. A system notification appeared. Establish a friendly relationship with the town's residents. Town Guard Squad member Jessica Smith, open Jessica Smith's personal shop and earn 50,000 points. Establish a friendly relationship with Dark Johnson, a member of the Town Guard Squad. Open Dark Johnson's personal shop and earn 50,000 points. Establish a friendly relationship with David Ham, a member of the Town Guard Squad, a resident of the town. Open David Ham's personal shop and earn 50,000 points. Defeat a level 6 zombie and earn 23,000 merit points. Seeing his joy, Origin of Mutation spoke up, asking, "Representative? How does it feel to unlock the jealousy?" He excitedly replied but didn't get to rejoice for long, as it appeared before him and solemnly said, "Well, it's time for me to bring you some bad news." Han-woo, curious upon hearing the bad news, asked, "Bad news? What more do you want to do to me? I have nothing left to offer you. My divine essence wasn't easy to attain." It snorted coldly, interrupting, "You? Who would want your stuff? You're so petty. The bad news is that the genetic lock has side effects." Hearing this, Han-woo slapped his chest and sighed in relief. "Ah, so it's not the lion's roar technique, just a side effect." But suddenly thinking of something, Han-woo widened his eyes and shouted at it, "What are you joking about? Are there side effects too? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? What's going to happen to me? How will it be?" Origin of Mutation smiled and tried to smooth things over, calmly responding, "You are the one carrying my supreme origin of mutation. Why are you so scared? The side effects won't threaten your body." It shrugged and replied, "It's just that you can't continue using the gene lock as you were told. That's called a restriction, and you need to wait for a cooldown period." Han-woo furrowed his brows and said, "You know quite a lot, don't you? If the side effect is just waiting for the cooldown, then that's fine. But how long is the cooldown for me? What will happen if I don't follow the cooldown?" It explained, "Given your current weak physical condition, you won't be able to use the gene lock for the next 10 days. If you use it frequently, it will cause genetic disorders, and the temporary mutation will become a permanent one. So, how about it? Are you such a brave representative? Want to try?" Han-woo immediately waved his hand and shook his head vigorously. No, I don't want to turn into a big round light bulb for the rest of my life." Eric Green walked up from behind, asking with concern, "Han-woo, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Han-woo turned and smiled, replying, "I'm fine." Jessica continued to flirt, lifting his chin with her finger, and gently said, "You handsome little thing, your performance just now completely won me over. Now you're qualified to be my boyfriend. How about we spend a wonderful night together?" He blushed and shouted out, "Ah!" Johnson saw that he was about to be crushed and immediately spoke up, "Jessica, please stop teasing Johnson. Do you want to drain him dry?" "Johnson, huh?
If you're tired, just go rest. I can easily handle the remaining 5th level zombies by myself, not wanting to refuse everyone's kindness. He smiled and said, indeed, I do feel a bit tired, so I'll leave the rest of the battle to you all. I'll go to the back and rest for a while. Having said that, Hanwoo left, but as he walked, he observed his surroundings and thought, from now on, I can't use the jealousy lock for the next 10 days, so I must improve my basic combat strength, right? Isn't there a shop here for the protective team members? I should go see if there's anything useful I can buy. He stopped and opened the store in the system, then said happily, call me the little overlord who suppresses golden titles. Half an hour later, after opening the store, he looked around and chose the plant fusion technique. He smiled, the plant fusion technique just happens to replace the cooldown time of the jealousy lock skill. Origin of Mutation stood beside him, squinting and laughing. Ha, is this little item enough to make you happy? The plant fusion technique is just a superficial trick to merge different life forms together. Hanwoo frowned and glanced at it. This cost David and me 70 friendship points. Are you saying it's useless because your jealousy lock has such a long cooldown? Hearing him speak, it opened its mouth and laughed loudly. Isn't it because your tiny body is too fragile? Do you believe it? With just a few modifications, I could take this plant fusion technique to a whole new level. I'm only asking you for 2 points of divine power, how about it? He raised an eyebrow in refusal. No money? Forget it, if you won't pay, we might as well not meet again. Seeing that he refused to give any money, it began to pout. Look at you, you're really too stingy. Well then, 1 point of divine power, it couldn't be easier than that. He secretly despised it in his heart. What, trying to haggle with me? The king of bargains in the small Huan Bay market? You're just an outsider from a demonic land, still far from being qualified. But on the surface, he still agreed to its request, pretending to concede. All right, deal. Hearing him agree, it snapped its fingers. Suddenly, Hanwoo's head was split in two, with firecracker-like confetti flying out, leaving him bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Looking at the system panel, he wanted to swear. Damn it, this improved plant fusion technique can actually fuse plants from 1 to 3, and even has a quota for 6th grade seeds. This is seriously amazing. It gently reminded him. Remember, you owe me 1 point of divine power. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, not forgetting that it was indeed his debt. Hanwoo happily inserted the attribute card. His attribute was darkness, so the first slot was reserved for the 5th grade floral elixir. Daily roll call. On the 4th day of survival, 4,000 points were added. He crossed his arms and looked up at the leaderboard, smiling with satisfaction. Ha, my points have gone up, and Qin Shang is here too. Looks like I'll be able to beat Tu Tai in less than 2 days. On the leaderboard, Hanwoo was first with 1.4 million points, Sun Changnian second with 1.2 million points, Tu Tai third with 986,000 points, and Qin Shang fourth with 736,000 points. Scene change. Back at their house, Hanwoo walked in and saw Qin Shang busily sorting things. He asked, "Are you busy?" She was sitting on the floor with 2 large bags, looked up at him, and mocked, "You seem to be in a good mood? Spending time with the hot girl must be nice, huh?" He began to smile. "What are you talking about?" Qin Shang was sorting items to sell. When she saw his stuff, she threw it at him and said, "Hey, this is yours. Take it and sell it yourself." Hanwoo took the sword, smiling as he walked over. "I don't need these things right now." "You can take them. Besides, why are we acting like strangers? We're husband and wife, after all." Hearing this, she grew angry, her face turning red. She stormed up and punched him hard on the head, shouting, "Sooner or later, I'll tear your mouth off. I said we split things evenly, so it's evenly split. Qin Shang isn't some girl who takes advantage of others, and I don't need your pity." Hanwoo took the blow, wincing in pain, and shouted, all right. Hearing his agreement, she calmed down, turned around, and left. "Fine, I'm going to dance class with Mrs. Sal. You can rest by yourself." He held his aching head and advised, "Come back a bit earlier, okay?" In his heart, he thought, Qin Shang really is a smart girl, knows how to make a good impression by befriending the townsfolk. She truly has that capitalist arrogance. 9 days later, the town scene under the warm sunlight was incredibly peaceful. Hanwoo appeared joyfully, greeting, "Hey everyone, I'm here." Jessica saw him casually wave his hand and greet, "Hey, handsome." As he got closer, he noticed the strange expressions on everyone's faces and asked, "What's going on with you all? Why does everyone look so worried?" Jessica spoke up to explain, "Hey, handsome, don't you know? Tonight is the monthly lunar eclipse, and the zombie invasion will be even fiercer. Last month's lunar eclipse, Sister Jasmine, a member of the guard team, left us forever." Eric Green crossed his arms, looking guilty, and spoke softly, "Jasmine's death is my responsibility. I, Eric Green, promise that as long as I survive tonight, I will never let any of you die in front of me." Johnson and David spoke in unison, "Captain Eric?" Jessica stepped forward, grabbing his hand anxiously, "I might not be able to protect you tonight, so promise me that if you're in danger, you'll run away immediately, okay?" Hearing her say this, he fell into deep thought. Currently, I am the weakest member of the town guard squad. If danger strikes, I might be the first one to die. So, she's worried about me? Then, she rewarded him with a radiant smile, "I am a man, and I should be the one to protect you." That smile made Jessica mesmerized, and she smiled back, reminding him, "Remember to take good care of yourself." Hanwoo opened the system panel and thought. In a dangerous moment like this, he needed to quickly head to the public service shop and equip himself further. The screen displayed the shop with countless items, and he still had a current balance of 95,000. After selecting a few items, everything returned to zero. He raised his hand and pressed for more golden dragon grass. After selecting it, a spreading black mark appeared on his face. Hanwoo thought to himself, "Golden dragon grass is also a giant dragon's envy. Has it already begun to attract dragon blood?" Immediately, his body mutated, and his strength doubled. Eric looked at the sky, which was slowly changing, with a serious expression, "The time has come." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up at the sky, which seemed to be devoured, leaving only a void of blackness. Seeing that the sun was obscured by something, the zombies below began to shriek in confusion, transforming from scrawny, bony bodies into muscular, six-pack zombies. Eric Green hovered in the air, observing the situation, and spoke, "The zombies have mutated, their ranks have risen. Everyone, prepare for a fierce battle." Jessica, holding her gun, replied with determination in her eyes, "Understood, Captain." Johnson simultaneously mutated into a muscular form and nodded, "Understood, Captain." David wore his armor, holding a spear in his hand, ready to attack. Hanwoo flew through the air, speaking seriously, "Yes, Captain." The mutated zombies howled as they rushed forward, attacking like a storm. Eric Green created a blue energy ball and shot it straight at the zombies, shouting, "Hit them again." Over here, Jessica fired her guns at the zombies' bodies, but they showed no signs of being hurt. She continued to attack from all directions with her dual pistols, striking at the zombies' heads, growling, "Take this." The giant zombie remained unscathed. Johnson, holding onto its arm, shouted to his teammates, "Captain Jessica, you two keep shooting. From a distance, we'll hold them back." Hanwoo shot towards them at breakneck speed, thinking to himself that he couldn't afford to fall behind. Drawing his sword, he executed the fierce dragon slash, cutting across the giant zombie's body. The smaller zombies below saw him and charged forward. Without hesitation, Hanwoo raised his long legs and used the Shun Ti technique to kick the zombie in front of him square in the face. Eric Green, behind him, praised, "Hanwoo, well done." An hour later, the zombies he had killed lay scattered all around. Seeing that the zombies continued to attack, the captain ordered Jessica to find the town chief for Jeniger and have him send reinforcements. She received the order and immediately left, shouting as she ran, "Everyone hang on, wait for me." On the other side, David was being attacked by a zombie, the creature's claws piercing into his bleeding shoulder. He let out a painful cry, "Ugh." Seeing this, Johnson rushed forward to grapple with the zombie. He anxiously said, "Johnson, leave me be."
Noticing that both of them were in dire straits, Eric Green also charged forward, firing his gun at the zombie to assist.
"I'm here. Hang in there."
Upon seeing the newcomer, Johnson said, "Captain."
Eric Green mustered his strength and threw a punch directly into the zombie's face. In the midst of this critical moment, the system suddenly announced that the 10-day cooldown had ended. Han Wu, witnessing this, smiled. Just in time. With that, he rushed forward in front of the three, saying, "Captain Eric, allow me to buy some time for all of you." Seeing this, Eric Green worriedly reminded him, "Han Wu, don't overestimate yourself. If things go south, retreat." Han Wu turned and smiled reassuringly, "I'm also a member of the town's guard. Of course, I'll do everything I can to protect the townsfolk." With that, he opened the system and tapped to activate it. His entire body emitted a faint green light as it unlocked. Han Wu unleashed an immense burst of energy from within. This power transformed into sharp rays that directly pierced through the zombies' bodies. Eric Green, witnessing this display of strength, widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "So powerful." After a moment, seeing all the zombies collapse to the ground, he let out a relieved breath. But before he could rejoice, a zombie suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards him, causing him to exclaim in shock, "Why are there still some here?" Jessica ran towards him from a distance, shouting, "Han Wu, hang on." A group of people followed behind her. She raised her voice, "We're here." The mayor ordered Jeniger to charge forward, shouting loudly, "Press the advantage, kill them all." Behind them, Jessica was also charging with all her strength. Just then, Eric Green warned both of them from above, "Everyone stop. There's something wrong ahead." The mayor immediately took out binoculars to assess the situation. He looked around and noticed that the fog seemed unusually thick, anxiously evaluating, "This fog doesn't seem right." Eric Green quickly approached him and advised, "Mayor Schwarzenegger, the fog has risen. We can see through the darkness, but we can't see through the fog. Do you have any plants that could help? Get them out as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the mayor immediately took out a strange seed from his pocket. It was a fourth-tier wind-blown clover seed. He placed it in a pot and continued to nurture it. A second later, the seed sprouted, pushing the soil aside. The clover immediately appeared right before everyone's eyes. Han Wu was surprised at the sight and thought to himself, "This is growing too fast." Immediately, the wind-blown clover transformed into a massive fan, continuously blowing towards the zombies. Han Wu quickly took out his reconnaissance eyes. The plant pot was now glowing in a strange way. The system notification stated that the ceramic flower pot used for sowing seeds could accelerate the growth rate of the seeds planted in it by up to 100 times. Seeing this scene, Han Wu was extremely surprised and said, "Wow, this is a divine artifact." The mayor turned to Jeniger and smiled gently, explaining, "Han Wu, if you like the flower pot, I can give you a few later. I just heard Eric say you performed very well tonight. When the lunar eclipse ends, I will represent the town and reward you." Han Wu, hearing this, joyfully responded, "Thank you, Mayor." Soon after, the system displayed a notification that left him stunned: "Establish a friendly relationship with the mayor of small-town Anwaniger and unlock Anwaniger's personal shop, plus 100,000 accumulated points." Han Wu opened the system, happily looking at the system list. The mayor's shop must have many treasures. This plant is so good, it's truly a virus assault. Grabbing the screen that displayed the mayor's shop, what caught his eye was a mushroom named Hz, which had the ability to release tens of millions of spores at once. These spores would be nourished by the death aura from the zombies and quickly develop into new Hz mushrooms. Immediately afterward, Han Wu threw the mushroom towards the wilting clover grass. Tens of millions of mushroom spores were launched toward the zombies, causing them to scream wildly. He happily added, "In a little while, I can try a new strategy. Let's go." Soon after, Han Wu observed the situation and assessed. The Hezilan TRN mushrooms were already quite a lot, success or failure depended on this.
He stood on high, waving his large wings, his entire body emanating a strange golden light. Han Wu spoke, "The He mushroom belongs to my life form, I will begin the sacrifice of life." Immediately, the large group of zombies below, as numerous as ants, was surrounded by the golden light. The golden light instantly exploded the undead, causing them to burst apart. His screen also displayed a new notification, presenting 3 options. Option 1, a level 9 wisdom tree seed. When planted in the divine realm, it can stabilize the realm and extend the lifespan of the Chun tribe. Once matured, it can bear wisdom fruits. The tree matures in 1,000 years, and its growth cycle lasts 1,000 years. Option 2, a golden flower pot. Any special plant seed sown within it will achieve immortality. Option 3, level 4 construction. A botanical museum is built in the divine realm, generating a random special plant seed every 24 hours. The probability of obtaining a first level seed is 50%, a second level seed 40%, a third level seed 9%, a fourth level seed 0.9%, and a ninth level seed 0.9%. Seeing this, he was speechless and cursed the system. "Damn it, how am I supposed to choose?" He sighed and selected the golden flower pot, muttering, "I'll choose you then. With my guidance of mutation and this golden flower pot, it will make the plant immortal. The future holds infinite possibilities, and when the time comes, the level 9 seed will arrive." At this moment, seeing the zombies return to their normal state, Eric Green became anxious and loudly warned everyone, "This is bad, the zombies are rising again." Immediately, the mayor ordered Jenniger, Jessica, and David to take defensive positions. Han Wu, witnessing this scene, felt confused and thought to himself that the power of the He mushroom was too small. He had to take advantage of the time to develop it further. He looked at the golden flower pot and spoke, "Activate the mutation orientation." Saying that, he immediately planted the He mushroom into the golden pot. The system confirmed that the mutation was feasible, significantly increasing the volume of spore emission, enhancing spore activity, and accelerating spore development. Han Wu moved closer to the mushroom, smiling with satisfaction, and raised his hand to command, "Proceed with the 3 mutations simultaneously for me." At that moment, the clover grew tremendously. He tightly hugged the clover's stem and shouted, "Tens of millions of mushroom spores are spreading towards the zombies." Eric Green, seeing the situation, happily announced, "The speed of the crowd has slowed down." Upon hearing this, the people below immediately cheered with joy, "Great, it's good, it's great." The mayor told Jenniger to look at the sky and warned, "The lunar eclipse is reaching its final stage, and the zombies' counterattack will be especially fierce. Everyone, be careful." Suddenly, Han Wu realized something was wrong. When the lunar eclipse occurred, the zombies immediately grew horns. They had already been strong, but now they were even stronger, like tigers growing wings. Mayor Kuniger, upon seeing this, immediately raised his hand behind him to signal for everyone to step back and focus on the entrance. The crowd, seeing this, panicked and scattered in all directions. The sound of murmurs filled the air. "Are we going to die? I'm so scared." Han Wu looked at the crowd and thought to himself, "The morale of everyone has dropped, this battle can't be fought like this, I need to lift everyone's spirits." Without hesitation, he flew up high and inspired the crowd. "Zombies are nothing we can't defeat, we will definitely win." At that moment, Han Wu circled around a group of small zombies and had already defeated all of them. The crowd, seeing this, was overjoyed and cheered loudly. "Great! Well done, that's amazing." Han Wu turned around, joyfully looking at the people below and shouted. Suddenly, a strange green tentacle shot towards him at lightning speed. It quickly wrapped around Han Wu, leaving him confused and unsure of what was happening. Shi Qing cried out. Seeing Han Wu in danger, Jessica immediately rushed towards him, shouting loudly. Han Wu, Eric Green quickly grabbed her hand and held her back, instructing her. "You're going to walk right into death if you do this. We need to combine our strength as one before we can move forward." He stepped forward confidently and said with certainty. "Han Wu, hang in there, we will definitely save you." At this moment, Han Wu, enraged, used his wings to tear apart the tentacles surrounding him and shouted loudly,
"Get this disgusting tongue off me!" He flapped his wings and immediately flew up high, not giving the zombies below any time to react.
Han Wu turned in another direction, silently calculating the situation.
If he continued flying in the direction he was being dragged, he would soon return to the small town, right?
Half an hour later, he flew while observing.
What is going on?
Why is no direction correct?
Where is it even located?
Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up.
Hey, you, still don't get it?
You're trapped. He turned to ask the origin of mutation in surprise.
Do you have a way to get out of here? It thought for a moment before responding. It's the first super gen of the Divine River civilization. How could such a small scene trap me? With 1 point of divinity, you will safely be able to exit.
Upon hearing this, Han Wu asked in a deep voice.
Do you want divinity, or do you want your life? Choose for yourself.
The origin of mutation immediately chuckled softly, trying to intimidate him. Then you better pray for your own good. As your super gen, I can offer you one piece of free, sincere advice: don't wait until dawn to escape.
Because the moment you step into the fog, your time will stop. Han Wu looked around, silently thinking. If what it says is true, then I'm really in danger. But the southeast and northwest directions are wrong. Do you want me to charge into the upper heaven and lower earth?
Suddenly, a thought sprang to mind, and he mentally muttered,
Right.
Then, Han Wu changed direction and flew straight up into the sky, telling himself,
I don't believe this fog has no origin.
A minute later, Han Wu was startled to realize that something unusual lay ahead, raising suspicions.
Is this a shield?
Han Wu stood frozen, staring at the large, thick shield in front of him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the shield and shouted loudly, Do you really think I'm just some fool? At that moment, the shield cracked slightly from his strike. Han Wu was surprised and immediately swung his sword multiple times at the shield, yelling, Is this thing really that tough?
Let's see how long you can last.
The shield immediately cracked into a small piece, and soon after, it shattered into more pieces, fragments flying everywhere.
Han Wu looked at the scene outside and wondered, What is this?
What caught his eye was a massive, towering tree. The origin of mutation greeted him upon seeing him. Welcome, outsider, to my domain.
Han Wu gripped his sword tightly, on guard, thinking, could this whole thing have been caused by this ancient tree? Also, how does it know I'm an outsider? Isn't revealing my identity in the outer world survival simulation supposed to have fulfilled the requirements?
Seeing Han Wu's caution, the tree immediately reassured him, Outsider, don't worry, I won't kill you.
Han Wu then asked, Then why did you bring me here? What do you want from me?
The tree sighed and responded, Because I need your help with something to save this world.
Han Wu was surprised upon hearing that. He lowered his sword and softened his voice, You want me to eliminate all the zombies, right?
At this, the ancient tree suddenly raised its voice as if slapping him in the face, No, it is to drive all the inhabitants of the small town away from here.
He immediately sat down in front of it, thoughtful.
There was a knot in this matter.
Calmly, he asked, Can you explain it to me?
The ancient tree then slowly began to recount its story. I am the tree of wisdom, a guardian of this secret realm, and I have existed here for tens of thousands of years. This place was very peaceful.
That was until an outsider discovered the secret realm and claimed it for himself.
He also dispatched a large number of his followers to come and harvest the special seeds from the trees I had nurtured, turning them into a unique commodity for trade. I witnessed with my own eyes my descendants being turned into merchandise.
How could I possibly endure that?
At this point, it hesitated briefly, but then continued, But we had lived in peace here for thousands of years and had no real fighting strength to resist military power. So I had no choice but to seek out the God who governs death and pray to receive the power of vengeance, at the cost of worshipping death itself. Then it sighed, From that moment on, I gained the ability to turn corpses into zombies. A vision of zombies appeared as the ancient tree spoke again, its voice tinged with sorrow. That was when the war between humankind and zombies began. dragging on endlessly for thousands of years. The number of zombies kept growing, and humans gradually could no longer resist. So, 30 years ago, I led a full-scale assault. I thought I finally had a chance at victory, and humanity had retreated to the last small town. But at the crucial moment, a powerhouse appeared like a comet. It recounts the scene where hundreds of zombies were driven away. I don't know what method he used, but he managed to cultivate a type of fourth-grade plant, especially the extremely powerful fire dragon grass. Relying on the immense damage of the fire dragon grass, it made it impossible for us to launch an attack for a long period of time. Seeing that he was listening intently, it seemed to gain strength and continue to tell the story of its life. Many years later, I realized that the mysterious man was probably from another realm, because he had abilities that were unlike anyone from the small town. And today, when I launched another all-out assault, I noticed you. You also have methods very similar to that person. Upon hearing this, Han Wu was surprised and asked, "So you want me to betray and help you suppress them, right?" It then proposed its idea: "If you are willing to help me, I will give you 10 fruits of wisdom." At this moment, Han Wu fell into deep thought. 10 fruits of wisdom? Equivalent to 10 points of divine intent. Seeing him hesitate, the great tree immediately added, "Moreover, I will also give you 3 subordinates. Although they have been dead for thousands of years, their physical bodies are still preserved as they were in life." Upon hearing this, it seemed that his resolve wavered a bit. He swallowed, thinking to himself, "This is really generous." He immediately hesitated. 2 thoughts appeared in his mind. First, not to mention whether he could drive back the humans, but this small-town zombie was a treasure of the Imperial Capital Academy, and the god behind it was most likely a high-ranking leader of that academy. If he helped the Tree of Wisdom and caused dissatisfaction by betraying the deity, that would be the biggest offense. Han Wu immediately turned around and coldly said, "Please understand, I cannot." Seeing him walk away, the ancient tree offered an even more tempting reward. "If you are willing to help me, I can introduce you to the great Death Lord." Hearing this, Han Wu was surprised and turned back to ask the ancient tree, "The Death Lord?" He thought to himself, "Isn't this an opportunity to obtain the powerful 5th-level Death Divine position? If I can get it, I will become one of the revered gods of all." The ancient tree, seeing his reaction, spoke with some joy in its voice, "That's right. Now, are you willing to agree?" Han Wu hesitated, then turned away, hesitantly explaining, "I'll try my best, but I have one request. I want to contact the Divine Realm and bring my bloodkin clan here. Otherwise, with just my own strength, I won't be able to accomplish this." Hearing this, the ancient tree was somewhat speechless and continued, "That is not impossible, but I need you to swear an oath to the Death Lord. If you break your oath, your bloodkin clan will be cursed and tormented until they are utterly destroyed." Han Wu was surprised by its attitude, then understood, "You must be afraid I'll act like the outsiders before me, trying to seize the secret realm. But still, you underestimate the allure of the 5th-level Death Divine position to me." He then raised his hand and made the oath gesture, laughing, "I am willing to swear to the Death Lord." Immediately, the seal appeared on the back of his hand. Han Wu looked at his hand in confusion and then shouted, "Hey, is this the seal? Has it been stamped already?" At this moment, the giant tree immediately linked its branches together, forming a small circle. Hundreds of scout eyes flew out. He joyfully closed his eyes to embrace the sunlight, thinking to himself with ease, "The aura of Divine Realm, it's so subtle. By now, I should have reached the level of becoming the Lord of the Life Form." The giant tree gently spoke to him, "All right, the people from the outer realms hope that you will quickly fulfill our agreement." It then pushed him down to the lower realms. "Go now." As he was shoved downward, Han Wu was startled and cried out in confusion, "Get out of here." At that moment, Han Wu successfully landed among the corpses of the zombies. He looked up at the sky and angrily shouted, "This old tree is really rude. It didn't even bother to sit down for a cup of coffee." Then, he sighed and continued, "What should I do about the residents of the small town? First, let me fly back and figure it out later." Right after, Han Wu flew back to the original location and gathered with the others.
Eric Green, seeing him, cheerfully said, "It's Han Wu. Han Wu is back."
Upon hearing this, Jessica immediately turned around to look at him.
Soon after, Han Wu landed successfully in front of everyone. Jessica ran over to hug him tightly, joyfully exclaiming, "Han Wu, I'm so glad you're alright." While he was still blushing, Johnson and Eric Green also joyfully ran over.
"Ah, you're really something," Eric laughed. The mayor also placed his hand on Jeniger's shoulder and chuckled. "Han Wu, in recognition of your contribution, I will award you the Town Citizen Award." Han Wu shyly smiled and said, "It's nothing, you're overpraising me." The people, seeing the zombies gradually dissipating before the light, cheered joyously. "The lunar eclipse is almost over, we've won." Meanwhile, the system displayed a notification. First, Han Wu, 12 million points. Second, Qin Shang, 8,720,000 points. Third, Sun Cheng Nian, 7,920,000 points. Fourth, Tu Tai, 7,890,000 points. Tu Tai, seeing this, was furious. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "What exactly did he do? Why can't I defeat him?" A vicious plan then appeared in his mind. "If I can't win him face to face, then I'll wait and stab him from behind." Soon after, Tu Tai took a large sack of items out of his house. 20 minutes later, he placed the sack forcefully onto the table. Looking at the man before him, Tu Tai said angrily, "You're the most skilled assassin in this town, right? There's 8,000 gold here, I want you to help me kill Han Wu." The assassin nodded slightly and said confidently, "All right, just wait for the good news." As Tu Tai stepped out, the store was immediately under surveillance by a scout's eye. Scene shifts, back to the spacious villa of the two. Han Wu observed everything, crossed his arms, and chuckled. "You can't win face to face, so you want to play the sneaky game, huh? If that's the case, then don't blame me for killing you." Immediately after that, he immediately gave orders to the Locust Bloodkin clan outside. "Locust Bloodkin clan, go and devour the sword flowers." Right after that, the Locust Bloodkin clan immediately began to destroy the flowers in the area. They not only destroyed the flower plants but also turned to the trees. With their sharp teeth, the plants here were gradually destroyed by them. Xin Shang approached Han Wu and anxiously asked him, "These locusts are all from your Bloodkin clan, yet you let them enter here? What are you trying to do?" Han Wu looked at her and replied, "It's a secret. If I told you, I'd probably have to kill you." Seeing this, Xin Shang immediately pinched his ear and angrily scolded him, "Oh, so you dare to kill me? Are you going to tell me or not?" Han Wu cried out in pain, "Ouch, that hurts." Suddenly, at that moment, there was a noise outside that startled both of them. "Han Wu, get out here." Tu Tai angrily stormed into the room, pointed at him, and shouted loudly, "Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you." Han Wu laughed and asked, "What good thing have I done?" Immediately afterward, the Locust Bloodkin clan charged toward Tu Tai, causing him to bend down and cover himself in fear. However, he still cursed, "Han Wu, you're shameless. You don't have special plants like I do, so you let the locusts destroy my trees? Do you think you can defeat me this way?" Han Wu smiled and looked at him as he explained, "Stop talking nonsense, how could the Bloodkin clan possibly get in here? Even if you're spreading dirty water, at least try to make it sound logical. Besides, I'm not great at math, but more than 12 million seems much higher than over 7 million, doesn't it? Can you keep up with me?" Then, he struck a pose, pretending to control a motorcycle, teasing, "Are you relying on your beloved motorcycle for that?" Seeing this, the man immediately gritted his teeth, glaring at him, and cursing in a harsh tone. Tu Tai's whole body trembled as he looked at him with eyes full of rage and swore to himself, "Han Wu, I'll make sure you don't see the light of day tomorrow." At this moment, the residents of the town all rushed out to the store, angrily telling the shopkeeper, "I want pesticide, I want it too, I want to buy it." The shopkeeper smiled and explained, "Everyone, the pesticides in the store are really sold out. We will definitely make more as soon as possible. Please come back tomorrow." Upon hearing this, an old man sighed in frustration, "What are we going to do? The pesticide is gone, and my crops have no hope anymore."
At this point, a young man next to him spoke up. Someone say something, my level 4 man-eating flower has been drained dry, how am I supposed to survive tonight? The mayor appeared and announced to everyone, dear residents of the town, we have urgently implemented the evacuation plan. Tonight, we will open the Wind Road of small town for residents to seek refuge. Everyone, please rest there for the night. Hanwoo looked at the man who was happily whispering and calculating in his head. He thought that while the townspeople were fleeing from their homes, he had to let the locusts quickly consume all the remaining special plants. This way, all the special plants would be eaten, and the townspeople would have no way of fighting off the zombies. At that point, even if they didn't want to, they would have no choice but to move elsewhere. Scene changed to another area of the town. Eric Grims was surprised when he saw Hanwoo approaching and said, Hanwoo, you're here? Today's mission is relatively easy. Last night, the zombie army suffered heavy casualties, so you can rest easy today. Jessica immediately cheerfully ran over and linked arms with him, saying, if you want to come visit, you're always welcome to join us. Hanwoo pointed behind him and spoke, well then, I'll just wander around and pick up any leftover items. At that moment, a reconnaissance I flew over to report. Tu Tai and the assassin are preparing to make their move. Upon hearing this, Hanwoo quickly stepped forward, then I'll find a place with no one around and wait for them there. Hanwoo calmly sat there, watching the two people rush toward him, and said, you two, you've finally arrived. He looked up at the two of them, you made me wait a little longer than expected. Tu Tai angrily turned to look at the assassin and asked, did you say something? The assassin coldly replied, you can insult my personality, but you cannot insult my professionalism. Tu Tai immediately turned to him and cursed, forget it, this doesn't matter. What matters now is that today, Hanwoo, you must die here. Hanwoo looked at him with calm eyes. Are you sure you dare to kill me? The university will definitely have a record of this. How will you explain to them if you kill me? He clenched his teeth and stared at him. The one killing you is an assassin from small town, has nothing to do with me, the assassin standing nearby also spoke up. Why waste words with a man who's already dead? What's the point in talking so much? I still have to make a move. Right after, he got into position to attack, using the Ghost Shadow Vine Surge technique, a thorn whip extended and shot straight at the target. Then he rushed at him, stabbing a dagger toward the handsome face, and someone gasped. The ghostly shadow emitted a flash of light and slid across the dagger, startling the man into shouting, what the hell? Using Golden Dragon transformation, the tip of the dagger snapped off. He smiled mockingly. Is this all I get for 8,000 gold coins? Hearing that, the assassin immediately turned back in rage and cursed, Tu Tai, you bastard, did you sell me out? Tu Tai, not understanding why either, shouted angrily, Hanwoo, you how the hell did you know? Hanwoo looked at the two dumbfounded men in front of him, then summoned the Bloodkin clan and said smugly, now it's my turn. He turned around and gave the order, children, welcome our guests. Seeing that, Tu Tai panicked and screamed, impossible. How can you summon the Bloodkin clan? Not wanting to waste any time, he pointed at the name of the assassin and commanded, kill him for me. Upon hearing this, all the members of the Bloodkin clan simultaneously rushed towards the man, causing him to panic in desperation. Hanwoo, holding his sword, stepped closer to Tu Tai and growled, as for you, I'll handle you myself. Seeing Hanwoo approach, Tu Tai fearfully shouted loudly to try to intimidate him, you can't kill me. The academy will definitely record this. If you kill me, how are you going to explain this to the academy? Hanwoo, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, but then he smiled smugly, well, you're right. In that case, I'll just toss you to the zombies while you're still breathing. Once the zombies kill you, it won't be my problem anymore. Realizing the situation was dire, Tu Tai immediately started running for his life, shouting as he ran, don't come here, don't come near me, help, someone save me. A second later, Hanwoo effortlessly flew towards him, grabbed his collar, and in one swift motion, slammed him to the ground. Tu Tai's face was swollen, and he pleaded, please, don't hit me anymore. My family won't let you off. You'll pay for this when the true God gets his revenge.
Han Wu lightly lifted him up and smiled, "Alright, whoever doesn't show up will be the one to become my grandson." Without another word, Han Wu tossed him toward the group of zombies standing outside. At another place, Han Wu was sitting there discussing the war strategy. He gave an order to one of his subordinates, "Brutal, investigate if there's anything left. Not bad, leave some soup for me to suck on." Immediately after, he spread his wings and flew forward while saying, "Take a rest, I'll take over for the shift." Time slowly passed, and the red sun was gradually setting. The scene shifted to a high-level meeting in the town. Here, voices of people were intertwined. "Everything's gone, my trees are all gone, basically, there's nothing left. How are we supposed to live now?" At the meeting, Mayor Jeniger was sitting there, dejected, listening to the complaints of the townspeople. "Mayor, I can't live like this anymore. That's right, the church doesn't have enough space for all the residents." The mayor, already a bit frustrated, replied, "I know the current situation is tough, but..." Before he could finish, Han Wu interrupted, "I have another idea." The mayor, surprised, asked him, "Han Wu, what do you have in mind?" Han Wu smiled and suggested, "We'll go to another world." The townspeople were taken aback by his words, and one of them turned to ask the mayor, "Can we really go to another world? I've already had enough of life here." "Exactly, with zombies constantly attacking, I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time." Mayor Jeniger was also surprised when he heard Han Wu's words. He anxiously asked, "Han Wu, it's not that we don't want to go, but the teleportation gate was destroyed during the battle with the zombies, and besides, we don't even know where we could go." Han Wu placed his hand on his chest, smiling confidently, then swore, "I'm only afraid that everyone might not agree to move. If that's the case, then let's do this. Multi-Dragon City is very suitable for everyone. I have a way to rebuild the teleportation portal to another world. Just give me some time." Hearing this, the man immediately became delighted and said loudly, "Alright, Han Wu, just tell me what you need, I will definitely support you with everything I've got." The scene then shifted to another vast place, where Han Wu stood before a giant tree and spoke, "Here's the situation. The people of the town have agreed to move. As long as you can restore the teleportation portal, I will find them a place to live." Hearing this, the figure laughed, looked at him, and said loudly, "That's wonderful, I've been waiting for this day. Thank you, outsider. I will definitely keep my promise to you. The moon will be full tonight, and as long as you bring them to the entrance of the secret forest, it will be fine." Night fell, and the scene shifted to the entrance of the secret forest. The mayor and Jeniger, arriving at this location, asked him in surprise, "Will the teleportation portal really appear when the moon is full?" Jessica, still confused, looked up at the giant tree and asked further, "Everyone, look, is that the tree of wisdom?" Then, everyone looked in the direction she pointed, seeing a tree with a wide canopy, the full moon coincidentally shining behind it, casting a strange light that dazzled everyone's eyes. It really is the tree of wisdom. Immediately after, the teleportation portal activated. The group immediately cheered, "The teleportation portal has appeared." Wait until everyone had fully stepped inside, he waved his hand to bid them farewell. "Gentlemen, may we have the chance to meet again." The people, upon hearing this, were moved and waved back at him. The mayor was so touched that she nearly cried and spoke, "Thank you, Han Wu. You are truly our benefactor." Jessica, seizing the moment, kissed him on the cheek, which surprised him, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah." She immediately covered her mouth, turned around, and walked away, blushing as she said, "Han Wu, see you again. Please remember me." Soon after, the portal gradually closed before his eyes. Han Wu sighed, it was finally over. This assessment had been truly long. In an instant, Miss Lena looked at everyone seriously and spoke, "Dear students, the evaluation on the minor zombie trap dungeon ends here." Then, both she and everyone else instantly appeared in the classroom. She surveyed everyone and then spoke in a serious tone, "First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully returning from this survival assessment. 2 students lost their lives in the dungeon. I hope they will be stronger in the next life to face the challenges of the next evaluation." Hearing this, Han Wu muttered to himself, Indeed, those who died in the dungeon would perish in the real world as well.
This type of assessment was truly cruel. Tu-Tai, don't blame me.
Immediately afterward, he was startled to see Tu-Tai glaring at him with eyes full of fury.
He was shocked inside. This guy was still alive? How could he have come back to life?
Miss Lena smiled as she announced the results of the battle.
Everyone, please sit down. Now, we will read the results of this class.
In first place is Hanwoo with 16 million points, in second place is Qin Shang with 12.3 million points, and in third place is Sun Chengyan with 10 million points. At this moment, Tu-Tai stood up and loudly addressed everyone. Miss, I accuse Hanwoo of cheating. Hanwoo turned to the people next to him and immediately noticed the smug, malicious smiles on their faces.
Miss Lena, surprised, asked, Tu-Tai, do you have any evidence?
Tu-Tai looked at her with a defiant gaze, then slowly recounted, we saw Hanwoo's Bloodkin clan locusts in Small Town Zombie. Furthermore, I also saw him summon a puppet. The two people beside him immediately chimed in, that's right, I saw it too. She smiled gently and spoke softly, the topic of this lesson is survival simulation in the outer world, and it does not mention that summoning the Bloodkin clan is prohibited.
Hanwoo summoned the Bloodkin clan into the secret realm through his own efforts.
It was partly due to luck, but mostly due to his abilities. Upon hearing this, Tu-Tai became enraged, gritting his teeth as he said, Miss, you are covering up for Hanwoo.
I will report this to the authorities.
At this moment, Miss Lena immediately became assertive and looked at him.
Who did you report this to?
That's your right. However, as your instructor, I have the authority to punish you for not respecting your teacher. He felt somewhat confused upon seeing this scene.
How did her demeanor suddenly become so oppressive?
Then, she pushed him into the door of time, instructing, I will punish you by sending you to the black prison and make you work as a laborer for a year. Tu-Tai screamed in despair upon hearing this.
What? I don't want to.
She immediately turned to Tu-Tai's two disciples, smiling in a way that made them a little uneasy.
Does anyone else want to join Tu-Tai?
One of them, seeing this, spoke fearfully.
Miss Lena is right.
The one next to him scratched his head and smiled gently.
How could one not respect their teacher? He really deserves it. She happily continued her announcement. Next is the awarding ceremony.
Hanwoo will receive a jade vase, and Qin Shang.
The award ceremony ended.
After class, while he was walking down the corridor, a voice called out.
Junior Hanwoo, over here.
Surprised to see the three of them walking towards him with smiles, he spoke up. Brother, sister, I haven't disgraced the mission by bringing back this wisdom fruit.
Hangmang smiled upon hearing this. So it's in your hands now? Did you get 1 or 2?
Hanwoo thought to himself, before the evaluation ended, I had exchanged all my friendship points for wisdom fruits, including the points from the wisdom tree. So in total, I have 12 fruits, and I already used 9 of them to exchange for divinity points. On the outside, he extended his hand apologetically, sorry, this is all I can do. However, 9 divinity points were not a small amount.
Hatian, without letting him finish, gave a thumbs up in admiration, you managed to get as many as 9? Junior, you're impressive.
Yiling also smiled and looked at him, speaking up, it's thanks to Junior securing first place that we managed to get 10 divinity points from Huang Shengjun. So, you guys can keep these 9 divinity points.
Now, let's go grab some spicy, fragrant food, haha. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him, food, huh? You really know how to enjoy life, don't you? Huang Shengjun stepped forward and spoke, you're Hanwoo, the one who caused me to lose 10 points, right?
Hangmang immediately rushed forward, shielding Hanwoo, and angrily asked, Huang Shengjun, what do you want?
Hanwoo, still not understanding what was going on, asked, Mang bro, what's going on? Yiling smiled and explained, someone lost and is now throwing a tantrum.
Hatian stepped forward to explain to him, his name is Huang Shengjun, he has never gotten along with us. Before the test even started, he kept provoking us, which is why we've had a tough time with him.
The one who has someone's support can take first place in the test.
Junior, do your best to help us win 10 points for divinity.
Hanwoo looked at the person in front of him and asked in surprise, Senior, I don't know who the person you're supporting is? Hatian smiled and answered on his behalf, it's the kid who uses fire dragon grass. Upon hearing this, Hanwoo laughed mockingly, is it too Tai? In that case, Senior Huang must really be blind.
Huang Shengjun glared at him angrily and shouted, if you're so brave, say that again. At that moment, Hang Mang and the two others rushed toward him and laughed as they challenged, say it 10 more times.
What are you going to do about it?
Huang Shengjun sensed the situation was going south and immediately turned to run, but not before threatening, watch out, the next focused class for you all is a combat session with seniors. Offend me, and I'll show you what hell is like.
Hang Mang looked at him and spoke, Junior, I'm sorry this time.
We made a bet with each other and ended up getting you in trouble with Huang Shengjun.
In the focused class, we won't be able to protect you.
Hanwoo heard this and placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking casually, Mang bro, it's okay. I've been threatened quite a lot these past few months.
Didn't I still grow up fine and strong?
This subject is ending soon, and I've gained quite a bit. I'm going to go back and work on improving myself. At this moment, Yiling also spoke up, Hanwoo's juniors, if you need anything, feel free to come to us.
Hatian nodded slightly, we will definitely support you.
The scene shifted to a vast, different place, where a voice was heard.
Your Majesty, the Divine King, a demigod requests an audience.
Next, the voice of the Divine King was heard, commanding them to bring the person in.
The Divine King, seated on his throne, asked, Demigod, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?
The man immediately replied, Greetings, Divine King. I am Zhang Gang, and I have come to report a lead related to the broken relics at the River of Gods.
I have a suspect.
Upon hearing this, the Divine King immediately stood up and urged, if this is indeed true, there will be a generous reward.
Zhang Gang, hearing this, promptly stood up and opened a box.
Inside, there was a grasshopper from Hanwoo. He reported, Divine King, I discovered the body of this grasshopper in the ruins of the broken relics at the River of Gods.
Coincidentally, I know a person who placed the Divine Realm grasshopper, his name is Hanwoo. I believe this matter is related to him. The Divine King, upon hearing this, was surprised and asked, Hanwoo, how much do you know about him?
Zhang Gang immediately began to recount everything. He is a high school student, orphaned, and has recently transferred to the Imperial Capital Academy as a preparatory student. His current rank is Divinity Creature. Upon hearing this, His Divine Majesty the King immediately flew into a rage.
Do you think that a mere divinity student, a child no less, could enter the ruins of the river god and simultaneously defeat the 6 demigods I sent?
Seeing His Divine Majesty's fierce attitude, the man immediately knelt and struck his head on the ground in apology, speaking in fear, Divine King, please calm your wrath. At first, I didn't believe Hanwoo could have entered the ruins of the river god, but I took a picture of Hanwoo and went to investigate the site, and indeed, I discovered evidence that Hanwoo had been there. He stood there, recounting everything. I found that Hanwoo had bought a batch of radioactive ores from a shop selling them, and there are records of payments using divine power. Furthermore, the Divine Realm registration machine at the inn also has records. At this moment, His Divine Majesty glared at him with fury and threatened, Demigod, you'd better not deceive me with false information, or I will show no mercy. With that, he threw a young coin onto the ground in front of him, saying, all right, take your reward and leave. Zhang Gang, seeing the coin, joyfully exclaimed, thank you, Divine King. Then, His Divine Majesty ordered his subordinates, take the signal device and investigate that Hanwoo for me. I want to confirm whether he stole my treasure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, if it's really him, I want to turn him to dust. On this side, Hanwoo suddenly sneezed very loudly. He raised his hand to wipe his nose, then sighed, it seems like the weather's getting cold. For the next subject, I need to prepare and seize the opportunity to level up. Hanwoo smiled as he looked at the flower pot, laughing as he said, the item Miss Lena gave me is truly a good one. It has the effect of binding the special plant seeds to the jade flower pot. Every growth cycle will provide a special plant seed. The growth cycle is linked to the plant's rank. The higher the rank, the longer the growth cycle. After using it for the first time, he smiled with satisfaction. This 6th rank ghost vine works well in conjunction with the plant fusion technique, allowing the ability to perform the powerful ghost vine abilities. So, I'll bind it. The jade flower pot and the 6th rank ghost vine seed will continuously provide ghost vine seeds in the future. Then, he looked at the 3 dry corpses in front of him. A self-made corpse could refine divinity blood in flesh energy, promoting the creation of a grasshopper lord. When that time comes, the grasshopper lord can use the wisdom fruit, and its combat power will definitely soar. Suddenly, at this moment, Miss Lena called, surprising him. Han Wu immediately answered the phone, calling out in confusion, "Miss Lena, what's going on? You're telling me you have some bad news for me?" He asked in surprise, "Does it have anything to do with the zombie town in the secret realm?" She quickly replied, "Town C has just received one of the 3 main divine teachers from Empire Academy. The divine teacher Su Hai Quan gave a gift to the academy, but now the town has been lost due to the coordinates being destroyed. Teacher Su has investigated and found that it was you who did it, and now she's extremely angry." Han Wu immediately pointed to himself upon hearing this, nervously stammering, "So, will I be kicked out?" Miss Lena smiled and shook her head, "Of course not. This is not a violation of the school's rules. It's just that Teacher Su is upset, so he wants to challenge you tomorrow. I will be the referee." Hearing this, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. With Miss Lena here, he didn't have to worry about being beaten to death. She braced herself and cleared her throat, "This little brat, just try your best tomorrow. Teacher Su won't make things too difficult for you, don't worry." After the call ended, Han Wu lay on the bed inside. Sigh, what's meant to happen will happen, after all, it can't be avoided. I'll sleep well and give it my all tomorrow. The scene shifted to the next morning, at the martial arts arena. When Han Wu stepped onto the ring, the 3 brothers and sisters cheered for him as if they were running a KPI, telling him to do his best, and if he couldn't win, to admit defeat quickly. Miss Lena stepped forward and pointed to a strange man, introducing him, "Han Wu, say hello to Teacher Su. He is the legendary Su Hai." He spoke up, "Hello, Teacher Su." Su Hai gave him a serious look and instructed, "Han Wu, in this fight, I will not use any of my abilities or divine powers. I will only fight you with 1,000,000 Bloodkin clan warriors. Regardless of whether you win or lose, your destruction of my secret realm will be forgiven. Do you have any objections?" Han Wu smiled confidently at him and replied, "I wouldn't dare, teacher. I will give my all in this battle and will not let you down." At this moment, Miss Lena looked up at the system and announced, "Good, the duel begins. The location of the duel is Ling, and the 2 of you may summon the Bloodkin clan." The atmosphere became electrified, as a fierce battle was about to take place right here. Su Hai reached his hand behind him, and a swirling vortex of green immediately began to spin at a terrifying speed. He commanded, "Come forth." A group of identical individuals gradually emerged in front of him, and soon, he was faced with a formidable army of intelligent beings with an overwhelming presence. In the open field, Su Hai's army lined up in a perfectly straight formation. Hang Mang, witnessing their fierce energy, could no longer remain calm. He had to gape at the shocking sight, exclaiming, "What kind of monsters are these? How can their aura be so powerful?" Ha Tian sat with his arms crossed, delighting in Hang Mang's confused expression and laughing broadly. These are Homo sapiens, a subspecies of humans, a rare breed. The level of Homo sapiens is a naturally extraordinary life form, with exceptionally high intelligence and potential. Once they mature, with just a little effort, they can be promoted to an heroic life form. Yiling sat with her legs crossed, watching the group of fierce beings and couldn't help but marvel. Although there are no heroic life forms here, the energy they exude is not inferior to any heroic life forms. This Han Wu guy is quite impressive. Hang Mang, hearing this, became worried and shouted with all his might to Han Wu, "Give up, just give up. If you surrender, you'll only lose half."
A gentleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late. The mountains are still there, what's there to fear? Before his words could fully spill out, Suhai shouted, "Shut up!" He stood at the forefront of the Homo sapiens and faced the solitary figure of Han Wu. Seeing him remain motionless, Hang Mang couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and thought to himself. Sure enough, Han Wu was scared now. Suhai looked at him deeply and asked, "Mr. Han Wu, aren't you going to change the fate of your people?" Only then did Han Wu move. He waved his hand behind him, and an army of self-exploding grasshoppers appeared. He excitedly said, "Let's do it, what's there to fear?" Before the green gate, the Homo sapiens stood straight, unmoving, surrounded by countless self-exploding grasshoppers overhead. At first, Suhai was somewhat disappointed in him, but now he witnessed a terrifying scene. It felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his heart. Was this really an extraordinary life form? And the numbers were truly overwhelming. But it didn't end there. His eyes widened once again in horror at the shocking sight. What is this? Before him appeared a powerful entity. It emerged and stood out among the swarm of self-exploding grasshoppers, and Suhai was stunned to recognize the life-form spirit master. His gaze shifted toward the back, where the mass of grasshoppers swarmed. The humans in red, with their ferocity unmistakable on their faces, dealt another shock to him. Behind the swarm of locusts, there's a group of red dwarfs? And the leader is actually a life-form spirit master? The things Han Wu summons are all powerful beings, even an ox from the Ox Demon clan is incredibly strong and intimidating, leaving him terrified. Wait, Ox Demon clan too? And still a life-form spirit master? Following closely behind, the majestic legions are the iron-cutting sword edge. He appeared at the summoning of Han Wu, creating such a shockwave that Suhai couldn't help but exclaim, "Lifeform spirit master of the Sword Edge clan, and you're still part of a Bloodkin clan?" I'm running out of words here. From the gate with the barrier, a group of skeletal soldiers marched, all following a skeletal commander. Their imposing presence was not to be underestimated. Suhai was mentally shaken by his armies, wondering, now there's even the Dry Bone clan? He couldn't shut his mouth while watching Han Wu's powerful individuals, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight. There were 5 types of lifeform spirit masters, and even bone binders, the strongest warriors and the hero-type lifeforms, were present. Not even demigods could gather a force of this magnitude. Is this kid really just a divinity being? Hang Mang, who was casually sitting by, watching the drama unfold, was equally stunned by his powerful summoning ability. He kept chatting with Ha Tian. Damn it. I thought I'd just be doomed to a bloody defeat in the arena, but now, looking back, I don't even have a chance. Ha Tian, who was also eavesdropping, comforted him with confidence. Who knows, maybe not many first-year students like us can create such a formation like Han Wu's. Unlike those 2 troublesome individuals, Yiling focused intently on watching him fight with an admiring expression. She thought about him and couldn't help but continuously praise him. If he could officially enter the Imperial Capital Academy, he would definitely rise to the top in one leap, she told herself. Though all 3 of them had different thoughts, they all ultimately supported and encouraged him, feeling happy for him. Come on, Han Wu, go ahead. Show us your real strength. With the additional motivation from Hang Mang's group, Han Wu felt his will to fight strengthen. As long as he gave the command, they would all obey. The Locust Army launched itself into battle. With the Master's command, the Locust Army quickly flew toward the Homo sapiens who stood motionless. Sword dance, attack. Over here, the Homo sapiens army remained calm. They simply raised their hands, clasped them together, and began murmuring a few words in unison. From their mumbling, a shield to defend against the attacks was created. The strikes from their enemies became useless against this shield. Seeing that his counterattacks had no effect whatsoever on the enemy, Han Wu panicked and shouted out. What? After creating a shield to block the Locust Army's attacks, the Homo sapiens army began to counterattack. Balls of fire were launched and aimed at the locusts hovering in the air.
Immediately, these attacks struck down Han Wu's army, causing him to become anxious and frightened. He couldn't afford to let his side suffer too much damage, so he swiftly gave the order.
We're in trouble. Grasshoppers, self-detonate and retreat. Lava grasshoppers, move in and provide cover.
Immediately, a new swarm of grasshoppers with larger forms and greater power appeared. They carried out their mission under their master's command. Seeing that no matter how fiercely his side attacked, it still wasn't enough to cause significant losses to the enemy's army, Su Hai began to show contempt. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "This level of defense isn't enough to stop the Homo sapiens." Under the orange sky and across the barren land of Huangtan, Su Hai's army grew even more imposing. With just a single word from him, all the Homo sapiens simultaneously raised their hands and launched an attack. From afar, Han Wu stood among tens of thousands of lava grasshoppers, utterly shocked as he saw the connecting nodes of a barrier.
He couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "What is this? Is that an elemental energy bomb? Has this divine lord watched dragon before?"
Su Hai immediately raised his hand, and from his palm, a surge of power burst forth, followed by his command. The moment the order to attack was given, his army unleashed a fierce strike. Recognizing the weakness in his own forces, Han Wu quickly summoned a powerful entity, divine mace.
"We can't go on like this.
We must find a way to break through the turtle shell of those Homo sapiens."
Divine dagger, enter the battlefield.
When Divine Mace received the command, he quickly grabbed the large mace, raising it to prepare for a powerful strike down upon the Homo sapiens. His figure hovered in mid-air as the mace swung downward. A red silhouette stood out against the backdrop of the sky. With the ferocity etched on Divine Mace's face, the mace came down swiftly, unleashing a blinding wave of immense power. Before the protective barrier of the Homo sapiens, which resembled a shield, the mace created a perfect crack. As soon as the shield was shattered, Han Wu quickly shouted out an order to his army, "We've succeeded, stone locusts, attack!"
The locusts responded immediately, surrounding the towering humanoid figures in droves. The three bystanders watching the scene couldn't help but feel a sense of joy.
They all tried to encourage Han Wu's men, hopeful that success was within their grasp. Watching his defense line collapse, Su Hai showed no sign of worry. He silently observed Han Wu and his growing army, his thoughts kept to himself.
The game has only just begun.
In the vast sky above, large patches of darkness created by the locust army surrounded the massive Homo sapiens forces. Han Wu looked over the current situation, a quiet turmoil stirring within him. Though the number of locusts was vast, their combat power was weak. Yet, even with a mere 10,000 facing one, if he could kill a few Homo sapiens, there was still hope. For his eyes darted behind him. The skeleton Lord Hing Diing stood behind him, creating a storm in his thoughts.
"My retreat ends here."
He raised his hand in a signal.
"Go ahead,
Skeleton Lord." Han Wu's attention now shifted to the scene of Homo sapiens struggling to fend off his army of locusts. This sight made him sigh continuously. The intelligent ones are too strong, their self-controlled combat skills are advancing rapidly. When he realized the advantage was shifting toward Homo sapiens, he froze. His face became expressionless, lost in thought. "This isn't good, the number of intelligent ones falling is too few, I need to increase the attack power of the locusts."
Origin of mutation.
Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear, startling him. At the same time, he was taken aback by the words.
"The level of your opponent this time is too high.
To avoid detection, I previously set a mutation orientation and temporarily locked the screen.
We'll meet again later."
Hearing these words from Origin of Mutation, Han Wu became so enraged that he almost went crazy.
"Hey, are you kidding me? Bullying the weak, fearing the strong.
Hey, where's that little spirit of yours?" After cursing for a while with no response, feeling as though he was about to ascend to the heavens, he could only sigh in frustration and silently hope.
It seemed that the orientation mutation was hopeless.
"Little skull, hang in there." The skeleton lord defeated each Homo one by one. Hanwoo was fixated on him, with expectation and hope resting on him. As soon as the words ended, the dry bones were immediately illuminated by a dazzling beam of miraculous light. Hang Mang rejoiced as he saw Hanwoo gradually gaining the upper hand, his heart constantly moved with admiration. It's here, the ultimate move is here. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but unexpectedly, the skeleton lord stood behind the skeletal soldiers and performed a mysterious action. It was truly shocking when a large explosion occurred right before everyone's eyes. Hanwoo was completely terrified and bewildered by the horrific scene and exclaimed, "What's happening?" Suhai, pleased with himself, stood above, his words striking directly at Hanwoo's thoughts. "Hanwoo, indeed, the advantage of the Forgotten Clan is tremendous. Their way of waging war to fuel more war has been a nightmare that has made civilizations tremble for thousands of years. He, in his guise as the fisherman benefiting from the confusion, looked down on you, small and weak on the ground, and sneered. But in the end, that's just history. Through the research of countless Divine Realm players, the methods to counter the Forgotten Clan are countless on the path to true God. Nearly everyone has a trump card that the Forgotten Clan can't influence. If you consider this move your trump card, then your future path will be quite rocky." Upon hearing this, Hanwoo had to pause and contemplate the situation. Everything seemed to reflect that his side was about to lose. The locust's attack was ineffective, causing little damage. The dry bones couldn't be summoned. Little Skull and Boneless One were completely suppressed, and the forces of Nyo Mo and the Red Hearth Dwarf were insufficient to allow the intellectual army to slip through their fingers. Was he going to have to admit defeat? At this very moment, Iron-Cutting Sword Edge and Nyo Mo were doing everything they could, second by second, to defeat the Homo sapiens. The sound of slaughter echoed continuously, as the bodies of the Homo sapiens were severed one by one beneath the sharp blade of Iron-Cutting Sword Edge. The massive Nyo Mo, full of energy, lifted each one of them with ease. It seemed as though these two were on the verge of victory, but in reality, in his eyes, they were fighting alone against 1,000 Homo sapiens. Hanwoo voiced his concern anxiously. "This is bad. Iron-Cutting Sword Edge and Nyo Mo seem to have the upper hand, but they've been surrounded. If this continues, they'll die from exhaustion." Seeing the situation growing increasingly unstable, Hanwoo released his most powerful unit. The locust human soared into the sky, drawing its bow, and following its master's command, Dark Emperor's strike. A single arrow imbued with immense power was shot. The arrow flew straight up into the sky, piercing the sun's radiance, drawing the attention of the Homo sapiens. Immediately after, the arrow transformed into thousands and changed direction, flying directly toward them. Obsessive arrow rain. Each of the black arrows carried the corrosive properties of darkness and the ability to immobilize. The intelligent army struck by these arrows would be affected by corrosion and paralysis. Hanwoo watched the overwhelming power of the attack and couldn't help but marvel at its might. Indeed, a mind so different. The Dark Emperor has evolved to this extent with just a little nourishment. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the rain of arrows, Iron-Cutting Sword Edge and Nyo Mo worked together to charge at the Homo sapiens, breaking through their ranks and defeating them. Each tiny figure was struck and sent flying with a devastating force. Despite being beaten to the point of destruction, they quickly regained their strength and stood up, gathering together into a crowd. As he watched them grow in numbers, he became increasingly worried. These people were recovering too quickly. Then, something caught his attention, leaving him astonished enough to utter an exclamation. The black dragon Amphius performed a flawless somersault right above his head. It looked at him with a playful glint and greeted him. "Reliable teammate. The great black dragon Amphius is here to help you." It appeared with its massive form. Amphius simply flicked its tail, and a group of powerful entities materialized. Xiao Chang was present. The summoning seemed to have caught the attention of the three people who had been discussing things. Yi Ling hurriedly pulled Ha Tian and pointed. "Ha Tian, look over there, it's a black dragon, a pure-blood giant dragon." I never expected Hanwoo's subordinate would hide such a great treasure. Hang Mang exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, this is a pure-blood giant dragon, it could possibly evolve into a lifeform of the monarch level in the future."
Upon hearing this, Hatian couldn't resist mocking Hang Mang a few times. You didn't lose unjustly.
His words made Hang Mang slump, squatting on the ground, drawing circles, and cursing him. Looking at the black dragon Anpheus before him, Su-hai couldn't help but admire him. Such a rare talent made him think to himself, he's still in the preparatory student phase and already has such power. The future is truly bright. Thinking this, he finally spoke, Master, I have to say.
Han Wu.
However, Su-hai then turned towards Xiao Chang, whom Anpheus had summoned, feeling somewhat troubled in his heart.
Hey, what kind of monster is this?
The strange new species appearing one after another before Su-hai's eyes broadened his perspective, but in the end, he couldn't keep fighting indefinitely. After all, it was his student, so he was a bit hesitant. The fighting strength was strong, and the recovery ability was even more terrifying. With this kind of group, it was uncertain who would win and who would lose.
Finally, he proposed a plan of reconciliation. Han Wu, how about we stop fighting? Han Wu looked at the black dragon Anpheus flying towards him, ready to attack Su-hai, and asked suspiciously, Stop fighting? Hearing this, the black dragon Anpheus roared angrily, No. Anpheus doesn't agree. Hang Mang, seeing this scene, couldn't stay calm and shouted loudly, Did I hear that wrong? The Lord God Su-hai actively requested a ceasefire, and Hatian immediately followed up, Are you telling me that even the Lord God Su-hai is afraid of Han Wu's underling?
Yi Ling, on this side, also lit up and spoke with excitement, My goodness, if this gets out, wouldn't Han Wu's underling?
A familiar voice suddenly spoke, What will Han Wu's underling do?
Lena, looking at the kids' comments, said in a clear voice, You kids don't know anything. If Su teacher goes all out, even Han Wu wouldn't have the slightest chance.
Su teacher values talent.
Yi Ling, looking surprised, stammered, Miss Lena. With a face full of confidence, Lena continued, The strength Han Wu has shown in this match has already been recognized by Su teacher.
He definitely won't let such a good seedling go.
Your underling Han Wu is probably about to soar to new heights. At this moment, Su-hai approached and said, Han Wu, the teacher has calmed down. Continuing to fight will only lead to meaningless sacrifice.
Moreover, I plan to give you the remaining intelligent soldiers as a gift.
The black dragon Anpheus did not hesitate to show its anger and said, Don't stop, keep fighting. Seeing this, Han Wu turned to it and quickly said, Don't make trouble.
Then he put on a smiling face and asked, Su-hai teacher, are you serious?
Su-hai teacher clasped his hands behind his back and said sternly, I will give you the Bloodkin clan's intelligent soldiers, but I have one condition. Once you officially enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you must join my sect.
Han Wu was startled upon hearing this, pointing at himself in surprise and saying, Join your sect? Before he could react, Lena quickly pulled his shoulder and urged, Aren't you going to thank Su teacher?
She quickly emphasized, Su-hai teacher is one of the 3 most famous instructors at the Imperial Capital Academy.
Not only is he strong, but his teaching level is second to none.
She provided a concrete example. Every session, the number of students wanting to become Su-hai teacher's disciple could form a line 500 meters long.
Han Wu looked at Lena with disdain and muttered, Only 500 meters? If each person takes up 1 meter, that's just 1,000 people.
But hearing his words, she raised her head proudly. Exactly, every year, the Imperial Capital Academy accepts no more than 2,500 students. Han Wu seemed convinced, then bowed 90 degrees and respectfully said, Teacher, I agree to become your disciple. If needed, I can accept you as my teacher right now. Teacher Su-hai then wore a stern expression and spoke solemnly, Good student, I'll take that as your agreement to my condition. Take in the remaining 820,000 righteous members of the Bloodkin clan into your divine realm. Consider it a small help from me to you. But as for the matter of taking me as your master, that will have to wait until you officially join the Imperial Capital Academy. He raised his head proudly and said, I don't care about the others, but if you want to be my disciple, you must hold yourself to the highest standards. Before officially entering the Imperial Capital Academy, you must ascend to the realm of a perfect demigod. Understood? At this point, Han Wu, still in a bowed position, replied cautiously, Understood, teacher. meaning that his divinity must reach the level of a creature with 10 divinity points. Then, teacher Su-hai's tone grew more serious. In addition, you must obtain a clue related to the death god's divine authority from the god of death himself.
This is another challenge.
Complete these 2 tasks, and you will be officially accepted as my student.
Right after that, Hang Mang and the others rushed over and exclaimed loudly, "Junior Hanwoo, congratulations!"
Before they could celebrate, teacher Su-hai immediately put on a serious face and said, "Had enough gossiping? What you witnessed today must not be disclosed to anyone, not a single word, especially not to your own teacher."
Is that clear?
Ha-tian responded with a wide grin, "Teacher Su, you know what our teacher is like.
If he asks, how could we dare not answer?"
As if understanding his implication, teacher Su-hai tossed a golden token to each of the 3 of them and snorted.
Seeing that, all 3 of them secretly laughed together. Ha-tian smiled ingratiatingly.
"Hee, got it, I won't say a word even if beaten."
Lena couldn't help but interrupt upon witnessing the scene.
"You 3 really have guts, even daring to take advantage of the deity." The scene shifted to a building the next morning, where Qin Shan kept nervously wringing the hem of her dress, shyly speaking.
"Hanwoo, can you help me with this?"
She appeared hesitant, then continued. "My family wants to arrange a marriage with the Tu-tai family, and I am the unfortunate pawn in this deal." Hanwoo, feeling uncomfortable, responded sharply.
"What era are we in, and yet they're still pulling this kind of stunt? Did your parents agree to this?"
At this point, Qin Shan revealed a sorrowful look and began to explain. "My parents just acquired a demigod position, but they can't change my great-grandfather's decision. My great-grandfather was the only true god of our family, and his decisions are the will of the gods for the entire clan."
Curious, Hanwoo asked, "Who is the intended marriage partner? Tu-tai?"
Qin Shan didn't dare to lift her head, speaking in a low voice. "Originally, the marriage was meant to be with Tu-tai, but after he failed the exam, the partner was changed to Tu-tai's older brother."
Hearing this, Ci Gang understood, and Hanwoo responded. "It seems the Su family is resolute in marrying you off. How can I help?"
"I'll do whatever I can to assist." Hearing his words, Qin Shan must have felt a little relieved. She was touched and said gratefully,
"Hanwoo, thank you."
He turned to look at Qin Shang with a teasing expression, then smirked and said, "What's there to thank for? After all, we were husband and wife for a while." Upon hearing Hanwoo's words, Qin Shan lost her composure and immediately slapped him, shouting, "Shut up!" Hanwoo, taken by surprise, winced in pain and cried out, "Ouch!" To his surprise, he turned to Qin Shang with a reddened cheek and said, "See? Now this is more like you. So don't overthink it. If you don't want to, I'll go back with you and cancel the engagement." Perhaps his words had struck a chord with her. Qin Shang closed her eyes and, after a moment, softly said, "All right, I agree." 3 days later, at the Qin family mansion. Amidst the towering buildings under the setting sun, 2 voices seemed to be arguing.
"You're not a princess, are you?"
The other person replied calmly. Although the Qin family mansion wasn't as grand as the imperial capital, it was still a large city with a population of 10 million. At this moment, a servant entered and respectfully said, "Young lady, the old master and madam specifically sent me to fetch you. They are waiting in the main house." Upon seeing Uncle Joan, Qin Shan politely responded, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Joan.
By the way, this is my friend." Hanwoo, upon hearing the introduction, appeared surprised.
"Oh, so you're a classmate of the young lady.
You must be one of the talented students from the preparatory class at the Imperial Capital Academy. My apologies, my apologies."
Seeing his demeanor, Hanwoo also responded politely, "Uncle Joan, you're too kind." Without delay, they quickly reminded each other, "Let's get in the car and start." Inside the car, Qin Shan remained silent, sitting still in one place. A fleeting trace of sadness crossed her eyes. Seeing her mood, Hanwoo, sitting beside her, patted her back in comfort. "It's okay,
whatever happens, I'll protect you.
Hearing him, Qin Shang gradually relaxed. Although her face couldn't show joy, she still managed to utter a word, After a while, the two of them looked out the car window. Qin Shang, with a worried expression, said, "We've arrived." The car stopped in front of a tall iron gate, and deep inside, the lights of a mansion were visible. From inside, a loud voice echoed, "Last year, the family divided the profits, and there was nothing for my husband and me.
Now, you want to arrange a marriage and push my daughter aside?
That's not how it works. Anyone who wants to arrange a marriage can do so, but my daughter will not go."
Old Sixth couldn't say that.
Since Shangyer was little, she's enjoyed the resources of the family and is who she is today. She should share them for the family. Standing behind the large door, the two of them could hear the argument inside clearly.
Old Third, has any child in your family not enjoyed the family resources since childhood? Why haven't we seen you share once?
Your daughter used family resources to get into a second-rate university and into a preparatory class. I think that girl is suitable for the arranged marriage. Sending her there could save the family resources. Another voice interjected, "Old Sixth, don't speak recklessly. Speak properly to your third brother."
Hanwoo couldn't help but comment, "This family is a complete mess, treating their children like commodities." Unable to stay calm, Qin Shang rushed in and shouted loudly, "I don't want to marry that damn Su family."
Inside the house, a group of bodyguards stood at attention.
The man in red, Old Third of the Qin family, sat arrogantly and spoke angrily, "This is nonsense.
The adults are discussing important matters. How can a junior like you interfere? Where are the servants? Miss Shang is tired, take Miss Shang to her room to rest." Seeing the situation escalating, the man wearing glasses raised his voice, attempting to mediate, "Xiao Shang, you are a member of the family, and you should contribute to the family. The Su family is also descended from true gods, with abundant wealth.
Once you marry into them, you will definitely have all the resources you need."
Upon hearing Old Third's command, a group of bodyguards rushed toward Qin Shang. Fortunately, her father quickly stepped forward and stood in front of his daughter, shouting, "I am right here, let's see who dares to lay a finger on my daughter." At this moment, Old Third stood up with a cigarette in his hand and said, "Old Sixth, spoiling your child is harming her." Qin Shang's father, instead of complying, clearly expressed his displeasure and shouted, "My daughter, I spoil her, and I'm willing to. My daughter is a reserve student at the Imperial Capital Academy, and she has the potential to become a true god in the future.
I absolutely will not allow you to ruin her future."
The head of the Qin family, upon hearing his loud protest, pointed directly at his face and said, "Rebellious, rebellious. So, Old Sixth, do you want the true god ancestor to personally beg you before you will agree?" He spoke with veins bulging on his face, "Your daughter is outstanding, but right now, she is not even a demigod. Becoming a true god may take decades, or even centuries. Right now, the Qin family only has one true god, and we must protect this true god at all costs." Imagine the scene of being trampled underfoot by those great families. The old man was terrified and said, "If the Qin family no longer has a true god, what will those families, who are eyeing the Qin family like hungry wolves, do?"
"I think you understand better than I do, that's something you can't bear." Outside, Hanwoo overheard everything and asked curiously, "Uncle Zhong, what does Qin Shang's intermarriage have to do with the only true god?"
Uncle Zhong sighed and said, "When the only true god of the Qin family was traveling in an outer realm civilization and caused an incident leading to forced detention and awaiting execution, in that civilization, only a true god had the right to intervene. Qin family searched and found that only the true god of the Su family agreed to act. That's why I heard that answer." Hanwoo put his hand on his chin, silently thinking that Qin Shang's potential to become a true god in the future was very high. The Su family wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit Qin Shang, truly a deep calculation.
Wait a minute, true god, wasn't that fool Yuan Zhong a true god?
With that thought, he took out his phone and contacted Yuan Zhong.
On the other side, Yuan Zhong was drinking tea while talking on the phone. "Are you lacking divinity again?"
Hanwoo shook his head and said, No, this time I'm contacting you to ask for help with something. Go to the Outer Realm civilization and rescue the Divine Realm True God player who was imprisoned by their true god. Before Hanwoo could finish, Yuan Zhong quickly interrupted, I've heard of that Outer Realm civilization, and I know the true god is very strong, but he's just a bit weaker than me. Hearing him say that, the expression on his face immediately brightened as he responded. So, does that mean you agree to this matter? On the other end of the line, he didn't answer him directly but instead spoke up. How much is your payment? If it's too little, I won't go. After that, Hanwoo stepped outside and thought to himself, the price to hire a true god is certainly not cheap. If the Qin family pays this fee, even a huge amount would surely cause some complaints from them regarding Qin Shang. When helping someone, it should be done thoroughly. After thinking about it, he replied. The payment will be made in the form of the origin sacred artifacts. How many of them do you think would be enough to cover your fee? Hearing this, the other side sneered and said, It's simple. I spent 30,000 origin sacred artifacts to upgrade my god gun. The fee this time will also be 30,000 origin sacred artifacts. Alright, let's settle on that. 30,000 origin sacred artifacts in exchange for rescuing a true god. I'll send you the coordinates for the contract signing. Inside the living room, Old Third was still angrily yelling at Qin Shang. Xiaoshang, you can't be so selfish. Suddenly, a voice attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Wait. Hanwoo walked in confidently. Upon seeing him, Old Third angrily cursed. Kid, who are you? Why are you here at the Qin family's main residence? Guards! Throw him out. Sensing that he was about to be in danger, Qin Shang stood in front of him and shouted loudly. He's my classmate, he's here to help me. Upon hearing her words, the man wearing glasses immediately showed an annoyed expression and said, Your classmate is helping you? I think it's more likely that he's your lover at school. No wonder you're unwilling to marry into the Su family. Hearing this, she didn't hesitate to retort, Uncle, you're lying. The boss here, not wanting to be outdone, spoke in a tone of advice, Xiaoshang, you are a descendant of true God, so when looking for a partner, you should aim for someone of equal status. Little one, let me ask you, does your family have a true God? Not allowing them to argue further, Hanwoo quickly spoke up, my family only has me, we don't have a true God, not even a demigod. As for the 6 divine flower dew, there were a few men involved, and upon hearing this, Qin Shang couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, you're also mocking him by saying that. His family doesn't even have a true god, so what does he have to offer in supporting you? If you marry him, won't you be eating dirt every day? This divine power card has 500 million, enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Take this divine power and leave the little Shang. Seeing the golden card in the old man's hand, Hanwoo, seemingly under its influence, smiled politely and said, Alright, if that's the case, then consider this 500 million divine power as my capital to invite the true god to rescue the Qin family's patriarch. Seeing his demeanor, the boss turned to Qin Shang and said, Xiaoshang, 500 million divine power is enough for you to see the true face of a man. Did you hear that? He even said he wants to use 500 million divine power to summon the true god. Huh, using 500 million divine power to summon the true god? The man in glasses couldn't keep his composure, speaking with a mocking tone, 500 million divine power to summon the true god? Are you kidding? Do you think the true god is just some roadside cabbage that you can summon whenever you want? I think this kid is deliberately stalling for us to rescue the true god. He probably doesn't trust Hanwoo either, so even though he doesn't agree with that matter, Qin Shang still spoke up to remind him, although this kid is willing to step up for Shang don't talk nonsense. Shang tell your friend not to interrupt before the old man finishes speaking, Qin Shang cut in. Hanwoo said that using 500 million divine power to summon the true god was something that could definitely be done. I believe him. Seeing his granddaughter's stubbornness, the boss raised his voice in challenge, Kid, if you say you can use 500 million divine power to summon the true god, then go ahead and do it. Let me see how you plan to use 500 million divine power to summon the true god. Sensing the disdain from the people around him,
Hanwoo responded firmly, who said I want to summon the true god of the Su family. Is there no other true god besides the true god of the Su family? The boss, losing his temper, shouted at him, I think you're here just to stir up trouble. Take your divine power and get out of here. If it weren't for the fact that you're Xiao Shang's classmate, I would. Noticing the strange shift, Old Third quickly interrupted, Boss, hold on a second. The boss was stunned as he realized that this was the imposing presence of a true god. Not wanting to keep the people here waiting any longer, Hanwoo spoke up, the person I invited is another powerful true god. It seems like he's arrived. Not believing his own eyes, Old Third said, that's right, it must be. The Qin family has stood tall for so many years, and now that the family head is in trouble, how could there not be a few true gods coming to help? The man wearing glasses next to him wasn't about to fall behind either, immediately adding, Kid, after that true god arrives, your lies will be exposed. Growing impatient, Hanwoo replied with a tone of disgust, yes, you're all right. Can we move on now? Once he arrives, you can go and ask him yourselves. At this moment, Yuan Zhong stood at a distance, quietly observing everything that was happening here. The true god Yuan Zhong was hovering in the air, silently watching the events unfold. Seeing him land, everyone rushed forward. As they ran, the boss of the Qin family anxiously said, Welcome, you must be the one who heard that my ancestor was in trouble and specially came to offer help, right? Yuan Zhong glanced at the man, showing no respect, and said, Demigod? Not worth mentioning. Hearing this, the man immediately felt uneasy, turning his face away and stammering. Meanwhile, Hanwoo stood off to the side, covering his mouth with a mocking laugh, not wanting to waste any more time. Yuan Zhong then asked, Who is Hanwoo? Looking at the three people from afar, Qin Shang was confused and thought to himself, could it be that this true god venerable is the one that my classmate Shang Er invited here? On this side, both Old Third and Old Fifth asked in unison, This kid, is he really capable of inviting the true god over? Hearing his name being called, Hanwoo immediately showed a worried expression and spoke up, It's me. Yuan Zhong was visibly surprised, Oh, really? Then he pointed at Hanwoo's face, thinking to himself, This is the kid? A demigod, yet he hasn't even become a divine being yet. How could I ever address him as bro? He then spoke aloud, Are you really the Hanwoo I've often talked to? Hanwoo was stunned and exclaimed, as if to confirm his identity. He took out an item, smiled, and said, Isn't it me? Old Yuan, you must recognize this holy artifact, the origin, right? After Hanwoo confirmed it, Yuan Zhong placed his hand on his shoulder and said, I didn't expect you to look so young. At this point, Hanwoo, also in a cheerful mood, replied, Hey, you look pretty young yourself. Entering the living room and looking at the people in front of him, Yuan Zhong asked, Are these people all your family? Hanwoo turned his gaze towards old Grand Qin and said, No, I'm not related to them. Seeing his gaze, the old man quickly made a call, thinking to himself, This kid's cautious. Soon after, he shamelessly turned to Qin Shang's father, Old Sixth, and said, Hanwoo is the classmate of your daughter that she brought home. You really should try to persuade him to help the Qin family. Old Third added, That's right, 6th bro, we, as part of the Qin family, share both glory and disaster together. At this moment, you shouldn't pay attention to the trivial matters that could cause trouble for the Qin family, Old Fifth of the Qin family also advised earnestly. 6th bro, think carefully. If the true god takes action, your daughter won't be married off to someone from that family. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? Not knowing how to respond, he glanced at his daughter, who was equally confused, looking at the three of them. Qin Shang, her father, approached her and said, My dear, I never expected you to have such a good eye. The person you found is even more capable than the people from that family. This is an opportunity you must seize. If your grandfather can be saved, you'll be the greatest hero in the family. At that point, let's see who would dare use your marriage as leverage. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang lowered her head, her face turning red with embarrassment as she shyly replied, Dad, what are you talking about? We're not like that. Seeing his daughter's shy red face, he laughed loudly and continued, That's just a matter of time. I know you well enough. If you weren't interested in this kid, why would you bring him back? Besides, this kid isn't bad at all. Go talk to him already. Turning to Hanwoo, Qin Shang hesitated for a moment before saying, Hanwoo, don't make her speak. Hanwoo turned and called out, Qin Shang, come over here. He just agreed to help save the true god of the Qin family. Go tell the family and have them bring the news along with the tokens related to the true god, and then he'll set out immediately. Seeing this, Qin Shang immediately asked again, so fast? What about the formalities? Is it really 500 million points of divine power? Before she could say anything more, Hanwoo covered Qin Shang's mouth and said, Don't worry about the formalities, just follow my instructions and everything will be fine. She was puzzled and thought to herself, how could 500 million points of divine power be enough? Hanwoo must have added the missing amount. He's so good to me.
Meanwhile, Yuan Zhong turned to old Grand Qin and said, Don't forget what you promised me.
The old man quickly responded, Oh, I haven't forgotten, don't worry. A while later, Yuan Zhong left.
Hanwoo raised his hand and said loudly, Old Yuan, don't worry, everything's fine. On the Qin family's side, the three of them looked pleased.
The boss said, Brother Hanwoo, you've really worked hard. Are you hungry yet?
Old Third also warmly said, Hanwoo, my brother, since you're here at the Qin family, let me show you around. Hearing this, Hanwoo immediately pulled Qin Shang in and said, If it weren't for Qin Shang asking me, I wouldn't be here. So, she's the one who's been working hard.
Everyone should thank her.
In the distance, Qin Shang's father looked at Hanwoo with pride and said, Good, very good, this kid is really something. Aha, fast forward 2 days later at the Imperial Capital Academy. At that moment, on the corridor, Tu Tai blocked the other students and asked, Have any of you seen Hanwoo and Qin Shang? The person on the left spoke up, I can't see anyone at the sports field over there either. The person on the right responded with a frightened expression, I can't see anyone in the dining hall either. Hearing this, he became furious and scolded, Damn it, it's been 2 days and these two haven't shown up yet? They must have gone to the Qin family together.
I won't let them off the hook.
The scene shifted to the Su family, where an angry voice rang out, Mother, I'm sure Qin Shang must have taken that brat Hanwoo back to the Qin family. What they are doing is a complete disrespect to the Qin family. Su ancestor, along with his 2 sons, was seething with rage.
Your fiancé went off with another man. If this gets out, what will happen? Tu Tai, Ci gang, follow me to the Qin family. Both of them ground their teeth and said, Yes, father. Tu Tai silently thought, Hanwoo, you're definitely done for this time.
Meanwhile, Hanwoo and Qin Shang were sitting in meditation, focusing on their cultivation. Looking at Qin Shang, Hanwoo thought to himself, 500 million units of divine power for a total of 103,000 the origin sacred items. 30,000 were kept by Yuan Zhong, and the remaining 73,000 will be used to upgrade the destructive law to level 4.
Looks like I'll soon have a heroic locust swarm army.
Qin Shang noticed something strange and glanced at him. Hanwoo, at this moment, was extremely excited and even laughed out loud.
Ha ha. Qin Shang, confused, asked, What are you thinking that's making your mouth water like that?
Suddenly, Uncle Zhong hurriedly ran towards the 2 people and shouted loudly, This is bad, really bad.
Seeing his panic-stricken expression, Qin Shang anxiously asked, Uncle Zhong, what happened?
Uncle Zhong immediately replied, The true god of the Su family has brought Ci gang and Tu Tai here.
The Lu family told me to come and inform you, saying that you two should flee quickly.
At that moment, a man's voice could be heard from inside the house.
According to the warning from the formation, they would arrive in just a few minutes.
The true god of the Su family wouldn't come without reason, and it was likely related to the marriage alliance. Qin Shang's father angrily spoke up, Now that the ancestor has a true god to rescue him, we may not need to honor this marriage alliance anymore. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qin family sighed and slowly explained, Old Sixth, you're thinking too simply.
The true god of the Su family is no ordinary person. If they understand the real situation, won't they use the excuse that the Qin family is in opposition to them to stir things up, causing a catastrophe for the Qin family?
Hearing this, Qin Shang's father immediately became furious and turned to the elder, saying, "Then we won't tell them the real situation.
We'll keep stalling until the ancestor returns."
Old Third also looked at him and spoke up, "It's easy to say, but do you think the true god of the Su family is a fool? He came in person this time, and he's definitely already made plans." Old Fifth sighed at this moment and slowly said, "Right now, the family does not have a true god to protect it. If the true god of the Su family truly wants to form a marriage alliance, it's best to agree with him. Otherwise, once the true god gets angry, all the tens of millions of people in the Qin family mansion will be in danger." Qin Shang's father immediately placed his hand on his chest and spoke loudly to everyone, "Nonsense, if we agree with him, how am I supposed to explain it to my son-in-law? Don't forget, it's the true god that my son-in-law invited to rescue the ancestor, he is the true benefactor of the Qin family." Old Third immediately scolded him, though it was only out of helplessness. "Old Sixth, do you want the entire Qin family mansion to be implicated by your daughter?" He then pointed at the man's face and shouted angrily, "Old Third, I've been putting up with you for a long time.
What do you mean by being implicated by my daughter?
Explain yourself." The boss, hearing this, immediately scolded both of them, "Hayes, you two are already parents, can't you grow up a bit?" He then slowly shared his idea with everyone, "We can't offend either of these two, so let's organize a martial arts competition to choose a son-in-law. The one who wins will get Qin Shang." The three of them were immediately confused, and her father, furious, said, "Do you guys treat Xiao Shun like merchandise?" Old Fifth gave a thumbs up to show his approval, "I think the big brother's idea is great. This way, the Qin family won't offend anyone." Old Third also interjected, "Old Sixth, don't hesitate any longer.
This is the only way to save the Qin family."
At that moment, a stern voice rang out, causing everyone to jump in alarm.
"Descendants of the Qin family, why has no one come to welcome this true god?"
The boss led the group to rush out and greet him. "Su ancestor, your esteemed presence has graced us, making this house shine even brighter."
Su ancestor loudly commanded everyone, "Stop the nonsense.
I've come this time to arrange a wedding for my grandson before setting off to rescue your true god. You all should go and bring Qin Shang here quickly." The boss stepped forward and spoke to the old man, "Su ancestor, my daughter's friend has already invited true god to rescue my true god. I hope Su ancestor will show some mercy and leave her a way out."
Upon hearing this, the old man immediately became enraged, yelling angrily, "A mere demigod dares to act so insolently toward this true god, do you think I won't lose my temper?" A brilliant light appeared at the scene, its power overwhelming.
The boss and the others, seeing his fury, immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Please, Su ancestor, calm your divine power." Suddenly, Qin Shang rushed in, shouting, "Stop, don't destroy my house." Tu Tai pointed at the approaching Han Wu and spoke, "Brother, that person is Han Wu's CI gang."
Upon hearing this, Su ancestor nodded.
"Very well, he won't live through today." After that, Su ancestor slowly stepped forward, challenging Qin Shang, "Kid, if you want the true god to spare the Qin family, then you should immediately go organize a wedding with my grandson.
This true god will not treat the family badly."
Upon hearing this, she immediately cursed, "Who would want to organize a wedding with your grandson?
Dream on."
Old Third quickly rushed forward to intervene and turned around to say, "Old Sixth, advise your daughter.
Don't provoke Su ancestor any further." The boss also bowed and spoke, "Su ancestor, please don't be angry.
The little girl doesn't understand the situation. When my ancestor returns, he will certainly teach her a proper lesson." Su ancestor glared at Han Wu angrily and said, "This is the benefactor of the Qin family, and yet you people say this kid came to ruin the relationship between our two families. If you don't give this true god an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive." He remained calm and explained, "I just came to help a friend. There's no need to explain anything to the true god of the Su family."
Is there a rule in the divine realm civilization that forbids helping the Qin family?
Immediately after, Tu Tai reprimanded him, "Han Wu, you're very brave to dare show disrespect to my grandfather."
Hanwoo laughed and replied, "So if I speak fairly, it's disrespectful to your grandfather? Is the true god of the Su family that petty?" Si Gang, furious, glared at him and scolded, "Hanwoo, right? If you know what's good for you and leave now, Su family might consider this matter as if it never happened. But if you stay here and don't leave, I will consider it a provocation to the Su family." He smiled and looked directly into his eyes, seemingly unafraid and calmly speaking, "What if I provoke the Su family? I'm not going anywhere." He immediately raised 2 fingers, preparing to unleash his power and rush toward him. "Brave, huh? In that case, you'll die here today." At that moment, Shin Shang's father quickly jumped in to intervene. "Hold on, you two." The Su ancestor stepped in and spoke, "This is a battle where my grandson is protecting the honor of the Su family. It would be best if the Qin family thought carefully before deciding whether to take action." At this point, he rushed toward Hanwoo with incredible speed and activated his divine power, astonishing him. His next move was to open a teleportation door toward him and let out a smug laugh. "Does your divine realm still have unexplored wilderness? Truly outdated." Hundreds of soulless armored suits appeared right in front of him. The Bloodkin clan member, an armored soldier with Bloodkin clan rank, a superhuman being, Bloodkin clan's natural talents, iron armor, divine power, and Bloodkin clan abilities, magic creations, reinforced steel, had the ability to reshape his form and was clad in iron armor. Seeing this scene, he fell into deep thought, considering his own strategy. The armored soldier, wearing thick, sturdy armor, could freely alter his form to blend offense and defense in one, much stronger than Two Tai's iron-skinned human. Si Gang stood there, spreading his arms and shouting out an order. "Armored soldier, utterly crush all the non-human races, show no mercy." At that moment, Hanwoo immediately summoned the locust human and challenged it, saying, "Come here." The two sides collided in a fierce battle. At this moment, one locust human rushed forward to attack an armored soldier. It drew its sword and charged straight ahead. The armored soldier quickly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the slash. Another locust seized the opportunity, leaping up and stomping hard onto another armored soldier. Si Gang glared at him in anger, gritting his teeth. "I underestimated you, but no matter how strong you are, you will still be limited by this." He raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Armored divine soldier, take the field." A massive arm appeared at that moment. Immediately after, Si Gang smugly looked at Hanwoo and smiled. He had summoned the armored divine soldier. The gaze of this armored divine soldier was incredibly fierce, and it swung its sword, charging straight at the locusts. Upon seeing this, the locusts were startled and panicked. A single slash from the armored divine soldier instantly severed the arm of a locust. Hanwoo, upon seeing this, was left in a daze, eyes wide, mouth agape. This was the high-level grasshopper lord of the locust army, who had already consumed the fruit of wisdom. Its future potential was limitless. Si Gang saw his opponent's attitude and immediately burst into a self-satisfied laugh. Clearly, the Lord of Life could not withstand a single blow. The Bloodkin clan locusts were truly useless. Immediately after, he gave a strange smile and spoke, "Are the locusts so weak? Fine, then I'll show you the terror of the locusts." He activated the mutation direction. At that moment, the locusts instantly transformed into a different form. Si Gang was bewildered by this sight and exclaimed, "What is this?" Hanwoo pointed forward and ordered a full-scale attack from the giant locusts. Then, he pointed ahead and shouted, "Mutated locusts! Storm charge!" Upon hearing his command, they immediately charged forward. Realizing the situation was getting out of hand, Si Gang immediately ordered the weapons to be retracted and formed an energy shield around him. At this point, the armored divine soldier sheathed his sword, which then transformed into a gigantic shield. The giant sword was disassembled and reformed into the shield. Hanwoo, witnessing this scene, let out a triumphant laugh. This is just the beginning of the counterattack. The real drama is yet to come. He spoke lightly, and immediately, thanks to the origin of mutation, the mutation direction was activated, transforming the locusts into locust humans.
The locust humans then used their weapons to strike powerfully at the armored divine soldier, causing him to panic and exclaim loudly, "How could the defense of the armored divine soldier be broken?" At this moment, it was his turn to laugh smugly at the other man, speaking loudly, "Is the grasshopper still weak?" Seeing CI Gang remain silent, Hanwoo continued, "Not going to answer? Well then, let me show you the real power." He immediately threw a crystal core toward the locust human with a severed arm and commanded, "I'm giving you 1,000 poison attribute crystal cores. Take your revenge." Immediately, a greenish aura enveloped the locust human, which was the corrosive energy field. Instantly, its arm was restored. It stared blankly for a moment, and the system displayed a new ability: potent corrosive poison. With its arm restored, the locust human charged toward the armored divine soldier sniper, using its strength to strike at the soldier. However, a protective barrier was already in place. Gradually, though, the barrier began to weaken. Seeing this, CI Gang was startled and panicked, shouting loudly, "What the hell is this? Fall back, retreat to the divine realm." Hanwoo looked at him and smiled, "Is my domain a place where you can come and go as you please?" Seeing his attitude, CI Gang was immediately terrified. What do you want to do?" The sight of the figures standing behind Hanwoo made him even more alarmed. The four great lords. CI Gang collapsed to the ground, crawling backward in fear, stammering, "Why? Why are there such monsters?" At that moment, the door to the divine realm began to tremble oddly. The black dragon Anpus appeared before CI Gang, causing him to tremble as he repeated the words he had just said, "Why? Why are there such monsters?" On this side, Lord Nyo was attacking fiercely, and another lord was attacking with equal intensity. The skeleton lord stood there, controlling soulless skeletons and summoning skull knights. CI Gang immediately clutched his head, terrified, and shouted loudly, "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore, I will withdraw from your divine realm, don't attack anymore." Hanwoo looked at him and angrily scolded, "Has your invasion ended? Then it's my turn. All of the Bloodkin clan will invade CI Gang's divine realm." CI Gang looked behind him, worried, and thought to himself, "This is bad, I can't wait any longer. If I don't stop his Bloodkin clan, my divine realm will be counterattacked." He gritted his teeth, silently thinking about something, then raised his hand and shouted an order, immediately closed the teleportation gate. At that moment, the teleportation gates slowly began to close. In the chaos, some of Hanwoo's locusts had entered CI Gang's divine realm unnoticed. The armored divine soldiers immediately began to flee. Seeing this, CI Gang breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly, the door in front of him opened again, leaving him stunned, shouting, "What?" Hanwoo slowly stepped forward and explained, "I have some primary locusts, though not strong, they can build a bridge linking the divine realms. As long as they are here, you won't be able to sever the connection between the divine realms. Just wait and watch as I devour your divine realm." CI Gang immediately fell to his knees, feeling helpless, wanting to end the battle. "I've lost, take your Bloodkin clan and leave my divine realm." He stood there, braving the cold, staring at him before speaking, "You actively invaded my divine realm, and now that I'm taking it back, it's only fair. The intelligent army has already infiltrated CI Gang's divine realm." Hearing this, he immediately turned around, angrily glaring at him and cursing, "Hanwoo, I demand that you withdraw all members of the Bloodkin clan from my divine realm. I've already compromised enough. Don't forget, my grandfather is outside. He is a true god. Even if you're a genius, do you really think you can be a rival to a true god?" Hanwoo responded with a tone of slight disdain, "Do you think I'm a fool? When I sever your divine realm, are you going to have your grandfather use his divine power to destroy me? You're just a bargaining chip for me. As long as I hold you, your grandfather won't dare kill me." CI Gang immediately switched to a pleading tone, "Spare me, I promise I won't let my grandfather hunt you down." Hanwoo raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, "Don't say that. My locusts are heading toward your core essence divine realm right now." Then, Hanwoo immediately smiled smugly, "Ah, found it." An hour had passed by this time. Su Ancestor paced back and forth,
thinking, why is it taking so long? Has something happened?
Growing increasingly anxious, he decided to check the virtual screen.
Old Third immediately turned to the boss and said, "Boss, we should check it out too." Moments later, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment.
The scene shifted to the large screen, where CI Gang was floating in mid-air with a very displeased expression, and the armored divine soldiers were being dragged away by the locusts.
Old Third, feeling a bit pleased, shouted loudly, "What's going on here?"
The boss immediately explained, "The core essence divine realm of CI Gang is now in Xiaohan's hands."
At this moment, Locust Human was standing, one leg placed on CI Gang's core essence divine realm.
Su Ancestor, using a phantom image, entered and angrily shouted, "Xiaohan, quickly release the core essence divine realm of my grandson, the true god."
Hearing this, Han Wu turned around in surprise and looked at the old man, saying, "Are you trying to scare me? I'm not impressed at all."
He then called out to the Bloodkin clan. Soon after, he looked at them and immediately ordered, "Increase the speed of eliminating the armored divine soldiers."
The old man immediately glared at him, angrily cursing, "What do you want to do to release CI Gang, huh?"
Han Wu raised his hands in front of him and smiled at the old man, "True god of the Su family, you must be mistaken.
The matter we should be discussing now is what I want to do in order for you to let me go." Su Ancestor immediately clenched his teeth, silently swearing to himself, "All right, you little brat.
Once CI Gang is freed, I will torment you for 3 days and nights before killing you." Suddenly, at that moment, Han Wu felt the presence of a true god descending.
Upon realizing this, Han Wu immediately became overjoyed and announced, "Yuan Zhong has returned.
Another true god has joined. It seems Qin Ancestor has returned as well." The Qin family members, upon seeing the screen, immediately cheered loudly, "Ancestor has returned." The boss of the Qin family raised his hand in salute, then smiled and asked, "Su Ancestor, today is a joyous day as my ancestor returns.
The Qin family will be hosting a grand feast. Why didn't Su Ancestor stay and have a few more drinks?" Su Ancestor was somewhat unwilling, but still spoke, "No need to go."
The scene shifted to the inside of the divine realm, where he angrily urged the young Han Wu, "The true god you've always been waiting for has arrived.
So why haven't you quickly released my grandson's core essence divine realm?"
Upon hearing this, Han Wu laughed and replied, "I'll wait until my friends are by my side before I let go. After all, who would have known someone would pull such a dirty trick, taking advantage of my moment of carelessness to use divine power and try to kill me?" Yuan Zhong immediately appeared in front of him and assured him, "I've returned.
No one can stand before me and harm you." Seeing him, Han Wu was surprised and thought, "You're back?"
That means Han Wu has figured out the situation outside, and the true god of the Qin family must have returned too. He smiled at Su Ancestor and said, "Tell the entire Bloodkin clan to leave the core essence divine realm, let's retreat."
Without hesitation, he immediately dispelled the divine realm.
CI Gang angrily stepped forward and said, "Han Wu, I've been waiting for you.
Next time we meet, only one of us will walk away."
Hearing this, Han Wu laughed, "You'd better find a way to restore the scale of your ironclad army, or you won't even be qualified to fight me."
Su Ancestor, seeing CI Gang still talking tough in this situation, became enraged and slapped him hard, shouting, "Isn't it enough that you've embarrassed yourself like this? Go home." Qin Ancestor, seeing they had fled, angrily cursed, "You dare bully the descendants of the Qin family while I'm in trouble?
The Qin family will draw a clear line with your Su family. The arranged marriage between Shang Heir and the Su family shall never be mentioned again." At that moment, the members of the Qin family stood there, heads held high, watching the 3 generations of the Su family flee in disgrace. The Qin Ancestor handed him an item and smiled, "Han Wu, this time, we have you to thank for stepping in. Thanks to the intervention of that great official, these resources are our token of gratitude for your courage." He looked in surprise at the item in his hand. It was a piece of primal stone, capable of helping any lifeform restore its bloodline to its original, ancestral state. He frowned, worriedly thinking about his grasshopper.
Wouldn't that mean it could revert to the most fearsome form in its history? That was truly terrifying.
At this moment, time skipped ahead 3 days, and a voice rang out, "Junior Han Wu, we've come to bring you some intel." Hatian and the others cheerfully called out to Hanwoo from a distance. He smiled and walked toward the three of them, asking, "Mangbro, Senior Hatian, Senior Yiling, what interesting thing have you brought this time?" Hang Mang spoke up with delight, "The next course is about to begin, and Huang Shangjun will definitely target you. This is a detailed intel notebook on Huang Shangjun that we prepared for you." Hatian also chimed in, unwilling to admit it, but still speaking frankly, "Though I hate to say it, he really is the top of the freshman class, the one we all need to be wary of." He looked at the book and recalled the goblins. Then, with a puzzled expression, he muttered. The core members of the Bloodkin clan under his command were merely ordinary goblins, yet he was able to lead them to such achievements. He truly was a super genius. Yiling smiled and praised, "Junior Hanwoo, you've led the Bloodkin clan, which was nothing but a bunch of grasshoppers, to achieve what it has now. Isn't that proof that you're far more capable? You shouldn't be afraid of him." Hatian nodded in agreement upon hearing this and spoke up, "That's right, after all, he's only got a few hundred Lord-level lifeforms, 3 King-level lifeforms, and 3 high-level divine abilities. There's no need to fear him." He then became surprised and asked the three, "Isn't this something to be worried about?" The three could only pretend not to hear or see, as though nothing had been said. The scene shifted to another cozy, spacious place, Hanwoo's home. He sat cross-legged, focusing on his cultivation, thinking to himself, "Huang Shangjun will definitely target my 3 grasshopper lords for extermination. No, I can't let even one of them fall." He recalled the super regeneration ability he had used when creating Xiao Chang, employing a large amount of radiation crystal stones to form it. But this could only protect the grasshopper lords, not enough to withstand Huang Shangjun's attack. Then, he looked at the mushroom pot he had grown. The He-Z mushrooms, which had worked so well when defeating the zombie army, could prove even more useful. If they could cause additional widespread damage, it would be much safer. He immediately opened the system search. After searching for a while, he was filled with excitement. He had found it. Right after, as the item was placed in his hands, the system notification confirmed the order was successful. At this moment, he gradually fused the item he had just bought with the He-Z mushrooms. The scene shifts to the corridor of the Imperial Capital Academy. Miss Lena, full of excitement, pointed at the board and slowly began to speak to everyone. "Students, this course will assess your ability to resist intrusion. The senior first-year students will be the chief assessors. They will only be allowed to use their strength from a year ago to deal with you. Those who manage to protect the divine realm from their invasion will be rewarded. However, those who fail to withstand the invasion will face a journey through the barren hellish abyss. So, be prepared. The invasion from the seniors is coming soon." At this moment, a large beam of light appeared before Hanwoo. He slowly stepped into the strange light, where someone was already waiting. Huang Shangjun smiled smugly as he looked at him. "I told you, Hanwoo, in this course, I will show you what hell really is." Before Hanwoo had a chance to react, Huang Shangjun immediately shouted loudly, "Kill!" Hanwoo widened his eyes in surprise and began to assess the situation. This was intense, the setup was grand. He noticed the goblin creatures in front of him. This was the close combat unit. Then, he looked in another direction and saw the goblins arranged in neat rows, their malicious smiles aimed directly at him. This was the Su family's physical combat unit. Then, Hanwoo shifted his gaze to a group of red goblins, whose life forms were extraordinary. This was the square formation of Goblin Flameblaze. Following that, a group of fierce green goblins with extraordinary life forms stood before him, forming the square formation of Goblin Icebone. The 2 goblin leaders charged forward, sitting confidently atop 2 large wolves. He immediately assessed the life force of the Lord. Hanwoo charged towards the goblins and shouted loudly, "If that's the case, my Locust Legion will form ranks as well." At this moment, he stood there, spreading his arms wide and giving orders. The Locust Legion formed ranks by unit type. Next was his Locust Battalion, consisting of squads like the ordinary locusts, heavenly demon insects, abyss worms, dark dwelling worms, primal locusts, and finally, the Locust Lord appeared. Huang Shangjun, seeing this scene, became somewhat bewildered, thinking, to rise to this level with the Bloodkin clan trash, he really has some skill. I must face him seriously, I cannot afford to fail badly. He immediately turned around and gave orders to the Goblin Icebone formation and the Goblin Flame Blaze formation. As soon as he issued the order to attack, thousands of explosive projectiles flew towards Han Wu. The locusts were struck by these projectiles. Seeing this, Han Wu grew anxious and thought to himself, trying to suppress me with sheer momentum right from the start? It's not that easy. He then commanded the battle. The abyss worms set up defenses, the heavenly demon insects and cursed spellworms circled around the first goblin formation, and the assault squads attacked from the rear. At that moment, the Bloodkin clan returned to their ranks, as he had instructed. The goblins in front used crossbows to fire at the locusts. Seeing that the situation was turning unfavorable, Huang Shangjun yelled out the command, "First formation, close combat unit, fall back to defend." Han Wu immediately smiled triumphantly, dreaming of victory, the primitive grasshopper battle. At this moment, the swarm of grasshoppers aimed at the group of demons and launched an attack. Han Wu ran forward and shouted loudly, commanding, "Heavenly demon insect, cursed spellworm, hurry up and bite to death the enemy's formation from a distance." His face gradually turned ashen, then he glared fiercely at Huang Shangjun. Do you think I'm on the same level as Hang Mang and Hatian? Let me show you my strength." Huang Shangjun pointed forward and shouted loudly, "Attack with the four directions formation, modify the fire magic pattern, focus fire." As soon as he finished speaking, countless projectiles shot towards Han Wu. Seeing cracks appear on his defense shield, he panicked and thought, "This is bad, my defense is about to break." Not stopping there, Shang Jun continued to command the attack. A massive explosion erupted on the ground as he shouted. The four directions formation continued to fire. The grasshoppers outside the defense were struck by the projectiles from Shang Jun. He spread his arms and laughed triumphantly, "Now I will show Han Wu the price of insulting me earlier." The demon lord emerged. As his words finished, two demon lords appeared, swinging their arms to slash at Han Wu's grasshopper army as they received the command, "Destroy the enemy's grasshopper leaders." Han Wu stood observing, analyzing the battle plan. In the demon formation, there were two demon lords stationed, so his heroic grasshopper soldiers would not be able to cause any damage. Now, deploying them would be inconvenient for us, wouldn't it? Thinking this, he ordered, "Lord Grasshopper, pull the goblin lords along." Upon hearing Han Wu's words, Lord Grasshopper swiftly turned and flew off, followed by two goblin lords in pursuit. Seeing that the goblin lords had fallen into the trap, Han Wu seized the opportunity to charge forward and commanded, "The grasshopper army, with the black death mushroom spores, spread them into the goblin lords' formation." The black death mushroom silently issued orders from above, and countless spores from the black death mushroom fell, attaching to the goblin lords. One goblin lord could be seen growing a black mushroom on their head. Shang Jun, witnessing the scene, stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "What is this?" Han Wu smirked, watching the goblin lords frantically attempt to pull the black mushrooms from their heads. He secretly rejoiced, "The moment is near, soon, the show will begin." In less than a second, a massive explosion erupted within the goblin lord's formation. The goblin lord screamed in panic, "What kind of attack is this?" The goblins gaped in shock, staring around as the mist cleared. Shang Jun, seeing that the mist was dissipating and the goblins were unharmed, burst into laughter. "Ha, is this the spell you're using? This little bit of attack power? Are you trying to scratch an itch for my goblins?" Han Wu remained calm as he explained his technique to Shang Jun. "This is called the continuous regeneration cannon, and it will keep exploding like this. Moreover, its power increases slightly with each explosion. How many times do you think your little goblins can withstand this?" As soon as he finished speaking, another loud explosion echoed. One by one, the goblins fell to the ground, some clutching their arms and wailing miserably. He, realizing he had been tricked, angrily cursed at him, "You dog." Then, he raised his hand, generating a stream of green energy, which he shot toward the goblins while shouting, "Divine wood." The energy he released surrounded the goblins to heal them, a technique known as fuxia healing restoration for the area.
Han saw his own little army benefiting from it, and instead of being afraid, he laughed joyfully. Senior Huang Shengjun, so you're an ally, huh? Shengjun furrowed his brow. Are you stunned? If you blow up one of them, I'll heal one of them. Let's see who's scared. Before he could finish his words, another explosion occurred in the midst of the goblin formation. He stood frozen in place, staring at the bodies of the goblins scattered around, the casualties heavy, unable to believe what was happening. Shang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. This couldn't be. Didn't you say the power only increases a little bit with each blast? Hanwu scratched his head and laughed. At first, it was like that, but with the advanced magic techniques from the senior, it seems that my ball has grown more now. Hearing this, the other person gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "What?" Seeing a demon with a huge black mushroom growing on its head, staring at him, Shang Jun was startled and exclaimed, Oh, look there. Hanwu sat cross-legged on the ground, resting his chin on his hand, and with a wink, pretended to advise, "This isn't good." Based on the current development level, the next explosion could wipe out Huang Senior's army. He frowned, sweating, and thought to himself that this major class was originally meant for the students to showcase their strength. If he failed here, would he ever be able to hold his head high again? Even if he had to use all his tricks, he couldn't afford to lose. Thinking this, Shang Jun, still very confident, said, "Little Hanwu, I can't deny that you're strong, but compared to me, you're still not enough." Hanwu raised an eyebrow. Oh, so the senior has some more tricks up his sleeve? Suddenly, a legion of battle magic emerged from the ground, enhancing combat will, improving physical movement abilities, and reducing the perception of pain. Shang Jun raised 2 fingers in front of him, a purple light radiated, and he muttered, "War magic." The demon's eyes sparkled with fiery light, its mouth snarled as it bared its fangs, swinging its claws to destroy enemies and absorb 25% of the damage dealt to heal its own wounds. The excess would be transferred to an amplification state, increasing the body's movement abilities in proportion. He continued to raise 2 fingers in front of him and shouted loudly, "Grand Earth Magic." As soon as the words left his mouth, a layer of light enveloped each of the demons, providing a shield to absorb damage and protect themselves, absorbing the Earth's energy and continuously healing their wounds. Shang Jun sighed upon seeing this, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "All right, now it's my turn." The poison mushroom on the demon's head fell off on its own. Hanwu widened his eyes in disbelief. Was his finishing move really being neutralized just like that? A sword appeared in the hands of the demons. They raised it high and shouted, "May the demon god bestow his grace upon us. Fellow clansmen, follow me and wipe out these locusts." With that, they charged forward together, shouting, "Kill them. For the glory of the god on this side." Hanwu raised his hand, ordering the locusts to attack. The army of locusts fought desperately. Meanwhile, Lena was still focused on the screen, observing the battle with the teachers. She asked, "Do the teachers have any suggestions on how to grade the preparatory students?" The bald teacher spoke up in support of Qin Shang. The Thunder Breath Crown, which cultivates life lords, is very valuable for training. Qin Shang is well qualified to enter the Empire Academy. In contrast to him, the teacher with glasses shrugged and supported Tu Tai. Tu Tai's Iron Man is also impressive. I heard that he even has an older brother who possesses the rare Bloodkin clan armored soldier. Perhaps we can convince Tu Tai and recruit his brother into the Imperial Capital Academy. The teacher in the brown robe stroked his chin and said, "The Bloodkin clan of your son Qingnian has average combat ability but extremely high intelligence. I've heard that she plans to pursue a logistics career." Truly, a good seedling. Miss Lena suddenly mentioned Han Wu. What do you all think of Han Wu? All the teachers turned their attention to the screen showing the battle between Huang Shengjun and Han Wu. The teacher wearing glasses spoke up, "This is a typical example of a failed battle. I believe Han Wu's abilities are still not enough." The bald teacher shook his head, disagreeing. "I'm not so sure. Huang Shengjun is the top student of the first year, and he was forced to use all his strength within the limits of the rules, which is enough to show Han Wu's potential." Lena crossed her arms and frowned as she reminded them,
Don't forget, Hanwoo still has 5 powerful Bloodkin clan members who haven't been called into battle.
Just using the key Grasshopper Bloodkin clan already showed such fighting ability.
Although she lost, it was still magnificent.
Let's give her a good rank.
As soon as she finished, everyone nodded in agreement, and voices of approval filled the room.
Agreed, I agree as well.
On the battlefield, Huang Shangjun angrily pointed at Hanwoo and shouted, "Goblin army, kill the enemy's lord." Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the sky, signaling the end of the battle.
Both sides looked at each other in confusion, wondering, is it over?
Miss Lena's voice echoed, causing both of them to be stunned.
The assessment was over. Huang Shangjun, hearing the announcement, gritted his teeth in anger, cursing under his breath. Damn it, just one more step.
This time, I brought 100 million goblins, and now only 50 million are still alive.
We lost several heroic goblins, and even the Lord took a hit.
Meanwhile, the kids' lords are all still alive.
What a big loss. Lena stood at the podium, with the students seated below her. She smiled and announced, students who do not perform well in this assessment will be expelled from the school.
Now, I will announce the results of each of you one by one. As for those who excel, they will be given a chance to personally participate in the Outer Realm War. She tapped the blackboard, and the students with excellent results were Qin Shang, Tu Tai, Sun Chengyan, Zhan Lili, and Niu Feng.
Hanwoo sat below, feeling gloomy, certain that his performance would be poor. Would he really be expelled? After all, he had been thoroughly defeated. Tu Tai, sitting next to him, stuffed his hands in his pockets and tilted his face upward, mocking, "Hanwoo, is that all the ability you have?"
Qin Shang smiled and comforted him, "It's okay, everyone saw your ability. After all, your opponent was Senior Huang Shangjun."
Tu Tai crossed his arms and smiled smugly, "Whether you lost or not, what's the point of saying anything?"
Miss Lena's words caused both him and Hanwoo to gape in shock. Let's all congratulate the 6 students who achieved excellent results. Upon hearing this, Tu Tai's face turned as if he had just been slapped. He muttered in frustration, then raised his hand. "Excuse me, miss, I have a question."
Lena raised an eyebrow and asked, "What question do you have, Tu Tai?" Tu Tai leaned toward Hanwoo and asked, "I want to know what the evaluation criteria for the subject's performance are? Why is it that someone who was defeated by a senior still managed to achieve excellent results?"
Miss Lena smiled and explained, "The results of all the students in the class were assessed together by me and several official teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy. Although Hanwoo lost the duel to Huang Shangjun, his performance was praised by all the teachers. Because of this, the teachers agreed to give him a high score." After that, her gaze turned sharp and deadly as she stared at him.
"Tu Tai, are you satisfied with this answer?"
Tu Tai shivered and shook his head. "I have no further comments," she replied.
Miss Lena, satisfied, slammed her hand on the desk. "Then it's settled. 6 students who received good evaluations will have 1 day to prepare. 1 day later, Empire Academy will take them to the Outer Realm to conduct the most realistic Outer Realm battle." With that, she decisively left, slamming the door hard.
The earlier slam had shattered the desk into many pieces.
Tu Tai broke into a cold sweat. Miss Lena is terrifying. This desk is made from a 1,000-year-old ancient tree.
The guy sitting next to him huddled up. No wonder she was called the female war goddess, specially made for invasions.
He jumped up and left with a cold hum. Hanwoo, don't get too excited, let's just wait and see."
Sun Chengyan quickly ran up, grinning as he said, "Bro, here's a bit of gossip for you. It seems Tu Tai and Senior Huang Shangjun are conspiring together to figure out how to deal with you. Better pray for yourself."
Then, he turned around and waved goodbye. "I have to go find my rich lady. Good luck to you."
Qin Shang stood next to him, his voice cold. "Are you impressed?
Then you should leave too."
Hanwoo, hearing the words, turned his head and pouted. "I can't stand those freeloaders who don't rely on themselves." Qin Shang shot him a glance, his hand cold. Outside, Hang Mang poked his head in, waving at his underlings. "Hanwoo, time for a break."
At a temple, the sound of someone's voice echoed.
In the outer realm civilizations that the Imperial Capital Academy was invading, 3 civilizations were suitable for preparatory students to participate in. Hatian spoke. The civilizations are, in order, the Wuxing civilization, the Totem civilization, and the biochemical civilization.
There are some things we cannot disclose to you right now, but we have something for you.
Yiling handed a pouch to Han Wu and instructed, inside these 3 pouches are information about the 3 civilizations, along with some support items, but you can only open them once you enter the civilizations. Han Wu took the 3 pouches, thinking to himself, if I want to officially join the ranks of Master SHNXHI, ascending to perfect demigod is a prerequisite.
In this upcoming Outer Realm war trial, I must perform well and improve myself.
The group of Yiling held up glittering balls, cheering, Han Wu, do your best. A day later, Lena handed 2 rings to Han Wu and Yiling, explaining, these are Divine Realm login devices. They allow preparatory students, even though they are just divine beings, to still connect with the Divine Realm. The others are already waiting on the rooftop, let's head out. Soon, the group quickly made their way to the spaceship. The spaceship then flew into the universe through a spatial rift. The ship continued its flight. Inside the ship's cabin, Han Wu looked out the window as the system suddenly announced, the Outer Realm War has officially begun. The spaceship stopped in a desolate place. Han Wu stood on a rock, gazing far into the distance, then took out the pouch and muttered, let's see what's inside the pouches that the seniors have prepared for me. Suddenly, the 2 brocade bags in Zhao's hands vanished into thin air, leaving him wide-eyed, unable to believe it, and he blurted out.
Did it disappear? Is there only one left?
Han Wu, curious, unfolded the remaining red brocade bag, lowered his voice, and said, let me see what's inside. Upon opening it, he saw a scroll of paper and several talismans. He took the paper out and read it. It said, this dimension is located within an area governed by a civilization, which is the source of strength in this dimension. The records of the civilization's talismans stated that there are a total of 26 basic talismans in the world. These talismans are arranged in combinations that result in billions of possibilities. Among these billions of possibilities, combinations that can achieve stable effects are called the talismans of power. These talismans of power, when strong enough, can even wield the power to alter the heavens and the earth.
After reading this explanation, Han Wu took the talismans from the bag.
According to the explanation, the inscriptions on these 10 tokens contained a type of energy called dimensional essence. It is an energy source that can enhance the will of a dimension. The more dimensional essence one possesses, the more advanced the life forms in this dimension will be, especially in battles outside the dimension.
Dimensional essence is a consumable item used for communication with the divine realm.
The most common way to acquire dimensional essence is by hunting life forms in this dimension and extracting the dimensional essence from them. After thinking for a moment, he tossed the talisman into the air. Thus, the 5 Xiao Chang appeared in the courtyard. Han Wu's gaze turned cold, and the massacre began. An hour later, he sat on the ground, laughing happily. After an hour, he had gathered 0.5 units of dimensional essence.
So what's the point of fighting anymore?
It seemed like he needed to increase the quantity. Looking inside, there were still talisman cards left. Han Wu directly launched a call to summon locusts to attack, with 5 talisman cards remaining, summoning 50 primal locusts. He observed the area below the cliff, aimed at the target, and called out, let's go, my children.
Upon hearing the order, the Locust Legion flew straight down and took over the camp below. Meanwhile, Tu Tai, holding a box in his hand, spoke with satisfaction, the treasures in senior brother Huang Shangjun's possession are indeed not few.
The energy of this iron-clawed demon-kin has surpassed that of a life lord, so it should be able to successfully eliminate Han Wu. Taking a nylon bag from his pants pocket, inside it was a black strand of hair. As senior brother Huang Shangjun had instructed, if Han Wu's hair was inserted, the iron-clawed demon-kin could lock onto Han Wu as its target and eliminate him. Tu Tai directly placed the hair into the box. After doing so, a layer of purple mist enveloped the box, leaving him stunned. Tu Tai handed the box to his subordinate and ordered, smash that porcelain jar. As soon as the command was given, the subordinate grabbed the box and slammed it onto the ground, shattering it. Thick smoke emerged. From within the purple mist, a gigantic demon appeared indeed. The demon-kin had manifested. Upon seeing Tu Tai's subordinate in front of it, the demon immediately tore him apart with its hands. The subordinate let out an excited cry, "So brutal, Hanwoo, your end has come." Ignoring the nonsense of Tu Tai, the demon quickly turned and left, roaring. The enemy that had imprisoned Ao for thousands of years required blood to cleanse itself. On the other side, Hanwoo had successfully fought off the pack of wolves, holding 10 of their units in his hands. He closed his eyes and thought, it was time to improve himself, unlocked the Black Dragon transformation, then took out the runes from his hand, using another 5 units to summon the 5 Xiao Chang. With the army assembled, Xiao Chang took the field. As soon as the words were spoken, a pair of giant wolf legs struck the ground with force, followed by a red-eyed wolf, a symbol appearing on its forehead. Hanwoo gave the command, and Xiao Chang charged into the forest, a terrifying roar echoing. Langwang Cave was a vast cavern located within the Rocky Mountains. Inside the cave, there was a scroll, a fong, and 4 stones with markings. Hanwoo was astonished and exclaimed, this is. Curious, Hanwoo picked it up and stared in disbelief. It was a runic script. Hanwoo sat down on the ground, began arranging the stones he had just collected, and laid out the runes he had gathered. System notification. Runic script of the wild, low level, effect on the body, increases strength by 10%, defense by 20%, and healing speed by 20%. Effect on blade type weapons, 20% chance of causing bleeding, increases attack speed by 15%, and provides 10% lifesteal. After finishing the arrangement, Hanwoo Lian swiftly took off the clothes he was wearing. Feeling the changes in his body, he silently thought, the primal instincts are being revealed in my body. He tried circulating his internal energy, and his body felt completely different, with 2 primitive grasshoppers inside. Suddenly, a noise from outside made Hanwoo frown and wonder, what's going on? He immediately transformed into a dragon and charged straight outside. As soon as he landed, Hanwoo called for his subordinates. A cat suddenly appeared, jumping directly onto Xiao Chang's body, attacking and shouting, "Cat!" It used its sharp claws to split Hanwoo's subordinates in half, performing the Colonel 8 segment move. Hanwoo furrowed his brows. The cat demon lord's life force is Xiao Chang. He ordered his subordinates to rush forward and attack. The cat demon showed no fear, jumping in and using its Ho-Nh-Phi move to tear apart the Xiao Chang. Even Hanwoo was struck by the attack, but what amazed the cat was that Hanwoo's leg quickly grew back. The cat demon gritted its teeth, staring at him with rage, and it swung its claws at Hanwoo, angrily shouting, "Cat!" Unexpectedly, Hanwoo's aura surged, and he growled, "You came at the perfect time." The cat demon, moving at its fastest speed, swung its claws toward Hanwoo and yelled, "Cat!" Hanwoo clenched his fists, his eyes glowing, as red energy swirled around him. After using the Black Dragon technique, before the cat demon's claws could even reach him, he delivered a punch straight to its face. Hanwoo's punch sent it flying, killing it instantly. The system notified him of a successful kill of the Life Domain Lord and awarded him 2 units of dimensional essence. Hearing the system's message, he smirked, "Good, now I can summon the skeletons here. With enough power, I might even be able to level up to demigod in the outer realm." 3 days later, a grasshopper buzzed by Hanwoo's ear, alerting him of a fire crystal mine cave ahead. He gave orders to his army. The army moves out. Target, the cave. With that, he swiftly left. Arriving at the cave entrance, a gust of purple aura flew out. Hanwoo stopped in his tracks, thinking, something's wrong. There's a human presence in the cave. Could someone have discovered this place before me? He then proceeded cautiously, carefully observing as he entered. Suddenly, a heat wave hit him, catching him off guard. He was struck by the intense wave and exclaimed, "Too hot." Before the heat subsided, a fire lion appeared. Hanwoo was alarmed, not good. Immediately, he transformed into a dragon, exuding a red aura, and roared, "Come here, lion, come here." The fire lion, mid-charge towards him, suddenly braked, leaving Hanwoo confused. It turned out that a girl had appeared behind it, pulling its tail, making it break into a cold sweat. She yanked the fire lion's tail sharply, causing it immense pain, then shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" The beast, frightened, tried to flee but couldn't, howling in protest, "Don't come any closer."
Hanwoo watched her suspiciously and asked, "Are you Niu Fong?"
Niu Fong paid him no mind, still clutching the fire Qilin lion's tail without letting go, even though it was already shedding strange tears.
"This is my turf. Get the hell out."
He wasn't frightened by her words, on the contrary, he provoked her even more. "Let's not talk about whether this place is yours or not.
Even if it is, if I want to take it, I will. Do you even have the right to say no?"
Niu Fong, struck by the insult, let go of the fire Qilin lion lying on the ground and charged straight at Hanwoo, shouting,
"I've given you too much face, haven't I? If you don't get lost, then die here." Hanwoo stood still, his body emanating a green aura. Death ritual, plant fusion. Shadowvine demon, plant fusion.
Vines began to sprout from Hanwoo's body. Niu Fong frowned as she watched, too stunned to speak.
"What kind of move is this?"
He drew his sword and replied, "A move to take your life." Gritting her teeth, Niu Fong threw a punch directly at where he stood. But Hanwoo had already vanished, using the crawling shadow fiend technique. Her punch missed and smashed violently into the ground. Eyes wide with shock, Niu Fong hadn't expected him to dodge her attack. In the blink of an eye, Hanwoo was standing behind her.
He said, "Next time, I'll aim straight for your neck."
At his words, she raised her head, eyes wide, falling into stunned silence, cold sweat clinging to her face. After a long moment of silence, Niu Fong turned around and admitted, "You win.
I can't beat you here. The fire lion in this cave is yours."
Hanwoo sheathed his black sword.
"What would I need that fire lion for? Just another Lord-class life form. Killing it wouldn't even yield much dimensional essence.
What I want is the entire fire crystal mine." She thought for a moment, then stood up and nodded.
"All right, then this fire lion belongs to me. We can cooperate in the future."
Hanwoo turned around and walked away, waving his hand to command, "Bloodkin clan, bring the bones here to mine the fire star stone." Suddenly, the sky turned dark and cloudy, with demonic energy seeping in. A stream of dark air shot out from the cave entrance.
Niu Fong frowned and asked, "Is this also your Bloodkin clan?
You're still in the mood to joke, while I'm about to wet my pants here." A pair of red feet with sharp claws appeared. It was an iron-clawed demon-kin.
It was holding a skull in its hand.
Without saying a word, upon seeing Hanwoo, it immediately swung its iron-clawed hand to attack him, shouting, "The scent of the enemy, I'll use your blood to wash away the shame." Seeing this, Hanwoo expanded in size and used the golden dragon grass technique, a fusion of plants.
Two dragons appeared behind him, their mouths open as they charged toward the demon-kin.
The golden dragon's earth blast knocked the iron-clawed demon-kin away. The iron-clawed demon-kin, seeing its attack countered, sneered with anger. "Ha, golden dragon destroyed, now the super-powered iron-clawed demon-kin attacks." Its pants were torn apart in the process. Hanwoo was not to be outdone, and he used his technique, crawling shadow fiend. Beside him, Niu Fong clasped his hands together and said, "Iron claw fireball melt." Hanwoo furrowed his brows and thought, the fire attribute can restrain this demon. Then I'll summon the red furnace dwarf divine mace. He used the talisman to burn the original card, summoning the red furnace dwarf. Hanwoo pointed forward and ordered, "Divine mace, smash this demon into pieces." Divine mace frowned, his gaze cold as he replied, "Understood, Lord Shinming." With that, he gripped his weapon, emitting a purple aura, preparing to attack. The iron-clawed demonkin snorted coldly, shooting diamond-shaped arrows at Divine Mace, shouting, "Die!" From behind Divine Mace, several snakes appeared, opening their mouths toward the front, intercepting the iron-clawed demonkin's attacks. The demonkin, unable to react in time, was bitten and torn apart by the snakes, its body mutilated. It now cried out in fear, begging for mercy.
No, no, stop hitting me.
Divine Mace paid no attention to its pleas and raised his mace, swinging it down with the snakes in tow. As the mace struck, an explosion echoed, smoke billowing, obscuring what was happening inside. Han Wu, standing outside, cheered excitedly, "Don't leave it any chance to survive, keep smashing it." Hearing Han Wu's encouragement, Divine Mace, filled with enthusiasm, swung another blow forward. Seeing this, Han Wu covered his eyes, exclaiming, "Oh my god, that's so brutal." The iron-clawed demonkin lay flattened on the ground, watching as the mace slowly descended toward it. Han Wu signaled for the attack to stop, then walked forward, looking coldly at the trembling soul of the demonkin beneath the earth.
The grasshopper nearby remarked, "The demonkin's soul is still intact."
Han Wu nodded, "This one really can't be killed so easily.
Keep it alive. Maybe one day in the future, it'll come back for revenge."
Han Wu looked at it with a cold, indifferent gaze. Then let Bonebinder devour its soul. It hurriedly begged for mercy.
Anu admits defeat.
"I am ready to be your slave, only begging the great god to spare Ao's soul." He sat down on the ground, pointing at its body. The words he spoke made the iron-clawed demonkin break out in a cold sweat. "I don't trust you, unless you sign a contract with me."
It stammered. "Anu, this is all I can offer." Seeing its agreement, Han Wu quickly opened the system interface.
"Then let's draft the contract."
Slave contract, signatory Han Wu. The iron-clawed demonkin, Niu Feng, watched from the side, admiring him.
Truly terrifying, Han Wu was more cunning than even the most ruthless merchant. He pointed at the iron-clawed demonkin, and a stream of blue light flowed into its body, completing the contract.
Han Wu stared at it, asking, "By the way, what abilities do you have?"
It was too frightened to delay its response.
"Master, Anu is a demon, with rust bloodline. I can transform into rust and can also rust metal items and living beings."
Han Wu turned his back and began to walk away, saying, "Sounds interesting, but among the players in Divine Realm, there are quite a few with flame abilities."
"Flame can completely restrain the iron-clawed demonkin, so your weakness is clear."
Seeing him about to leave, it quickly spoke up.
"Master, if you do not mind, Anu can serve as your weapon."
Anu's rust bloodline can rust any weapon it comes into contact with. Han Wu stopped, deep in thought, appearing satisfied.
"This will do, go ahead and do as you suggested." Hearing his master's satisfaction, it breathed a sigh of relief inside. Phew!
With that, he pulled out the sword and thrust it into its soul. Its soul immediately entered the sword. Han Wu joyfully slung the sword over his shoulder, feeling that his battle power had increased several-fold, further solidifying his chances of ascending to a perfect demigod. Next, he planned to massacre more to gather dimensional essence and expand the size of his army. A few days later, the scene shifted to a vast forest. In an open field, a man in a blue cloak was crouching in a corner, observing the situation with shock.
"My heavens, is this the Undead Legion?"
Looking at the large number of Undead Legion, the man in the blue cloak gasped in astonishment.
"An Undead Legion of this scale, with numbers reaching 500,000? I need to report this to the city lord immediately."
Thinking this, the man in the blue cloak hurriedly left, heading back to the city to report.
The city lord of Langdong City, upon hearing his subordinate's report, slammed his fist on the armrest of his chair in anger and asked again, "What did you say? An Undead Legion of 500,000? His subordinate, trembling in fear, broke into a sweat, hurriedly bowing down.
"Yes, honored city lord, the Undead Legion has appeared in a region about a few dozen miles away from us." Hearing his subordinate speak with such certainty, the city lord of Langdong City fell into deep thought. His city's guard barely numbered 50,000. Even if they hired some mercenaries, they could only muster up 100,000 soldiers. If that 500,000 strong Undead Legion came to attack the city, it would surely be a catastrophe. He turned pale, furrowing his brows as he ordered,
"Someone immediately send a message asking for reinforcements from the nearby cities." The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order and left. Understood, honored city lord. One day later, on the city wall, the subordinate came in to report. Honored city lord, the reinforcements from the surrounding cities have arrived. The guards and mercenaries number 300,000. In addition, the church has also dispatched 50,000 priests. The city lord stood on the wall, shouting joyfully. Very good, the priests can restrain the undead. This time, are they really going to perish? With the guards, mercenaries, and the church's priests, we are about to face a life and death battle. We swear to fight to the death and stop the undead legion. The undead below, among the soldiers, shouted in unison. Together, we protect our homeland, we will block the enemy. He, clad in armor, mounted his horse, raised his hand, and gallantly led the way. The great army set off to exterminate the undead legion. Hanwoo and Niufeng were sitting under a tree when a grasshopper messenger arrived to report. Report, a human army of 350,000 is approaching us. Hanwoo seemed excited upon hearing this, shouting. Aha, they want to clash with me, huh? Niufeng was startled and turned to ask. What's going on? He stood up, cracking his knuckles, laughing, and said. My scout just reported that a human army wants to surround and kill us? Well then, how about we play big, and get some dimensional essence out of this? Niufeng frowned and replied. You want me to be your tool? Do you think I'm that stupid? Hanwoo ignored her and made his way alone to the human army. He lay flat on the ground to observe. Hearing rustling sounds, he turned to the side and saw Niufeng imitating him. He was surprised. Wait, didn't you say you didn't want to get involved? She raised an eyebrow. If I want to, I'll go. There's no reason for it. I'm just itching for action, not trying to help you. Hanwoo grinned after hearing this, patting Niufeng's head like a pet, saying, I like your fierce style. Annoyed, she swatted his arm away and snapped, Don't touch me. They're coming. From afar, a troop of cavalry appeared, the dust rising in thick clouds. They moved in perfect formation. Sensing the moment had arrived, Hanwoo suddenly stood up and shouted, Skeleton Legion, ambush! One soldier, noticing the ambush, scrambled to issue orders. Defend, defend! The remaining soldiers turned pale, crying out, We're surrounded! Oh my god, I want to go home! From a distance, skulls and sharp, clawed hands charged forward. The skeleton legion clashed with the soldiers. Controlled by the bone binder, the skeletons hacked and slashed wildly. The general of Langdong City saw the situation deteriorating and furrowed his brow. He shouted loudly, Holy Cleric, purify! The Holy Cleric, following his command, released a surge of green energy. The energy surrounded the skeleton legion, and they were consumed by its power. Seeing that the situation was going awry, Hanwoo shouted. This is bad, the Holy Cleric is holding back the skeleton soldiers, we need to deal with them first. Niufeng, moving at top speed from behind, darted forward and passed by Hanwoo. Seeing this, he also transformed, his voice excited. Oh, I won't lose to you. She charged towards the group of holy clerics emitting green energy, directly knocking them down. Then, Hanwoo also made a swift slash, cleaving them in half. The two of them stood back to back, and he shouted a command. Full-scale assault! The Skeleton Legion, upon hearing the order, immediately launched a full attack on the human legion. A soldier, breathless, rushed in to report to the city lord, stumbling over his words. Honored city lord, we've been wiped out. The undead legion has. Upon hearing the news, the city lord quickly rushed to the balcony of the castle to assess the situation. Seeing his soldiers being slaughtered, he immediately shouted. This is bad, it's over, everyone retreat. A few hours later, Hanwoo, with a tired expression, said. 350,000 skeleton soldiers traded for just a few thousand dimensional essence. So wasteful, the opposite of you. Niufeng, her cheeks puffed up in delight, responded. We've struck it rich, this time we're rich. Hanwoo quickly extinguished her joy. You've only gone so far.
Among the spoils is a mansion deed, we'll split it.
Open the system panel to check the situation.
Low-level energy effect on the body, which enhances muscle strength, increasing strength by 40%. Effect on mace-type equipment, with the added effect of shattering. Lesser blaze effect on the body, allowing comprehension of a fire magic type.
Fire resistance increased by 20%, fire attribute density increased by 15%. Effect on staff-type equipment, with the added skill of flameball, fire magic power increased by 20%.
Effect on armor-type equipment, with the added skill of flame shield, magic fire damage reduced by 30%. Medium-tier protection, effect on armor-type equipment, with the added skill of radiant shield. Armored durability increased by 50%. Hanwoo rubbed his chin and thought, I still have 4 empty slots available for inscriptions.
These levels are too low for the Bloodkin clan.
She stood beside him, choosing carefully, and then selected Flameball.
I want this one.
After clicking on Flameball, Niufang's body was enveloped in red light. She joyfully said, I'm one step closer to becoming a life form of the king.
Hanwoo, thank you.
Hearing this, Hanwoo smiled and replied, no problem. Niufang placed her hand on her hip, smiling and thinking, this boy, Henry or Qin Shang, likes you.
In a castle, an incredulous voice rang out asking, are you serious?
The king sat on his throne, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, his face drenched in sweat, and said, has the undead legion attacked Langdong City?
The soldier below nodded firmly and replied, the information is accurate.
Moreover, not only Langdong City but also the 4 surrounding cities have been wiped out. The number of the undead legion has reached nearly 10 million.
Upon hearing the soldier's report, the king jumped to his feet and shouted, summon the high priests and the kings of Jingling, Nyoturun, and Langren.
In the conference room, the king gathered the officials to discuss a strategy.
They exclaimed in shock, has the undead legion really gone this mad? Langren, sitting beside them, voiced his opinion, we must unite to resist the enemy's army. My Langren will set up formations to welcome the enemy.
The queen of Jingling nodded and said, my Jingling army will do the same. The king furrowed his brows and responded, the allied forces of our 4 nations, along with the holy cleric army of the order, must combine efforts to surround and eliminate these undead. In the princess's room, she and Sun Chengnian were affectionately entwined. The princess sat on him and said, my father will mainly form an alliance with the clerics, the elves, Nyoturun, and Langrun to jointly deal with the army of skulls.
Xingnian opened his eyes, his lips pressed against her chest, and asked, really?
In his mind, he was planning to defeat Hanwoo.
Who else but Hanwoo could be the invader controlling the skulls?
Hanwoo, having invaded just a few days ago, has already become a power so great that it requires an alliance of 4 kingdoms to oppose him.
Truly, you are someone I value highly. Xingnian stared ahead, his gaze lowered in deep thought. Having been by the princess's side for so long, I've finally found a clue to advance to demigod.
In the divine realm civilization, becoming a demigod only requires meeting the divine requirements, but in the outer world, one must also satisfy the current civilization's standards.
I've always wanted to level up to demigod to defeat Hanwoo.
In this civilization of runes, advancing to demigod requires a special rune spell. But there's one thing I've always found difficult, this rune spell has never been truly obtained by even the royal family, so it must be incredibly difficult to acquire. Chengnian thought to himself, Hanwoo, I plan to cooperate with you. I'll provide the clues, you lead the forces and cooperate accordingly.
We might just be able to get the special rune spell.
So you mustn't run into any trouble.
I have to think of a way to keep you safe in the hands of the League.
Seeing him lost in thought, the princess, feeling annoyed, said, I'm talking to you, why are you spacing out? Tomorrow, the queen of Jingling Kingdom is coming to meet my father. The princess's words brought him back to reality. After regaining his composure, he smiled charmingly.
The queen?
She surely can't compare to you. Qing Nian's hand restlessly roamed across the princess's waist, thinking to himself, perfect, it's the queen.
We're saved now, there's no woman I can't handle.
He directly turned around and pinned the princess down. "You're so spoiled, aren't you?" The scene shifted to Han Wu, and the dragonfly messenger left him dumbfounded. "Ha? The four kingdoms and the church are surrounding us?" Niufan placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "What's there to be afraid of? You have so many skull troops." He disagreed and shook his head. "Having many doesn't help. Their strength is too weak. If they face a coalition that's undergone strict training, will most likely be defeated terribly." Han Wu rubbed his chin, sighing, "This time, we're really in trouble." The origin of mutation appeared, grinning broadly. "See, when it comes down to it, it's still me who helps you. You deal with the troubles." Han Wu, not having the time to chat, asked, "Do you have a solution or not?" Seizing the opportunity, the origin of mutation made a deal. "I have a way, but you'll have to pay first. 1 point of divine power." Han Wu wanted to curse, but he hadn't even heard the method yet, and it was already demanding a reward. "Apart from asking for divine power from me, does he know anything else?" Thinking this, he replied, "You need to tell me your method first. How can I know if it's worth a point of divine power?" It smiled and said, "Actually, I've heard of the civilization of rune magic." Knowing that a rune spell could significantly enhance mutation, Han Wu hurriedly asked, "What kind of rune spell? Tell me quickly." After hearing the origin of mutation's explanation, which seemed reasonable, Han Wu reluctantly gave it a point of attribute. It happily took it, all while Han Wu seethed, thanking him for the support, 1 point of divine power. Upon receiving the message, he leaned in close to Han Wu's ear and whispered. After listening, Han Wu crossed his arms over his chest and smiled, "Interesting. Let's see then." In his mind, he thought that this divine point of power wasn't being wasted after all. Seeing Han Wu's expression change repeatedly, Fuan, curious, asked, "Why does your expression keep changing like that? Have you thought of a solution yet?" His gaze darkened as he turned to smile, "Just wait and see." On the side of the Human Legion, they witnessed a scene with the Bone Legion and, above them, the Locust Legion in the sky. The leader issued the order, "Attack." The Locusts and Skulls were on the same side, all obeying Han Wu's command. Once the order was given, the Human Legion charged forward, stabbing their swords directly into the Locusts. Seeing how easily they were being destroyed, they cheered in joy, "It's done. Great, we've done it." However, as the Locusts were slashed apart, their blood splattered, and the spores of the Hezi mushroom stuck to the soldiers. The soldiers, upon feeling the blood hit them, began to release a black aura. A black mushroom sprouted from their bodies. Shocked, one soldier cried out, "What is going on?" Curious, another soldier tried to pull the mushroom off with his hand, only for a red-black aura to suddenly rise from his body, leaving him pale with fear. The Bone Legion glared at them with blood-red eyes. The soldiers, seeing this, were terrified, their faces turning white. Moments later, the soldiers were all lying dead on the ground. Han Wu and Niufan walked over, and Han Wu sighed, "It really didn't take any effort at all. The spores of the Hezi mushroom are truly effective. Killing these people doesn't take any effort at all." Han Wu laughed joyfully, truly feeling that the effort of spending tens of thousands of divine power was not in vain. The origin of mutation stood beside him, smug, as the spores of the Hezi mushroom could transform into a virus, combining with the runic spells to promote the plague and then spread it. After using the spell runes, the intermediate-level plague virus, he held a mushroom in his hand, muttering something to himself, applying it to his body. The result turned him into the host of the disease. Every cell in the body's metabolic process carried the plague virus. After dealing with one issue, Han Wu coldly gave the order to fight. Under his command, the Bone Legion immediately attacked the soldiers. Arrows rained down, and the soldiers could not resist, dying at the hands of Han Wu. With the support of the plague runes, Han Wu only needed 3 days to defeat the coalition army and successfully occupy 10 surrounding cities. Among the Skull Legion, 5 special heroic spirits appeared. King gritted his teeth in anger, "Do you all have any solution? If this continues, my kingdom will be destroyed." He proposed his idea, "Now, the only option is to call for a ceasefire and negotiate. Langren sighed, now, we can only call for a ceasefire and negotiate.
The king asked in confusion, but negotiate with whom?
We've been fighting the Skull Legion all this time, yet we haven't encountered their leader. Suddenly, there was a commotion from outside. The door opened, and in came Qing Yan, the princess, and Queen Jingling. As soon as Qing Yan entered, he spoke, Your Majesty, how do you wish for me to handle these negotiations?
Langren looked at Qing Yan with suspicion. You have never been to the battlefield, yet you want to negotiate with the one behind the Essence Blossom Legion?
The king, seeing his pale complexion, sneered. A delicate man like him has no place here.
Qing Yan wasn't angered.
On the contrary, he simply smiled with confidence.
The princess stepped forward and said, Father, I believe he is fully capable of handling it.
Seeing the princess stand by his side gave him confidence to speak up.
Your Majesty, do you not trust your own daughter?
Queen Jingling spoke with great assurance, she can prove that he is smarter than anyone else here.
Both I and the human princess agree to let him give it a try.
It was only then that the king lowered his voice and said, Well, we have no other choice.
Let him try.
In the domain of the Lich army, the king entrusted the responsibility of negotiations to him. Qing Yan made his way alone to the Lich army's domain, where he saw Han Wu sitting not far away.
Han Wu sensed a gaze focused on him and turned around, calling out, Is that you? He jumped down and walked over, draping an arm around Han Wu's shoulder, asking, What brings you to the outer realm? Qing Yan smiled and replied, It's a long story, we'll talk about it next time.
Right now, as a representative of the alliance of 4 kingdoms and 1 faith, I'm here to negotiate a ceasefire with you.
Han Wu raised an eyebrow and said, Are you dragging me into this with them again?
You want to stop the war, but it depends on how much they are willing to pay. He nodded in response, Of course, you name the price. He winked, implying that gold, silver, and jewels were a given, but what was needed were the most precious kinds of runic inscriptions. Additionally, runestone was required, starting from 5 digits. Qing Yan rubbed his fingers together as if negotiating, Then I request that the human king compensate with 200,000 runic inscriptions, one of which must be high tier, along with 200,000 runestones. In his heart, he thought, The princess has been with me for so long, and I must show her some respect for this important trust. At this point, Qing Yan's gaze turned cold. The Jingling tribe's demands should be doubled, as well as those of the Langren, Nyotu Run, and the church, they all must double their offering. It turned out that he was playing both sides. Not only was he in bed with the princess, but also with the queen of the Jingling tribe. Qing Yan thought to himself, since he was already with the queen, he couldn't let her be at a disadvantage too much, these things would be split later. Han Wu happily patted him on the shoulder, All right, thank you for your hard work.
I won't let you be at a loss. Qing Yan smiled and said, Don't be so polite.
The reason I integrated with the humans was to search for clues on becoming a demigod within the runic civilization.
This body of mine finally shows some signs of it now.
He spoke while leaning close to Han Wu's ear, saying, As long as we find the ancient divine ruins, you'll agree with this plan too.
All right, let's cooperate then.
Seeing that the negotiations were settled, Qing Yan suggested they leave. Then I'll head back and inform them of the conditions.
Once we've resolved their issues, we'll meet again. Han Wu nodded.
Okay, by the way, tell them that if they refuse to give, I won't hesitate to lead the monster army to crush their city and turn all their allies into immortal souls. Back at the king's castle, Nyotu Run, upon hearing about the negotiations, said, We basically don't have that many high-level runic texts, how can we afford to compensate? Qing Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled, replying, If we don't have high-level runic texts, we can replace them with information about the ancient divine ruins.
Or if that doesn't work, we can exchange divine essence instead.
Queen Jingling, sitting beside him, draped an arm over his shoulder and said, The compensation from the Jingling tribe exceeds my expectations.
Why is it that humans only offer so little?
Qing Yan answered, Because too many humans have been turned into monster spirits, and the queen doesn't want the Jingling tribe to suffer the same fate. To his left, the princess was sitting close to Qing Yan, saying, My father said he has no objections, and that everything depends on your decision.
With a charming expression, he asked, "Did the negotiations go smoothly?" "I didn't embarrass myself, did I? Doesn't the princess have a reward for me?"
She blushed and shyly replied, "Of course I do." Before he could finish his sentence, the door suddenly swung open. The person who entered was Divine King. He angrily shouted, "This is plundering, and yet you all agreed so easily. The Holy Order will never bow before a spirit beast." Hearing this, Qing Nian shrugged and calmly replied, "Whatever." Both Niu Tu Ren and Lang Ren shared the same thought: let the Order fight another battle. If they win, we won't have to pay compensation, and we can wipe out their army together. If they lose, compensation can come later. The Guangming port at the base of the city was occupied by a group of skeletal legions, who were preparing to launch an attack. Divine King stood atop the city, frowning as he thought. Previously, when the allied forces fought together, although a large number of holy clerics were sent out, they did not touch the core forces of the Order. Now, I have summoned all my elite holy clerics to join the holy war, along with 3 of my elite legions. The commanders of these legions possess near demigod-level combat abilities and have never tasted defeat. Before, the two sides clashed, but this result was a key battle for the Order, and the outcome is still uncertain. At Hanwu's house, places were sprouting with light crystals. He looked around, noting that all the buildings here were constructed from these crystals, and everywhere was filled with the power of light, highly effective in restraining the undead. Dressed in a black cloak, he observed the human soldiers and thought to himself, the Pope really did provide me with information on the elite legions ahead of time. Hanwu clicked his tongue and thought, their combat strength is truly impressive. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, right now, Guangming is like a solid block of steel. Luckily, I only ordered the troops to surround it, not to launch a reckless attack. To breach the city, the first thing is to find a gap. So, what should I do about Guangming port? Then, from his body, he took out a purple crystal. That's right, no hesitation, Hanwu said as he popped the crystal into his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, green stems sprouted from the ground. This was the power to unlock the vine curse. Hanwu closed his eyes, and in front of him appeared a shadow vine demon, surrounded by vine tendrils. He gripped it tightly, thinking it through. As soon as he grasped it, Hanwu swung his hand backward, summoning a crawling shadow fiend. He opened his palm to look at the shadow vine demon, satisfied. Very good. The shadow vine demon is beyond expectations. Hanwu jumped forward, swinging the spiky shadow vine demon in his hand, ready to deal with the holy clerics. The holy clerics, noticing the disturbance, turned around to look. Who's there? Stop. He raised his sword toward the sky, the shadow vine demon looming behind him. Without saying a word, he swung his sword and the shadow vine demon at the holy clerics. The 2 holy clerics, unprepared, stood dumbfounded, bracing for impact. One was pierced through the wrist by the shadow vine demon. Ah! A stream of black energy surged out from the wrist. The other, seeing his comrade wounded, hastily shouted, "Quick, purify!" The injured one, clutching his wounded arm, shook his head in trembling disbelief. It's useless. The soldiers, hearing the commotion, rushed over and saw the holy clerics wounded, shouting at him angrily. Another soldier, fearless of death, jumped high and swung his spear toward Hanwu with a powerful strike, determined to see where he would run. The axe blade sliced through the air, heading straight for him. Hanwu stood motionless, offering no defense, but as the axe blade came down, his figure vanished, and it struck the ground, causing it to shatter. The soldier was confused, clearly having hit his target, yet wondering why Hanwu was not there. Before he could react, Hanwu appeared beside him, swinging his sword across his stomach. The soldier took the full blow to his abdomen, clutching the wound with both hands, then leaped back with force. At the same time, he swung the spear at Hanwu, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it!" Once again, the axe blade from the spear flew toward Hanwu. He stood still, glancing at the soldier with the corner of his eye. Without knowing when, Hanwu's figure had vanished from the front and appeared behind the soldier. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and delivered a lethal blow to the soldier's back. The soldier collapsed to the ground, still clutching his stomach wound. Han Wu turned around, looking at the last remaining soldier, and smiled, "It's just you now."
The soldier stood tall, unfazed by the death of his comrade. A golden aura radiated from his body, surrounding him.
Han Wu recognized the light as holy light and his heart screamed, "No!" The soldier's body emitted holy light, suppressing the ghostly energy. Seeing Han Wu still in a daze, two holy clerics behind him raised their hands toward him, creating a barrier of energy.
"There's a chance now. Quickly, capture him."
Han Wu turned around and charged straight toward the two holy clerics, not hesitating for a moment as he swung his sword, severing their throats.
"If I can't deal with him, surely I can handle you lot?"
But before he could leave, a soldier with a halo of holy light lunged at him to attack. Behind him, two more holy clerics were approaching. It's unclear how much time passed, but a wave of purple aura rose from the building next to them, and countless corpses of the holy clerics littered the ground. Han Wu stood contentedly on the body of a shadowvine demon, thinking that the time had come.
He then ordered the Skeleton Legion to assault the city. The skeletal army moved forward.
The Skeleton Legion responded to the command, spreading out as the purple aura emanated around them. A beam of green light shot through the skeletons, burning them, while another one was consumed by the purple aura, sinking into its body. At the Battle of Guangming Port, over 2 million holy clerics lost their lives, 3 elite brigades were severely damaged, and the number of skeleton soldiers was also drastically reduced. 15 million skeletal soldiers were lost forever. Seeing his soldiers' heavy losses, the Divine King was filled with sorrow.
How did it come to this? The damage was too great. He thought to himself, blaming himself, was it my mistake? If I had agreed to compensate earlier, would the church not have suffered such heavy losses? What should I do now?
The Divine King opened his eyes, his brow furrowed, sweat pouring down his face.
Should he continue to resist? Or should he surrender?
A voice suddenly came from outside the door, "Pope Lord, I can help you repel the skeleton army." The Divine King was startled, turning around to ask, "Who is it?"
It was Tu Tai, his rival to the death with Han Wu.